Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? We are waiting for the Lori Vallow trial to begin. It says about 15 minutes. We shall see. In the meantime, we've got a lot to catch up on. My gosh, we got a lot of comments today. Let me go in from the beginning. Hello, Miss Honey. Oh, hello, Gerald. Honey is Honey 2800. Honey Boo is Gerald. Haley Miles, welcome. Make sure you like the stream. Yes, definitely. Honey Boo, hey boop. Haley Mouse avatar on the nose. Oh, bop. Okay. June, thank you so much for liking. I do have the giveaway for the last one. We'll do that at the end of the live. Welcome to my top 3 first in chats, June, Gerald, and Honey 2800. You get extra entries to the end of the month giveaway. Here for the hearsay. Hello from South Carolina. We got some people coming in here. Jackie Smith. Well, thank you. Thank you. Come in, sit, take a seat and enjoy. Thank you so much for being here. Oh my gosh. All of y'all are just commenting. Yay. No green chili. No green chili enchiladas. Well, my son had green chili enchiladas. Well, it's actually not a green chili. It's a green tomato sauce on it. But yeah. Oh, see, but no guarantees here. Yeah. In Texas, we don't have guarantees here. But I will tell you one thing. I guarantee you, beyond all reasonable doubt, that this chick has never had nor will ever eat a green chili enchilada a day in her life. I ain't going to do it. I don't like them. I don't like chili. I don't like enchiladas. Sorry. No bueno. No green enchiladas for me. I'm not into it. I'm just not. Dawn, thank you. Oh my gosh, Dawn, you are so amazing. Thank you for that super chat. I mean, for the gifted memberships. Oh, I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much for all the gifted memberships. We are live waiting for the Lori Daybell, Jackie Smith, Amy, Sharon, and Linda were gifted, and Melissa were gifted memberships by June. Thank you so very much. I'm popping out my chat while I'm talking to you. Sometimes I forget to do that, and then I go, oh no, I can't see. So I got to pop out the chat. We need to talk about Lori Daybell a little bit. But first, before we talk about Lori Daybell, sorry about that. We have whoa, that's a picture to behold. Let me show y'all let me see if I can get that shot up again. They'd use them as a screen cover, and then okay. The person, let me show this to you. Let me get it up and running. Monica Simitilli was found guilty on all counts, all counts Friday, and Linda Sturmer was found guilty on all counts on Friday. So Linda Sturmer spent, I believe, 8 years in prison. Her appeal, she won the appeal. They went in and they did the retrial. She was out of jail for 7 years. On strict supervision, and then she is back in jail for the rest of her life. So, yes, she was found guilty. Oh my gosh, June, what a celebration that needs. Oh my gosh, 45 years. Amazing. You are amazing, and I celebrate that with you, love. I'll give you more entries into the drawing. Okay, so this is Cody Balmer. I'll switch over here real quick so you can see the last name. Cody Balmer is the one who torched and tried to harm the governor of Pennsylvania and torched his house. So that is the face to the name. Everyone's wondering who did it, who did it. He is the one. He's arrested for attempted red rum. It's a litany. Let me see what they say. Let me bring up their sound.
Governor's residence. According to the arrest papers filed by police,
Balmer
Balmer hated Governor Josh Shapiro. He constructed 2 Molotov cocktails and went to the governor's home on Front Street. Just after 2 a.m., Balmer scaled a fence, broke 2 windows with a hammer, and threw the Molotov cocktails inside. He also entered the building. State police asked Balmer what he would have done if he encountered the governor inside. The reply, Balmer said he would have beaten Shapiro with his hammer. The governor talked about the violence aimed at him at a Sunday afternoon news conference.
This type of violence is not okay.
No, it's not.
This kind of violence is becoming far too common in our society. And I don't give a damn if it's coming from one particular side or the other.
The attempt on Shapiro's life happened hours after the governor and his family celebrated the first night of Passover here. The paperwork filed by police did not mention any connection between Shapiro's religion and the attempt on his life. Shapiro went on to say the firebombing will not stop his family from celebrating their faith. The police paperwork also says Balmer surrendered to police and he admitted to the crimes. A records check shows Balmer has been arrested before for assault and forgery. A preliminary arraignment on the new charges will not take place today. We'll keep you posted. Andy Palumbo, Newswatch 16, reporting live from the newsroom.
Okay, that's just a quick update. I wanted to give you guys on that. I don't have much sound in my ears. There we go. June, seriously, anybody who can sit there and have 45 years of sobriety under your belt, amazing. We applaud you. We commend you on that. You go, girl. You go, girl. We also had this. Oh, I like it. For For those of you who don't know, there was a plane crash that happened in New York this morning. I have been live to sharing it with you. Let me just pop this on and give you a quick rundown. An airplane carrying 6 people left the Westchester County Airport in New York. This is the flight path in which it took, and it went down unexpectedly, just plummeted to the ground. They had missed the approach to the airport in which they were supposed to land, so they requested a second attempt. It was granted, and then all of a sudden, there was a low altitude warning given to the to the pilot and also to the air traffic controller at that airport. And where you see this green stop is where the airplane landed, crashed, killing all on board. It was a doctor, her husband, her daughter, who was a very well-known athlete in her college, and her boyfriend, the son and his girlfriend. So there were 6 that have passed away. Yep, that's right. Back, I think. Yes, I hope you're back, Toxic. I hope you're back. We're waiting for the Lori Daybell trial to begin. So we got about 7, 8 minutes for that to happen. But before that happens, let me talk to you about what this week is going to look like. We have 2 major trials going on. We have first, of course, the one we're watching today, the Lori Daybell, but the big one, and it's the retrial of the century, which will be Karen Reed. You can have live coverage here. We will start when they start, approximately 7 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time. When possible, I will have an interpreter with me. I'm still looking for someone to be my note taker. I need somebody who can commit to watching all the trial with me and taking notes. I desperately, desperately need a note taker, because if I don't have one, I can't interpret. We have a 3-month celebration. Yay! 3-month celebration. Congratulations. We are so happy to have you here. Good morning, Miss Ronde. My birthday was the 9th, so I decided to share my gift. Oh, your birthday was the 9th and you didn't tell us? What? Why did you not tell us that your birthday was the 9th? I'm heartbroken. You should have told me. You should have shared it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, June. We celebrate with you. We love you. You are awesome. And June number 2. We have June S and June. Everybody, if you're here, click the like button and then comment, I liked, just like June, because you'll be entered into a $50 gift card giveaway at the end of the month. We'll do a drawing for that entry at the end of the show. Oh, I know, Dawn, we miss you, but we're so glad you're back. So glad you're back. So we'll be doing the Karen Reed trial during the day, and then they should end about 4 or 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. I will take a quick dinner break, quick potty break. Oh my gosh, thank you for the gifted memberships. Amber, Shuri, Michelle, Monica, Winnaboo. All of y'all got members. Yay! Thank you for the memberships. Oh my gosh, y'all are so awesome. So we'll be doing the Karen Reed. Oh, look what y'all get. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your support. You are amazing. And I bring out the Heidi, the Highlander, and when we have that, thank you so much for your generosity. I greatly appreciate it so very much. It is a happy birthday, Dawn. We love and appreciate you. So in the evening after the Karen Reed trial, rabbit trails, after the Karen Reed trial, then we will be doing the Lori Daybell from about 4 or 5 p.m. Central, whenever it ends into the evening. What's nice about doing it on a replay is I can zoom through a lot of the breaks, and it won't take us 8 hours to do it. It's going to be a difficult time for me to be doing both of these back to back, but this is what I feel led to do. Hello, Texas 80 Music Man. Hello, 80s Music Man. Thank you so much for joining. So we want to say congratulations. We've had 10 new gifted memberships today. Thank you so much. Don't forget about the super chats. It really does help me support this channel, pay the internet bill. That's what I do with my super chats and the $50 gift card at the end of the month, y'all. You know, that's a nice size gift card, and you get entries for every super chat, and you get entries for memberships. So those who gifted memberships gets 5 entries per gifted membership. So that's 25 entries just right there for the 5 gifted memberships. And those who received them will get 5 gifted memberships. Memberships who receive the 5 gifted memberships will receive additional entries into the end of the month giveaway. We do give away a gift card to your choice. It could, oh, thank you, Jesse. Woohoo! You get a gifted membership. You will get a gifted membership. Why is that not playing? There it goes. Oh, I'm moving the wrong button. Thank you so very much. And then we will, oh, Jesse, you are so sweet. I really appreciate it. All the ILYs. If you are a member of our channel, don't forget you, oh, Dawn. Oh my gosh, y'all. If you are a member of our channel, you have special emojis. Dawn, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Oh wow. I love my courtroom jankies. Thank you so much for your super chat. For both of you, both Jesse and Dawn, thank you so much for your super chats. We can't do this without y'all, and it is a very much appreciated. Just so you know, thanks to my new honey boo, my boyfriend, he hardwired me in on the internet, so we don't have a problem with that anymore. And on top of that, we have the highest speed internet, so we shouldn't be dropping or doing anything anymore. We have fixed that problem, and we were able to do that through the generosity of you guys on the super chats. You are simply amazing. Now let's go back to the Lori Daybell and let's kind of catch up. Last week, Lori Daybell had we had some interesting moments, and I'm trying to remember the names of the people who testified. Let me go over here and say, first week recap. That's what I want. Okay. On the first week recap on the Lori Daybell, we had a very interesting week. We had multiple witnesses, including ex-friends. We had accept privacy notice. We had brothers. We had sister-in-law. Lori Daybell is, you know, it got snippy. It got super snippy. Oh, come on, commercials, quit. She is facing murder conspiracy charges for unaliving her 4th husband. No, do what I ask. Charles Daybell. She had unalived her, she had unalived her children. Her brother unalived her 4th husband, who she's on trial for now. And she was found guilty of unaliving her, or part of unaliving her ex-sister-in-law. She had some interesting witnesses come forth in the trial this week. The woman who, Nancy Joe, was a rock star. Nancy Joe was the one, oh my gosh, y'all, she came on and as much as she could, roasted Lori Daybell. She asked asked her some questions about, so you go out with married men? And, you know, we found out that Mary Jo went on a date the night before the unaliving of Charles Vallow. She said he had a lot of conversations with her on the phone prior to the date. She did know a lot of the ins and out about Lori Vallow and his relationship. It was her understanding that they were going to be divorced. He was filed for divorce. Lori Daybell made it clear to her, "Oh, honey boo, Nancy Joe, he didn't file for divorce. We were not getting a divorce." And it was like, she was kind of like, "Well, maybe you didn't know that, but he was filing for divorce against you." And the best comment of the trial so far, and I want to get it as a soundbite, is don't flatter yourself. I was like, there it is, Miss June. Don't flatter yourself. That to me was, hi, Colleen Beeman. Welcome. Y'all don't forget to like, but I like so you guys can be in the drawing. I was floored and I was laughing my butt off. I loved that comment. Don't flatter yourself. So that was told to her. And then when Lori Daybell was crossing the sister-in-law, the sister to the victim, she only really asked 3 questions to her. And Lori Daybell asked her, when did you find out or how did you find out about the unaliving of your brother? And she goes, it wasn't from you because you wouldn't tell me. Oh my gosh, I absolutely was there for it. So Lori Daybell has been asking a lot of people the main question. She goes, did you see me or hear me? Did you hear me with your own ears? Did you see me with your own eyes conspire to unalive my husband? And of course, the answer has always been no. Now, in a way, this can be a good thing. In a way, this can be a good thing. That is an unusual. Hi, here for the hearsay. Thank you. Oh, like that's okay. Love is accepted. She is not helping herself. That is the only decent question because what she's doing, and the jury is all men but 2 women. She stacked this jury with men, thinking that they would be more on her side. But men are more analytical, and she has gone from being more analytical to emotional to the point that when she was on cross-examining her ex-sister-in-law, she was shaking. She only got 3 questions out, and she knew she better sit down and shut up before she opened some doors that she shouldn't be opening up. The ex-sister-in-law was very careful. She said in an interview that it was very difficult for her to not bring in the Iowa charges. Discord for all your court document needs. Oh my gosh, yes. And we have a list of documents that have dropped in Discord. I want to give a quick shout out to Discord. Thank you so much for all your support and everything that you do for us. We absolutely can't do this without you. If you love court documents and you love research, go to Discord. Go to As the Gavel Drops within Discord. Register your account. You have to validate the account, and then you can have access to all the court documents you see on a lot of the YouTubers' channels because guess what? We get them all from As the Gavel Drops. Majority of the documents come from them. They are our superpower behind the scenes. We never actually saw Lori doing the dirty deed with Chad, but we all know she did it. So the same goes for unaliving Charles. Exactly. She is stupid, in my opinion, thinking men would be easier to manipulate. Y'all, I agree with Toxic 100 times over. What time is court in Arizona start? It's supposed to start at 10 o'clock their time, which is 11 o'clock our time. And then they have a 30-minute delay. So it's supposed to start. The time clock has gone down. I have it in queue. We are waiting for it to begin. It should begin any second now, Adrian Whitlow. It will begin any second now. So let me go ahead and just get this over here. Get everything up and going just so you can see that I have it in queue. So one thing I want to talk about is Lori Daybell. I think she thinks is a very beautiful woman. I think she's past her prime now. I think 10 years ago, she could have probably flirted a little bit and probably got him into there. We're in Iowa. So time right. Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am. Adrian. I don't know. Sometimes it's a male or female. I don't know, so don't be offended. So I think Lori thinks that she can smooth and kind of flirt her way in. I don't know. She's past her prime. She's looking really harsh. She doesn't have the Botox anymore. She doesn't have access to all that. She's batted her eyes at the jury, has she? It's kind of alleged. It's kind of alleged that she'll sit there and give these little looks towards the jury. Kind of her giving expressions to the jury, hoping to get them to kind of react to her. Aaron, it's okay. It's okay. We are still waiting. They're supposed to start early today, but we're here. We're waiting for it. Yes, please leave your DNA. We are a small and new channel. We are growing. We've not been doing this almost a year. In June, it'll be a year since we got monetized. So that's my celebration date. The jail hasn't been good to her, that's for sure. I think so too. I think that she will too. And as far as the Sturmer trial and the Simatilli trial, I think they'll get the max that they possibly can. There is no DP on the for sure for Sturmer, and for I don't think Sturmer or Simatilli can get the DP. But life without the possibility, I think, is what they're going to get. I'm not surprised with the Simatilli at all. I felt that they had a little better chance of them getting a hung jury, but not a not guilty in the Sturmer trial, only because the new fire inspector on their side was a little bit more believable in some points, but in reality, I really didn't think she was going to get out of there without a guilty again. I am covering the Lori trial. Okay, will you be covering the Lori trial after this one? Lori trial is today. Starting tomorrow, it will be the Karen Reed in the morning and the Lori trial at night. So yes, we will be covering both trials. I wish I could do both live. I have the capability of doing both live simultaneously, but here's my only problem. I can't separate the audio in my ears. I have both at the same time, so I miss a lot of information. And if I have to start interpreting for one or the other, that I can't do. Lisa, she is. I know she's getting there. Her skin is looking super rough. Hello, Lady Jane. Welcome back, Lady Jane. Oh my gosh, y'all are simply amazing. I'm so happy to have you here. Once again, I gotta say, I love my cart junkies. We love you so much. If you're new to this channel, the Highlander is our mascot. We got two. We got a male and a female behind the screen. I have the black screen up right now because if a deaf person comes, I will start interpreting immediately, and that way I don't have to switch my switch from the backdrop to the black screen. So that's just what happens. Go grab you some lunch, boo. I won't be getting lunch. I have got my protein snacks here, so I'll be snacking throughout the day. For those of you who don't know, I'm Ada K. You're new to this channel. Thank you so much for joining. I grew up hearing, but I became deaf over a period of 20 years. I have hearing aids, but without my hearing aids, I'm fully deaf. So I do try to provide interpretation when a deaf person is watching live. So if you see me go into interpreting, don't be offended. I'm just trying to provide equal access. Oh, you showed Angus and Heifers in and 4-H. Oh, how cool, Colleen. I was not really big into the Highlanders. They weren't on my radar until my sister, who passed away this past November, she was a decorator and she kind of decorated for me, and she bought 2 of them to decorate with, and everyone fell in love, and so did I. Yes, if you need ASL, please let us know. Usually, they put an ILY up in my chat, just that's what they do, and I know that that's what they need. They sometimes will text me. So, yes, if you need any ASL interpretation, please let us know. We will be sure to accommodate that. Um, let me see. Let's throw up a couple of things. Number one, we support as the gavel drops. Please go to buymeacoffee.com/as-the-gavely, GAVELY, and support them. You can become a monthly supporter, or you can just support them as a one-time thing. That helps pay for the document fees that we have. And we have gotten our final list of witnesses. There are 150 for the Karen Reed trial. Thank you, Jesus. It wasn't over 200 like it was the last time. Yep. It's been narrowed down quite a bit. There are a lot of dual witnesses, both on the prosecution and the defense's team. So yes, that is where we are. Okay. I'm looking. Oh, we need to shout out. I got to do a quick, I want to do this. It's so cute. Hello. Thank you for joining us, all the newbies. Please remember to hit the like button and comment I liked in order to be entered into the drawing for a chance to be in the giveaway at the end of the month. This is, I'm looking back for an I liked. I need it. Okay, here's Colleen's. Colleen, just comment like Miss Colleen did. I liked, or all together. It doesn't matter. And it will get you. We have, let me see how many we have. In the giveaway StreamYard this so far, we have 11 who have I liked. If you've liked and you didn't comment I like, go ahead and comment I liked. We want to get you into the drawing. Thank you guys so very much. I do love giving away those gift cards. I really do. Journey, you'll be getting your gift card in the near future. I try to do it right around the 1st because, or after I get my income from YouTube. Wendy Soto, well, welcome. Thank you so much for liking. Oh, Alita Lee, thank you so much for liking. We really appreciate those likes. I love giving things away too. I actually like giving them away more than I love receiving them. We are still in this holding pattern for the trial of Lori Daybell. Sometimes I will say, though, that she's being transported. Oh, somebody asked me a good question. Lori Daybell is transported in her actual prison garb, and then she is changed from that into her street clothes or public clothes, and then they go into court. So sometimes that can take a minute. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We are on the cuff of today, day 5 of the Lori Daybell trial. We greatly appreciate you being here. So she is wearing a shock belt. And I do have a fun sound that I use with that belt, and I can't help it. One more time. We do have that. This is, let me see if I can get a good image of that for you. The shock belt is, let's see. Let me put this up on screen. Let me get the picture. I got a picture for you, but I got to show you what it looks like. So I got to come. Oh, well, that didn't show me what it looks like. I'll do it this way. I don't like to do it this way, but I will. This is what is called a shock belt. That is what she is wearing underneath her jacket and her shirt. Yeah, did you bring enough for everybody? Toxic? No, kidding. Desiree, thank you for liking. This is the device that she is wearing. If you look at her jacket that's covering it, you can see the kind of lump around her waist. Let me tell you, those things are not fun at all when they get zapped. When you get zapped, let me go to YouTube. I want to see if they have somebody who has, I want to see somebody. Oh, it is horrible. Let's see if somebody, has a video on a shock belt. Let me see. I'm trying to see if they have a video. Oh, yes. Off the music before I can play. Okay. Here is thank you, Icon Back Stress X belt. I'm going to share this. Oh my gosh, y'all. It looks like it hurts. Are we ready? Let's go. Oh, she's like, get this thing off of. Oh. Hi, ay, ay. Oh, and it's a quick jolt, but if you hold it. Oh. Ow. So, if we see her act like that, we know she's been shocked in court. But that is what a shock belt looks like. Oh. Was a good dance. Oh, I would love to go to one of these conferences. I wouldn't put the belt on, but I would sit there and love to watch it. It will go well, hers is set for 8 seconds. They've got theirs on a trigger. Oh, y'all. Unfortunately, I don't think she's gonna do anything to, Law and Lumber did what did Law and Lumber do? Did he actually try on a shock belt? I need an explanation. Alita, tell me, what did he do? I will if there's a video, put it in the comments. Hi, Desiree. Thank you so much for joining. We're all waiting. We're all waiting for the Lori Daybell to begin. So it'll be interesting. That's for sure. Oh, hello, hello. We appreciate all of you who are here. If you haven't been on here in a while, please double check. You may have gotten a free membership. We got Don Burke gave away 5 memberships, and Seba has been a part of us for 3 months. Yay! Shout out when you have a membership celebration. Seba gave away 5 memberships. Jesse, thank you so much for the super chat. And Dawn, oh my gosh, you can't imagine how much you guys all have blessed me this morning. Jesse, Dawn, Seba, oh my gosh. I just thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so very much. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. Showed a clip of someone from the news channel saying, trying 1-ADA. Oh, yes, thank you so much. We are in the world of what we're doing, a very new channel. And the one thing that I do offer that is different than other people is interpretation for the deaf. And I am in the process of trying to figure out how to get more interpreters. Interpreters usually get paid for their service at $50 an hour. That I cannot do yet. My goal is to get this channel big enough to where every time I go live, I have an interpreter for the deaf community. I am a part of that deaf community. I grew up hearing. I became deaf over a period of time in the last 20 years. And without my hearing aids, I'm considered fully deaf. My hearing aids do help, but not that much. And for those of you who remember, I had a service dog. She passed away on March 29th. And it's still hard for me, but I am on the list for a new service dog. Elena, thank you so much for liking. I appreciate you so much. Hello, Brit. Thank you so much for liking. I love saying hello, Brit. I don't know why. I just do. So we are on hold. We are waiting. I don't know. I'm going to double click this. I'm going to recycle this just to make sure. Yes, we are still waiting. Let me see what the chat has to say with this. Let's look at chat. That's right. So no, we're all waiting. By the way, that is a very good comment that the chat has said, and we've kind of touched on it. Let me ask y'all a question, and I need you guys to answer. If you were I know, my sensei's in heaven. Oh gosh, that's hard. I can't go there. I can't fall apart on a live. It's been hard. She's always at my feet, and she's not here anymore. But anyway, here's the question, and I would love everyone who can to respond. If you were a part of the jury and you're hearing about all these people, the 2 children, you're hearing about Chad Daybell, you're hearing about all these people, but yet none of them are being brought into this case. And some of them have been mentioned in past tense and some of them in present tense. As a juror, are you going to be very perplexed and curious as to where these people are? Or are you just going to be the one just kind of sit there and wait and see if they pop up and show? For me, at this point, I would be going, something's going on, boo, because these people aren't coming forward. And when you mention somebody in a present and a past tense, I'm wondering, are they dead or alive? So that's my humble opinion. What is yours? Where are they? What's happening here? There's a puzzle piece missing, and I'm wondering if Lori almost opened the door herself. And the judge kind of said, are you sure you want to ask these questions? Because you're going to open a very big door. And she sat down and thought about it and said, nope, I'm done, Your Honor. Yes, Ty Lee would be an adult now, wouldn't she? How old was she back then? Virginia Little, hello, hello. I would be make sure you like the video. You know the rules, y'all. I want to get everybody in the drawing for the giveaway, a chance to be in the giveaway. I don't, Tyler would be 17 at the time of her death, so that means she would be an adult now. Thank you so much, Erin. Hildeby, good day. Good day, love. Thank you for liking. If you are a new person to this channel, if you hit the thumbs up, please do. Comment, I liked. I have a drawing at the end of every month for a $50 gift card to wherever. Usually people say Amazon, but wherever you want. In order to be in that drawing, you have to say, I liked. And at the end of today, you will be given a chance to be a winner of today's entry. I would be curious too. That would be one of the big things that I'd be going, Tylee would be in college by now. It is so sad. Yeah. And then the JJ, wasn't he like 7 years old? So what would that make him now? And he did have, he was on the spectrum. Oh, thank you, Cali Girl 15. Welcome. Oh, your puppers. Oh my gosh. You're going to make me cry. I just lost my puppers. Chris, hello. I would want to know, where are they? Here for the hearsay. The local news station clipped the news anchor trying to shock belt. Throw in the comments the link, or go give me the link in my Discord. I'll throw it up there. Somebody can find it. I'll be happy to throw it up there. Let me go check my Discord. I've got new member chat. Oh, okay. Update. We got a news update. This is in the Karen Reed trial. June, you were on top of it. Thank you. This was posted by Ted Daniels 12 minutes ago. Both sides are allowed to look at the juror's social media post history. If they discover potential bias or something that wasn't disclosed at questioning, it can be brought up to the judge. Really? This is something that they did ask for. They asked for the ability to bring up once a jury has been selected, or so they say, the jury has been selected. Once a jury has been selected, they are allowed to look at the social media. Wow. Thank you. It was sudden. She was my service dog for 2 years. She was professionally trained to be my ears. When the doorbell, someone came into the shop here, she'd come up, just like that, and she'd pop me on my leg and take me to the sound. And then when she did so much. that I can't begin to tell you. Um, and it has been a very, very difficult couple of weeks. But I am on the list for another. Not that I want another, but I need one. When I'm out by myself driving my car, for instance, I cannot hear a fire alarm. I cannot a fire truck. I usually see them before I can feel them. So she would pop me on the shoulder and look at the direction of the sound. I have almost been T-boned by a truck, fire truck, because I didn't hear it and it was coming from an odd angle and I didn't see it. So, y'all, it is a huge, huge, huge importance for me. So I'm grateful for the years of service that she gave me. She was an amazing service dog. She was not what I call a fake service dog. In fact, she went with me when I went before the House of um, uh, in the oh my gosh, before the House committee in the state of Texas. She and I were there, and we, along with another organization, at my request, I got a bill passed that it is $1,000 fine for faking a service dog in the state of Texas and 30 hours of community service for those with 30 hours of community service with an organization that services disabled for faking a service animal. So it is a crime to fake a service animal, not just a little slap on the wrist. You will get $1,000 fine if you are found guilty, and you must serve 30 hours of community service with organizations that service disabled people so you can learn and understand the severity of what you did. Oh, you may not want another one, but Sensei is helping train a little baby guide dog right now. You know, it's not that I can never replace her. She was so perfect. She saved me from getting hit by a bus in Washington, D.C. I was in a hotel room and a fire alarm went off, and there was an actual fire, not near my room, but it was a big place, and some college kids accidentally set a fire, and my fire alarm in my hotel room did not go off, but across the halls went off, and she woke me up. She took me by the clothes, guided me to the door, and got me out of the building, and I would have slept right through it if it hadn't been for her. And so, she will always be that special dog. She was my first, but I know that I have to have one. I talk fine because I grew up talking. I do speech therapy to keep my voice sounding normal, but without these big bad boys that are on my ears, I can't hear anything. And so it was perfect. She was perfect first time service dog. It's going to be hard to beat her, but she served me well, and her apparently her heart went out and she died instantly, and I did doggy first aid CPR, but oh, here, say, let me look for that because I keep y'all are telling me, but I don't have a link. So let me Google it, okay? KPNX. We are waiting, not to bring a downer, but we are waiting um for the trial to start. I'm Googling it. Oh, here it is. Journalist tries the shock bell. Let me get it in big and oh, oh, I got no.
Your computer has been locked up.
No.
Your IP address was used without your knowledge or consent to visit websites that contains identity theft virus.
No.
To unlock the computer, please call support immediately. Please do not.
Oh, crap. Y'all, I just got hacked. No. I don't know if I don't Okay, hold on, guys. I got my honey here. I clicked on this. Do you want me to show you?
Mhm.
I hope I'm not getting hacked.
No, you're not.
I did.
You have to-
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. We got a fire screaming in my ear. Should I out? Yeah, my
not try it.
y'all can no. I'm not. That's the fourth time I tried this video and that came up.
Then find another video.
Oh,
It's clickbait.
my honey is a structural and data engineer, so he knows what he's doing. So as soon as this live is done, I will have him run it. Okay, shut up. I got Subway coming up. Okay, so what happened was is something came up on my thing, and oh my gosh. Whew. So what we'll do is when this live's over, we'll run and check it. I don't want to turn off my computer.
No, run spyware.
Okay. Thank you, love. Oh, it is so great when you have somebody who knows what the hell they're doing. I'm sorry, y'all. That was a panic. Panic. Okay, let's got the sound. Get the sound. Why are we not getting
Specifically about Lori Vallow Daybell. So she's wearing something like this. What is this?
That's correct. So this is what we call, many people know it as a rack belt, a stun belt.
belt?
Very clear. This isn't like a taser. Does not work like a taser. It's pretty much pain compliance. So what happens is
Actually,
you have the prong.
toxic. Sometimes if you shut the computer down and restart it, so it may be on my computer right now, right? But if I shut the computer down and start it, it engages the lock. So before I shut the computer down, he's going to run spyware and all that check on it and remove it. So when I shut the computer down and I turn it back on, it won't activate the virus. So the virus is not activated until I shut down the computer.
Just like you did in the vest.
Okay.
So this makes contact with your body. You
Oh,
can
yeah.
feel it right there, right?
Right.
So in this case, what we do is we put it around the waist. So pretty much like this.
He has on
And this is just designed to give you a lot of pain, correct?
This is pain compliance. Like I said, unlike a taser, it doesn't affect the muscles.
The sheriff's office asked me if I wanted to know what the belt felt like. An actual stun would last 8 seconds, so I didn't put the belt all the way around me and fasten it. Still. Ah, jeez, Louise. Woo! I get it.
Yeah. Wasn't that bad? It was terrible. Can you imagine 8 seconds?
No.
I don't know what he's saying. He's off. Hi. Okay. I'm sorry, y'all, about my panic moment. That was a little bit of a panic. So when we're done for the day, before we turn off the computer, before we turn off the computer, we'll come back in and take care of everything. I'll have him come do what he needs to do. Yeah. Remove it before you turn it off. Turn off your computer, because the moment you turn off and it was saying in my ears, did y'all hear it? Could you guys hear it? It was screaming. This siren was going off in my ears, and it was saying, do not turn off. You got spyware. Do not turn off your computer. It will engage it and lock your computer. Do not turn off your computer. And so I'm reading some of the reports. Okay, I'm going to try and go to another live feed and see if I can find the trial. Sometimes the feeds can get stuck. Okay, we're coming into court. They have not started yet, but we are coming into court. So I'm going to remove this one. I'm going to get the other one up and running. I do not like the color of this courtroom, but what can I do about it, y'all? What can I do? Okay. So we do have movement in court. We will be in court shortly. Thank all of y'all for holding on. Shut off the process is the best you can do, but stop. Ah! Is that what the implanted TENS unit feels like? Is that what it feels like? Y'all, the only reason why I have a security guard license, and the only reason I've not become a commissioned security guard, which is where you can carry a lead shooter, is a lot of the training require you to go through a taser where you have to be shot with a taser. Well, I know it's great. Hello, it's Brit. Is that I have a heart murmur, and like hell am I going to allow myself to get shocked? And I don't understand why we have to get shocked in order to be trained on the taser. Do we have to sit there and take a piece of lead to be trained on a lead shooter? Why do they force us to be tased in order to get your license? All right, let's see if you guys can hear my zap. Here's my zappity zap zap. That's not my picture of Lori. That's not my picture of Lori. Nope. Let me get you my picture of Lori. Here's my picture of Lori. She looks a little rough there, but she don't look as good as what they have. That's for sure. Now, I have tasers. They're not the outrageously expensive ones, but I do have tasers here at the shop. I'd rather do it, but I also have a lead shooter. Well, I don't want to stop my live to take care of this, but I'm sure we can take care of it. Oh, I got to explain something to some people. You will see me snacking if you're new on my channel. I can't eat big meals. It's not like I can sit and have a big lunch with my body. I'm a 3-time cancer survivor, and just with my system, I can't eat big meals anymore. So I will graze throughout the day. Why is a juror late? Why is the jury late? That's interesting. My Instagram is having problems, so I'm gonna restart the Instagram stream. Remove. Let me get it back in. Let me get a stream key. I have just learned how to stream on Instagram and all of my other. It's nice now that I know how to stream on my devices. Yay! Public next. Copy, paste, into, save changes, go live over here, give it a minute. That pic from the Lori body cam when she arrived with Charles was unalived, I think. Yeah, I think it is too. She is definitely a different face, for the lack of a better term. She has gained weight. She's gotten a lot harsher. Her skin, as somebody who's been in the beauty business for 25, 30 years, her skin has gone from the Botox smooth to the sandpaper rough. And let me tell you, Miss Lori Daybell, if you want to help your skin in prison, you know those little coffee packets that you get all the time? Get one of your coffee packs, a little bit of honey, which I know you can get, and a little water. Make a paste, exfoliate your face. You look a whole lot better, boo. You're welcome, Ronnie. I'm picking up information from someone in the courtroom. Oh, wonderful. I don't know who's in the courtroom, but is it from the X? Because I know who that is. I know who X is. In fact, I need to go get X up. I miss it being called Twitter. I could say that better. Yep, you can use butter for moisturizing. Mhm. Okay, Ted Daniels says 1 hour ago, both sides are huddled together at the judge's Canoni sidebar. They appear to be looking at printout of something. Some yawns in the seats where the jury candidates are waiting to be individually questioned. It's Monday, can't blame them. 5 of 10 people were given media spots in the courtroom this week for the Karen Reed trial did not show up today. So myself and the other alternates are being allowed in for the rest of the day. Woohoo! You go, Ted. Alternate seats are being filled on a day-to-day basis, 11 a.m., depending on the number of the people that show up. Wonderful. Glad you got in. Congratulations. Both sides are allowed to look at the jury's social media post history in the Karen Reed trial. If they discover potential bias or something that wasn't disclosed at the questioning, it can be brought up to the judge. And that is the last post we've gotten from Ted. I'm going to put Ted over here. That is in the Karen Reed trial. I don't know who is in on the Lori Daybell trial, but thank you so much, Seba. We will continue to depend on you for that update. It could be toxic. She was jolly the day that Charles was on live. You know, that is very creepy. Very, very creepy on the fact that um she shows up. She knew he was gone. She left after it happened and then takes her daughter to get food and take somebody to school, the son to, I think, school or whatever. I'm like, oh my gosh, y'all. How could she calmly just drive around? She did not have any shoes on their feet, so she had to stop and buy flip flops for her and her daughter. They left so quickly, they left barefoot. Oh, that's interesting fact. You know, I wondered about that. They kind of glazed over that fact. Lori's next trial will be in May. Yes, she has another trial. But which trial is that one? Nate. Let me see if I can get one of them. I follow both of them. I just didn't realize they were in. Nate. Pretty Lies and Alibis. There they are. Okay, so the Lori Daybell, just 1 hour ago, they state that there's a lot of people here today. Looks like it could be a full house. Court staff were told the public, once all seats are filled, they will be asked to leave the courthouse. No waiting on the 5th floor. trial for attempted M of her nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux. That's right. I forgot about that. I mean, it's like you don't want to be her friend. You're going to be, you got a 50-50% chance of surviving her friendship. We're waiting for a juror who is running late, and that was 10 minutes ago. Thank you, Pretty Lies and Alibis. I am following you, of course. I do want to give them credit, as also Mr. Ted Daniels for the Karen Reed. So we got that going. We are set and ready to go. And I want to thank all of you. My gosh, we have so many of you guys joining us today. We have a lot of new people today. Let me say this. We do give away a $50 gift card at the end of the month to wherever you like. It could be a restaurant. As long as I can get it online, it can be yours. A lot of people just use Amazon, but that's okay. But if you like the video, hit the thumbs up and comment ILIKED. Trying to find one. Here we go. Just like Mr. Cali Girl 15 did with that beautiful puppers. Mine was a black lab. So your lab is bringing back sweet memories. Just like that, I will, at the end of this broadcast, I will be drawing a person or multiple, since we have so many here today. And the winners will be entered in. If you become a member, you get extra entries. If you comment I sub, please sub. Make the comment I sub. You will get an automatic entry in the end of the month drawing. By the way, at the end of the year, I give away $100. At the end of the year, I get $100 one. So even worse, the odds if you marry her, oh my gosh, I know. The only one that, she had, she's had 5 husbands. 5 husbands. Oh, look at all those likes. Erin, you subbed. Congratulations. You will be entered. You already have an entry, automatic entry. C. Morales, thank you so much. So by subbing, you automatically get 5 entries is I think what it is. I have to look. But, here it is. There's the little take giver. So subscribe and comment on iSub, 5 entries. Hit the like button, you get an entry. Become a member, receive an additional 10 entries. Every super chat is 10 entries. Every super chat. And the drawing will be April 30th. So make sure that you guys are in it. Oh my gosh, a 5.2 earthquake just happened in San Diego. Lord, I'm praying for everybody. Y'all be safe if you're in that area. Actually, Toxic, I think I fixed that. Let me double check. We have 17 likes. Yes, it is now catching it. We are good. Gerald subbed. Woohoo! Toxic is actually starting to catch it. You just can't have any other words you can't say I like today. It is catching them. I fixed that. So yay. But let's double check and make sure. I'm going to my channel right now. We have, how many likes is it showing? Get rid of comments. 38 likes, 39 including me. Yay, guys, let's keep it up. Yes, you did, Aaron. Oh, thank you so much, Aaron. Yes, at the end of the month, once all my bills are paid for the internet and all of that, I do whatever is left over after the $50 gift card and the internet fees. I do and will be sharing my profits with the interpreter. That is a very difficult job to do. I interpret, but I can't do this interpret at the same time. So you guys are so awesome. And by the way, if you are a new member, go over to the emojis, because we have our own special emojis, and I'm popping them up here. We have the ILY. We have the ear. Sometimes a deaf person. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I meant to do that. We have a deaf person. I will put the ear ASL up or the ILY up, and that's how I know that they're here. Those that are members. So, hearsay for the hearsay. Here for the hearsay. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Guys, I'm so sorry it's taking so long, but we are waiting on court. It should have been live an hour ago. I'm freezing. Oh, Toxic, I'm so sorry. It's still cold up there, isn't it? I know it's so cold up there. Thank you so much, Jared, for the medication. I leave. The headache is finally gone. It's hard. It's hard doing lives with headaches. I'm looking for any and all updates. See if we have any updates from 4-minute jury is here. We're going in. Woohoo! But does that mean we have another 30-minute delay? Judge says there may be publicity issues from this trial, but thinks 300 potential jurors should be okay. What? They're talking about the Boudreaux. Estimating the opening in the Brandon Boudreaux is for June 2nd, and estimated 3-week trial. They moved it to June because they have to have so much time between the two. Court staff is told the public, once all seats are full, they'll be asked to leave the courthouse. There aren't. So they're so cute, aren't they, Aaron E? Oh, Aaron E, thank you so much. My maternal grandmother was from Scotland, so they hold a special place for me. Are you talking about Heidi the Highlander? And oh my gosh, what was the other? Heidi and oh my gosh, I forgot the male's name, and I've been doing so good. Oh. I'm sorry, Toxic. I'm so happy though that you're unpacking and you're back in your home. Oh my God, y'all, Toxic is such, I got to give her a shout out. Toxic is the proud owner as the gavel drops. In Discord, go to as the gavel drops. You can register your account, validate your account, and then all these fabulous court documents you see from me and other YouTubers come from as the gavel drops. They have over 500 cases that they follow. They have a big group of mods that all they do is research cases and find documents for us. They do pay for a lot of those documents. So what we do is we want to bless them back. So go to buymeacoffee.com / as the Gavely, Gavely, and get them, Hamish, that's right, June. Get them buy them a cup of coffee, because what they do is they take that money and they buy the court documents that they can't access for free, so we can use them, so you guys have access. Without as the gavel drops, we really couldn't do what we do. And during all this and her maintaining and keeping up with all of this, unfortunately, she's had to move out of her house due to a complication. She's had surgery. She's got a little baby. She's got all kinds of stuff. Her husband was on that airplane in Canada that flipped upside down and skidded down the airport landing, and thank God he wasn't hurt, but they have gone through so much, and she still has kept up and brought us documents like that. Like today, we got the list from her on As the Gavel Drops, on the entire list of witnesses for the Karen Reed case that was given out. So if you really love to dive into court documents, go to As the Gavel Drops. I have them up right now. I always have them up because they drop those documents as fast as that you humanly possibly can get them. And the majority of us are YouTubers, get them from As the Gavel Drops. Here's the link. Please, I'm going to pin that link at the top. It is pinned. Click on that link. If you donate to them today, I will give you 20 entries if you donate and buy a cup of coffee or as the gavel drops. And if you do toxic, let me know. Today is nice. Supposed to get plus 16 today. Yes, in the jury. Toxic, if somebody gets you a cup of coffee, let me know. I will give them 20 entries in the end of the year, end of the month giveaway. Toxic has had bad luck about 6 people over the last 6 months. What do you mean by 6 people in the last 6 months? So please go and support them. I can't do this, and a lot of us can't do this without their love and support. Okay, let me refresh here and see if they have any more news. Oh, we got camera. Woohoo! We're at 84 what? We're at 84. Gerald, thank you so much for fixing my internet. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 windows open right now, and I am running like butter. So smooth. Thank you so very much. Any donations to buy a doc will go to purchase documentation where documents are behind a paywall. 84 degrees. Yes. I don't know. I'm in an office all day. It felt so good this weekend to be in the sun. Oh, uh-oh. They came up and went down. As one person, she has 6 people worth of bad luck. Ada K, don't know if I made sense. Okay, I got you. No, right now we break that bad luck off of you. We break it off of you. You no more bad luck. No such thing as bad luck anymore. When streaming on profile, viewer comments won't come unless the stream is public on Facebook by default. I already know that. I am public on Facebook. I'm going to go double check, but I am public on Facebook because I went in Facebook public. I wish Facebook would fix that. You know, when I go live, guys, I have to go into my into Instagram and into Facebook and specifically mark the lives as a public live. So it takes a minute for it to click in. But yes, I am live in Facebook. If you were in Facebook watching today, thank you so much for hopping in. We appreciate you. Share the live, please. We are trying to grow this channel. Medical examiner is on the stand now. Well, we don't have that video. Can someone please? Why do we not have a video? Let me go and find another source and see if they're live. Sometimes one stream will come in quicker than another stream. So let's double check and make sure that okay, we're going to share this stream. So we are at a 30-minute delay. I'm going to keep that one just in case. Ted Daniels, both sides are allowed. We've already got that. I'm just trying to keep everybody updated. Oh, I can't wait for the ME. My favorite witnesses are usually the MEs. Yep. Oh, Lord, we got people flying, and I don't have my radio on, so I don't know what it is. For those of you who don't know, I'm a volunteer firefighter and a chaplain. We don't have the court feed yet. Court delay, but I do have that. I just wish the camera person knew how to change their lighting because they can. Oh, Veronica, I love that. My laptop is only at 17% update. Okay, guys, we are in queue. We are waiting. We actually have a visual, so that is good. We got wiggle. We got wiggle. Okay, guys, I got this ready. I hope you can hear it. It's not very loud on my end. Let me try and do something once we get going. Once we get going, I'm going to try and do something. What does it say? I have 2 notifications when I don't. Mods, if you need to get a hold of me live, please do so in live comments. If you are not a part of that, you can also go into members drop and you can drop information in my members only drop. Toxic Orchid, if you know of an indigenous person, see if they can have a shaman come sage and bless your house. Actually, yes, I agree. If Catholic, you can have a group.
All right, we're on the
A
record. State of
lot of
Arizona
Christians
versus
will all
Daybell.
do the same.
CR 2021-001704.
I can't, I'm too far away.
States Council's present.
But then again, Toxic, if you don't, I can walk you through it and tell you how to do it yourself.
The defendant's present with advisory council. Is your paralegal or investigator going to join you today?
I've got to go.
Yes, she's on her way as far as I know, Your Honor.
All right, have you received some motions that the state filed since we were last here on Thursday?
I just did this morning, actually.
Let's make sure you have them all. So last Friday, I received from the state, oops, wrong one. Well, it was an email sent from the state to my judicial assistant, copied on the email where the advisory councils,
Yay! Good job, Toxic.
as well as I think your paralegal. Is your paralegal Anna Ramirez?
Yes.
Okay, so she was copied on that, and that had to do with the subpoena that was served on Lori Vallow. Have you seen that?
I have not seen it. I did hear about it, but I did not see it.
So we have that to address. We have a motion limine regarding.
Guys, I have something I have to address for my local viewers. Rockport Volunteer Fire Department, Flat River Fire update, bypass 35 closed until noon Thursday. Suppression activity suspended at midnight. Okay, there was a big burn. So if you were over in that area, please be warned. Back to
the questioning of police. Have you received that one?
I just received that one, yes.
State's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Have you seen that?
I just have those two, but not the first one that you mentioned.
Okay, how about motion limine regarding the testimony
Sweet
of a video observed by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett?
I do not have that one.
All right. Do you have does advisory council have a copy of that one? No, Judge.
Here's a copy.
Okay. Are any of these issues something I need to deal with for this morning between 10 and noon?
Judge, the only thing is I would like to have, at the very least, those subpoenas that have been filed sealed.
But I did not see it.
So we have that to
Okay,
address.
guys,
We have
I
a
had
motion
to
limine
switch
regarding the
feeds.
questioning of police. Have you received that
I had
one?
to switch feed.
I just received that one, yes.
State's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Have you seen that?
I just have those two, but not the first one that you mentioned.
Okay, how about motion limine regarding the testimony of a video observed by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett?
I do not have that one.
All right. Do you have does
Why not?
advisory council have a copy of that one?
Why do you not have?
No, Judge.
Here's a copy.
Okay. Are any of these issues something I need to deal with for this morning between 10 and noon?
Judge, the only thing is I would like to have, at the very least, those subpoenas that have been filed sealed, since they are in violation right now of victims' rights.
Oh,
In
I
addition
knew that crap.
to the one on Lori Vallow, which other one?
The state sent an updated, we also, Brandon Boudreau is not a victim in this case, but he is a victim in the CR 2022, and his subpoena was also filed with the clerk's office.
All right, it's ordered sealing those two subpoenas. Are there the issue regarding the questioning of police or detectives about why there wasn't an arrest immediately or why it took a
I know,
while for the
right?
case to be charged.
Finally.
Is that something it's gonna come up this morning?
No.
Okay. Let's deal with, I want to give you a chance to make sure you read all these, and so that's something maybe we can deal with at about 1:15 today or later this afternoon. But Do we have our jury? My staff is out there. I know one juror was running late.
Why? Why was the juror running late?
Do you want to have your next witness waiting in the back?
Sure.
Why don't we do that? Do you have everyone? Okay, still missing a juror. So I think we're going to have to wait a few minutes.
Okay, since they're going to wait a few minutes, I'll move from one side to the next, depending on what's going on. Because if the judge is talking, I'm almost cutting him off above my head. So I do go from side to side, depending on the layout of the screen. I just don't want to cut off the person who's talking. And then when we have interpreter, we'll be doing the same.
That's to see if this juror is going to. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Oh, Toxic, I'm so happy for you. Toxic, I would love to talk to you in private on a video chat. Some of you do know, but not all of you. I am Irish, hence this part, Cree, Cherokee, Native American, and I actually practice my heritage, and I do bead work and stuff like that. So Toxic, and I enjoy people who understand the Native community and that part of our lives. So see, like right this, I'd move over here so we don't miss the. All right, that's making me nauseated. Come on, dude, get it still. Quit bumping it. Get your hand off. Oh, thank you. And so, yes, I do move from side to side on the screen because I want to make sure we have as much view as possible. So we are waiting for another juror. Let me go over here and see what updates 3. We are about to see the autopsy photos. So they are already in court. We are the 30 minutes behind. Thank you so much. As the gavel drops, help them reach 4,000. Come on, guys. We can do this in Discord. Go over and join them in Discord so you can access all these fabulous motions and subpoenas and all of that stuff for free. They don't charge you. But if you give them a donation today, I will give you 20 extra entries. Toxic, I'm leaving it up to you to give me the names if anybody does. Okay? Yeah, she does. She does. So right now, the medical examiner is the first on the stand. We're about to see the autopsy photos. We will not be seeing those. I do not show, well, if it's like an arm, like with John O'Keefe, with what some people call dog bite or other people call tail light scratches on his arm, I will show that as long as it's not too gruesome, but I do not show face or injuries of the face. And if I do show anything, there will be a warning ahead of time. So as long as I have a heads up, I will put up a warning so you can look away. And then those who want to see can see. I don't want to negate everybody from seeing something they want to see. They do have a monthly donation set in as the gavel drops. How I delegate it to a specific. That is, I have no idea. That would be a Toxic question. Ah, that's cool. Y'all, let me see if I can find some news on that earthquake. Let me see what we can find. Oh, by the way, real quick, I want you to see this. We are going to watch the helicopter footage that went down and the tail of that
helicopter over New York suddenly dropped from the sky.
Right there. No tail at all. It's gone.
The crash video offers some vital clues and possibly highlights a recurring issue seen in many helicopters. The aircraft involved was a Bell 206, powered by a jet turbine engine. It's a widely used model, especially for tourism. On this flight, it was giving passengers a bird's-eye view of the city's iconic skyline. Among those on board were Agustin Escobar, his wife, and their 3 children. Escobar led the Spanish arm of Siemens, a major tech conglomerate involved in virtually every tech sector. The family had just arrived in New York earlier that day and booked a scenic helicopter ride. The tour lifted off from the downtown Manhattan heliport, passed near the Statue of Liberty, and veered north along the Hudson. A video floating online claims to show the helicopter acting oddly, but it's the wrong model and doesn't appear to be from the same day or location. Meanwhile, GPS data confirms the aircraft followed a routine sightseeing route. The pilot checked in with multiple radio calls throughout the journey, confirming both position and altitude.
All Ranger, beams in Trevor southbound 900. All Ranger, Lincoln Tunnel southbound 1.0. Long Ranger, Steven southbound 900.
In busy airspace without direct ATC, pilots often use aircraft type rather than call signs. It's more useful for situational awareness. And nothing in those transmissions suggested trouble. Then, near the Holland Tunnel, the helicopter suddenly dropped. There were no other aircraft nearby, but a close look at the crash footage reveals important details. In the video, the helicopter is seen upside down, the tail boom gone, and the engine appears to have detached. Elsewhere in the frame, the rotor system is still spinning in freefall. 2 other videos from a different angle show that the blades kept spinning for quite a while, prompting the question, how could both the rotor and tail separate at the same time? To answer that, we need to look at how helicopter rotor systems work. The Bell 206 uses a semi-articulated mast setup. This design has a rotor hub mounted on a hinge, allowing the blades to flex and tilt relative to the aircraft. This helps with maneuvering. When a helicopter accelerates, the rearward blades generate more lift, tilting the rotor forward and converting some of that lift into thrust. As the rotors tilt, the fuselage naturally pitches forward to follow. Normally, this transition is smooth and barely noticeable. There's more to rotor dynamics, but that's enough to explore what may have gone wrong. One dangerous situation helicopters can encounter is called mast bumping. This happens when the rotor hub comes into contact with the mast because the blades are tilted too far. Under normal conditions, it shouldn't occur. Designers usually build in clearance to prevent rotor strikes, especially with the tail. However, rotor blades can flex downward in turbulent air, and when that happens during mast bumping, they can slice through the tail. That kind of impact would be enough to shear off the engine, and from there, the entire helicopter disintegrates mid-air. But what triggers mast bumping? One culprit is violent turbulence. If one side of the rotor system is caught in strong vertical air, it can cause unstable tilting. Still, the weather on that day wasn't reported to be turbulent. Another possibility is aggressive flying. If the
Wait a minute. But it was reported because the helicopters for the news station refused to fly because the winds were too strong and turbulent. Why are you saying that?
pilot makes extreme inputs on the cyclic, it can force the rotor hub into the mast. But why would a pilot make such sudden moves? No nearby aircraft were reported. But what about birds? We all remember Captain Sully's emergency landing on the Hudson after a bird strike.
Yeah.
This time of year, large flocks migrate through the area. While the footage isn't clear enough to confirm it, a bird strike can't be ruled out. Another question raised is why the helicopter didn't immediately sink. Like many tourist choppers in New York, this one had flotation gear installed on its landing skids. These systems are designed to keep the aircraft afloat in the event of a water emergency. Some even inflate on their own. In some of the post-crash footage, you can see the flotation devices fully deployed. Despite the crash happening in a busy part of the city, no aircraft witnessed it firsthand. Police and air traffic units quickly got on the radio asking others in the vicinity for help locating the wreckage.
Okay, guys, we have court. They just walked in. That was an interesting little video, and I'm kind of glad I showed it because some people couldn't understand how that could happen, but it does. and it can, and it's so sad. So it may not have been anything. It could have been the weather. It could have been a bird. It could have been a gust of air. We don't know yet, but we'll get all the information when it hits. Right now, we are now going into the Lori Daybell trial. It looks like we are trying to get underway.
Forgo the first day or the Wednesday of their annual conferences for the second trial. Is that something that we can sort of hammer down the schedule on for the next trial?
Why is your audio so horrible?
No.
I'm 100% gained. 100%.
The judicial conference is June 25,
That's it.
26, 27. So I'm talking about June 25th, half trial.
It's fine with us also, Judge.
Okay, so, and if we, I don't know what happened last time, but I think advisory council took the remote questionnaires that the jurors answered. Did you take them to the jail and go over them in advance, or you didn't? You did? That's a yes? Okay.
Yes.
So the remote questionnaire would be similar to the one we did for this trial. It would go out the week of probably May 19th. And we can set the cutoff date, maybe the 23rd, to give the parties a chance to go over it. And then we would meet to go over those remote answers on May 29th, the afternoon, 1:30 on. And then we would bring in the walk-in jurors and in-person follow-up voir dire for May 30th, and anticipate opening statements and starting the evidence on Monday, June 2nd. I'd like to go June 2nd through Friday the 6th. I'd like to go June 9th and maybe part of Friday morning into the noon hour, the 13th. So 2 full weeks there. The next week will be dark. Then 3 days, June 23rd through 25th. And then June 30th through June 3rd. That's over 3 full weeks of trial. I think depending on how much longer this trial lasts, we'll be able to tell if that will be enough time or not. So I'm just putting that out there for planning purposes for everyone. Is our juror here yet? Yeah.
Okay, just announced from Pretty Lies and Alibis. Charles had abrasions on his knees, could have been from falling on his knees after being lead shooted. Charles had a puncture through the heart from the lead, could have lived up to 2 minutes, could have spoken and moved. We can only see the back of Lori, but she looks like she's writing a lot during the autopsy photos. So let's see. Let's see. Come on.
All right. Does the defendant want to weigh in on any of that?
I agree.
Okay. Is our juror here? All right. Our juror's here, so let's get started. We'll bring in the jury.
All rise for the jury.
Now, the husband to Kay will be in court as soon as he gets the house set up and they have custody of their 2 grandchildren. So it's difficult for both of them to be in court at the same time, but he will be in court at some point.
All right. Please be seated. The jury is now present. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Question, do you think that Lori is representing herself because she thinks it will take longer than a traditional trial and she gets to be out of court longer? That's a possibility here for the hearsay, but I think she's just a narcissistic bitch and she's doing it because she can. That's just my humble opinion. Not the best way to put it, but that's the best.
All right, sir, come on up.
But I do believe that that is an ulterior motive.
You're gonna stand right in front here and be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're gonna have a walk around the court reporter, have a seat to my left.
This is the medical examiner.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Derek Baumgartner. I am a medical examiner at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay, how do we spell that one?
So I perform autopsies. I determine cause and manner of death for individuals who die under our jurisdiction in Maricopa County, run toxicology reports, and like today, testify in court occasionally.
Can you tell us about your education to become a medical examiner?
Sure. I completed a Bachelor of Arts degree in American History at the University of Arizona in 2005. In 2013, I got my Doctor of Medicine degree from the University of Illinois in Chicago. From 2013 to 2017, I did an anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Loyola University Medical Center. And then I did a forensic pathology fellowship in Denver from 2017 to 2018.
When did you start working here at the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started in July of 2018.
Are you board certified in any areas?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
Exactly. Good point,
I
Eric.
am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
What is board certification?
So board certification happens after completion of residency or fellowship. It consists of, in terms of anatomic and clinical pathology, a 16-hour multiple choice exam split over 2 days. And then in forensic pathology, it's an 8-hour exam on one day.
And can you tell us what forensic and anatomical pathology are?
Sure. Anatomic pathology basically studies tissues, biopsies, surgical specimens, sometimes whole bodies to diagnose disease processes. Clinical pathology is more of a laboratory thing. So think of blood or tissues or other bodily fluids that are tested in a laboratory setting. Also deals with lab management and regulation compliance. And then forensic pathology is basically studying what the cause and manner of death is for a person.
Do you have to have any ongoing training as a medical examiner?
Yes.
Is that something you do annually?
Yes.
So you told us that you perform autopsies. Can you tell us what that is? What is an autopsy?
So an autopsy is an examination of the external and internal aspects of the body to essentially find out why a person died.
And do you write a report after you complete your autopsy?
I do.
Does each autopsy of the Maricopa County medical examiners have a case number associated with it?
Yes.
And are there also photographs that are taken in conjunction with first the visual observations as well as any relevant internal injuries that you know during the autopsy?
Yes.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you about July 13th of 2019. Did you perform an autopsy on a Leland Charles Anthony Vallow at about 8 in the morning?
I did.
And was that associated with the OME case number 19-05897?
It was.
You told us that were photographs taken sort of throughout the process of your autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And if I can have my paralegal bring up to the witness 152 through 179 that have previously been shown to defendant. Doctor, do you recognize those exhibits 152 through 179?
I do.
And are they all photographs of different aspects of the autopsy that you performed on Leland Charles Anthony Vallow?
They are.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit 152 through 179.
Any objection?
No objections.
152 through 179 are admitted, may be published.
Thank you. So when you first are assigned a case, do you begin with some type of visual inspection overall of the individual?
Yes.
I'm gonna put up exhibit 152 here. In every autopsy is a photo like this taken.
Yes.
Why is that?
For identification purposes.
And is that the OME number we were talking about that is associated and that we see in all these photographs?
Yes.
When you were first beginning this autopsy, do you take measurements of the height and weight of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
In this case, did you note those in your report?
I did.
Do you recall that information off the top of your head right now?
I do.
What was his height and weight?
Height was 71.5 inches. Weight was 207 pounds.
So just under 6 feet tall?
Yes.
As you were doing an external review of Charles, did you note any injuries to the front of his face?
No.
Did you look at the back of his head?
I did.
Did you note any abrasions or contusions?
No.
Can you tell us, what does abrasion mean?
An abrasion is a scrape that takes off the top layer of skin.
And a contusion?
It's otherwise known as a bruise. It's a breaking of blood vessels that causes blood to pool underneath the skin and in the soft tissues.
So if we have seen photos of Charles Vallow laying supine on the floor of the residence, did you note any abrasions or contusions at the back of his head that would have been consistent with him being shot and falling straight back?
No.
I'm going to put up 153. As you were looking at Mr. Vallow, were you looking for abrasions on any other aspects of his body?
Yes.
Did you note any on his chest area?
Yes.
Where did you note those?
on the sternal chest and on the left abdomen.
And so external chest, can you point out to us where that is?
The sternal chest is sort of right in the middle of the chest.
So we're talking in this area, and I'm going to pull it in closer. Oop. So if we see this wound here, where are we talking in relation to that?
So surrounding the defect.
Okay. Were you able to make any determinations as to whether those contusions or those abrasions actually were made at or near the time of his death?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion?
That they were perimortem or just around the time of death.
Put up some photographs of Mr. Vallow's hands. Do you look to an individual's hands to see if there are any injuries on those?
Yes, yes, we do.
Standard for your autopsy procedure.
Yes.
Pull this back out again. What do we see here in Exhibit 155?
Looks to be one of Mr. Vallow's hands.
And as we look at 156 and 157, would that be consistent then with his right hand?
Yes.
And did you note any abrasions to his right hand?
Not that I recall.
159, 158. Did you note a little bit of abrasion on his left hand?
Yes, I did.
And a little bit more here in his fingers?
Yes.
On this hand that we see in 160, did you note any blood transfer onto his left hand?
Yes, there was apparent blood on his left hand.
When you were looking at the other portions of his hands, did you note any other blood on those?
No.
And again, 161 and 162, other portions of his hand, no other abrasions or contusions were observed?
No.
And no other blood transfer on those?
No.
Mr. Vallow was wearing a watch at the time, correct?
He was.
When the medical examiner is called out to a scene, do you go out there?
I do not.
Is someone from your office sent out there?
They are.
And our police basically told, to the extent possible, do not touch the body until someone from the medical examiner arrives?
Correct.
So when someone arrives at the medical examiner's office, are they still wearing whatever clothes they have on?
Typically, yes.
And if they have any jewelry or affix on, those are typically left on them as well?
Correct.
So in 163, is that a photograph then of the watch that he was wearing?
Yes.
Did you note any damage to that watch? Cracked face or anything like that?
I did not, no.
Put up Exhibit 150.
Sorry, I had to turn my mic back on. If you're wearing an Apple Watch and your heart stops, and you have that health app, it's recording all of that, would it be plausible that it would record the moment that your heart stopped? Just curious. I don't use mine that way.
Before, just so it orients better. What are we seeing here?
These are Mr. Vallow's lower extremities.
And did you note any abrasions or contusions on his legs?
Yes.
Where did you note those?
On both knees.
Were you able to make any determination as to whether or not those occurred at or near the time of death?
They appear to be perimortem as well.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 164. What, as you're visually looking at Mr. Vallow's body, did you observe a defect to his chest?
I did.
Is that what we see here in Exhibit 164?
Yes.
What did you note that was?
An entrance gunshot wound.
Okay. And 165, is that a closer up of that?
It is.
And 166, is that again another close up of that?
Yes.
How do you know that that was an entrance wound?
It has characteristics consistent with an entrance wound. It is oval in shape. It also has a peripheral rim of abrasion. And there appears to be a punctate or small little red abrasions surrounding the wound as well.
All right, so when you are looking at gunshot wounds, are you trying to always determine if it's an entrance or an exit wound?
Yes.
And so you're looking for things that are normal and consistent throughout all entrance wounds?
Yes.
And in this case, you also noted something about some red abrasions around the edge. What is that?
There is a red abrasion around the defect or the hole. And it's a little bit eccentric on, if you think of it as a clock face, from about the 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock positions. That indicates that the projectile was coming in at an angle, and it kind of scrapes away the skin as it enters. There are also abrasions on the opposite side. They are much smaller and look almost like pinpricks. That could be consistent with what's known as stippling, which is when gunpowder strikes the skin after a gun is fired.
Can you tell us, when you're looking at an entrance wound like this and you're looking for, you said stippling, what is soot versus stippling?
Soot is combusted gunpowder, so it's like a black powder, while stippling is caused by, as I mentioned, partially burned or unburned gunpowder that hits the skin.
Does it basically burn the skin when it hits it?
It could, but it's typically, it causes an abrasion, which is just a scraping away of the skin because it's hitting the skin at such a high velocity.
Okay. When you are looking then at this entrance wound that we see in 166 that was in the chest, you noticed what appeared to be consistent with stippling. In your report, did you use the word stippling? Do you recall?
I typically don't. I don't think I did in this case.
Did you describe what you saw
Yes.
and photograph it?
Yes.
Okay. When you are looking at the presence of stippling, does that give you any insight into the distance from the muzzle to the gunshot wound?
It does.
And can you tell us what that tells you about the distance between the muzzle and the gunshot wound?
Typically, a gun needs to be test fired to determine the exact sort of range that it will impart stippling to the skin. But if you look at textbooks, for a handgun, typically the range is, an inch to up to 4 or 5 feet.
The closer that the gun muzzle is to the person, does that increase the amount of stippling that you would observe?
Likely, yes.
Would that also, the closer the end of the muzzle to the person, would that increase the likelihood of seeing soot?
It would.
Okay. So here you did not see soot though?
I did not, no.
Okay. So this, have you ever indicated that for this type of stippling that you observed, you believed it to be anywhere from 2 to 4 feet?
I did, yes.
Okay. And is that because there's not as dense of an amount of stippling observed at this entrance wound?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you recover a projectile from this wound?
I did not.
So there was an exit wound associated with that,
Yes.
showing you 167. Where was the exit wound associated with this gunshot wound to the chest?
So it's on the thoracic back, which is like the middle of the back.
I'm going to put
And-
168 up. Is that a closer up of that exit wound?
Yes.
Okay. And put up 169. Is that again closer of this?
It is.
How are you able to determine that that's an exit wound?
It has characteristics of an exit wound. Typically, exit wounds are not round like entrance wounds. They will sometimes be a slit-like, as it is in this case, and typically they're a little bit larger than the entrance wound.
Now, when you are documenting injuries, do you measure the distance from the head to the entrance wound as well as the head to the exit wound?
Yes.
In this case, what was the distance from Charles's head to the entrance wound that we saw in his chest?
I believe it was 18 3/4 inches.
Okay. And can you tell us, or do you recall what the distance was from Charles's head to this exit wound on his back?
I believe it was 20 inches.
So about 1.25 inches difference.
Yes.
When you are performing an autopsy, do you advise what the wound path is?
Yes.
What do you mean by wound path?
The wound path is what the projectile encounters as it passes through the body.
What was the wound path for this gunshot wound that entered Charles's chest and exited his back?
So it passed through the skin of the chest, the sternum, which is the breastbone, the pericardium, which is a sac that surrounds the heart. It then hit 2 chambers of the heart, the right atrium and the left ventricle. And then it passed through the 9th thoracic vertebral body and exited the soft tissue and skin of the left back.
So for lay people, it went through Charles's heart.
Yes.
Was that wound immediately fatal?
Not immediately, no.
Could Charles have lived for some period of time after this?
A short period of time, but yes.
Are you able to say when
3
someone
to
is
5
struck in the
minutes
heart,
maximum,
could
I
they
think is
live
what
from
that is
seconds up
with
to minutes?
oxygen.
Seconds up to a very few minutes, yes.
Up to, have you testified previously or indicated previously in an interview that it could be up to maybe 2 minutes?
Yes.
When a person is shot in the heart such as this, could Charles have still spoken for that time period?
Yes.
Could he have moved after that bullet went through his heart?
He could have, yes.
So would it be possible for him to reach up and touch where he was shot with his left hand?
Yes.
Yep.
Given the abrasions to
yep.
Charles's knees, is it possible that he fell to his knees after he was shot?
It's possible, yes.
Would those abrasions on his knees be consistent with someone falling to their knees?
Yes.
When you are performing an autopsy, do you, well, let me first talk. As you were going through the description of the path, the wound path, you talked about the trajectory going through the 9th thoracic vertebral. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 171. Can you describe for us what we are seeing here?
That is a trajectory rod passing through the defect that was created in that 9th thoracic vertebral body.
So this rod that you're using is helping to show the path of that bullet through Charles's body.
Correct.
And just to orient those of us who haven't seen a person this way, can you tell us, is Charles's head up here?
It is.
And so this would be down towards his legs at
Correct.
the bottom.
Yes.
Okay. When you are talking about the injuries to an individual, Do you also determine the trajectory of that bullet through the individual?
I do, yes.
So for this wound to Charles's chest that exited his back, what was the trajectory?
It was front to back, right to left, and slightly downward.
How are you determining that trajectory? Is there a modem that you use that's standard for all autopsies?
Yes, through measurements of the entrance wound and exit wound, and then also observing what organs and tissue have damage from the bullet.
So let me go back to Exhibit 164. You're looking at this entrance wound here, correct?
Yes,
And the exit wound that we see in 168 to determine that front to back, and then you said right to left and slightly downward?
yes,
So the downward is the 1 1/4 inch difference that you saw from the head measurement.
correct.
Could that downward angle be the result of someone just holding a gun at a slightly downward angle?
Yes, that's possible.
Could it be also from just the arm itself moving up or down some,
Yes,
or a size difference between people?
yes.
You're not here because to tell us which one of those it was, correct?
I can't determine that, though.
As you were performing the autopsy of Mr. Vallow, did you note another gunshot wound to Mr. Vallow?
I did, yes.
And I'm putting up Exhibit 172. Where was the other gunshot wound that you observed on Mr. Vallow?
On his left abdomen.
And do we see in 172, is that what we see sort of above and to the side of his belly button?
Yes,
Were you able to tell what we see in 172 here, whether that was an entrance or exit wound?
I was.
And what was this?
This was an entrance gunshot wound.
And again, were you following the same view of looking at all the same aspects of this wound to determine that it was an entrance wound?
Correct.
In this entrance wound, did you note any stippling?
I did not.
Any soot?
No.
So this was further away.
So would
That's
that
what
tell you that the
good distance.
individual or the muzzle of that gun was more than 4 or 5 feet away from the victim?
Most likely, yes.
Did you recover a projectile from this gunshot wound?
I did not.
So there was an exit wound associated with it.
Correct.
You put up Exhibit 175. Where was the exit wound?
So chill.
It was on the back of the left shoulder.
And is that what we see in Exhibit 175 here?
Correct.
I'm going to
You're
put
right.
some
but it's
closer
good.
up photographs, 176 and
Send me pictures in
177.
Discord. I love looking at new furniture.
What did you note about this exit wound?
This exit wound appears a little bit atypical. It has characteristics of a supported or a shored exit wound.
I mean, something's up
What
against
is
the
a
body and
shored
it
exit
grew
wound?
and into that.
A short exit wound occurs when the body is pressed up against a firm surface while the bullet is exiting the skin.
Correct.
Does that cause sort of this different tearing that we see going on here in that exit wound?
It does.
The medical
If a
side of me
person-
really wants to see these photos because they don't bother me, but it would
Person
bother me.
was, for instance, laying on the floor when they were shot. Would you expect to see a short exit wound in that situation?
I would.
When you're talking about something pressed up against the
I
skin,
know. Maybe they'll be
have
released.
you ever seen a shored wound from someone wearing a t-shirt?
I have not.
Have you seen
Bamboo?
other shored wounds in your experience?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many have you seen in your years of working?
I mean, they're relatively rare, so
Good
maybe
question. Toxic.
less than 50.
When you were looking at this exit wound on Charles Vallow's left shoulder, was the injury itself what you would call sort of a typical sword wound?
This is textbook worthy.
He is, it's
Now,
going to be interesting to see
just
how he
like
handles
the
Lori.
other wound, did you determine the wound path for this gunshot wound that entered Charles Vallow's abdomen and exited his left shoulder?
Yes.
What was the wound path for that, for this shot?
So the bullet passed through the
too.
skin and soft tissues of the left abdomen. It then hit the left lung. It then hit the back part of the left fourth rib, and then exited the soft tissue and skin of the left shoulder.
So to be clear, the left fourth rib, is that in the front of him or his back? Where is that located?
In this case, it struck the posterior or the back part of the left fourth rib.
Is that sort of in the location where we see the exit wound right there?
The exit wound is a little bit above the fourth rib.
You talked about sort of the soft tissue. So when this bullet was exiting, did it sort of hit both the rib and the connective tissue between the ribs?
Yes.
Did you also measure the distance from Charles's head to the entrance wound on the abdomen?
I did.
What was that distance?
I believe it was 27 inches.
And did you measure the distance from the top of Charles's head to the exit wound on his left shoulder?
I did.
What was that?
I believe it was 14 inches.
You notice he's
So
not
the
having to look
prior
up. He
shot
knows
had
the
a
information.
1¼ inch difference. Was this one 13 inches?
Yes,
So more than a foot difference between the entrance and exit.
correct.
Did you determine the trajectory for this wound?
I did.
What was that trajectory?
In this case, it was front to back, right to left, and upward.
Did you also use trajectory rods in this wound to help?
I will have to say, and I'm going to pause it right here for a split second. Thank you so much for all of our people who are watching on X, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. I love the fact that he's not having to look up all this information. He knows this case. He has done his homework before he came, which makes this go a whole lot smoother. Congratulations. This is how it's done,
Better
folks.
describe that trajectory.
I did.
Put up exhibit 179. Can you
True.
orient us first on what we're seeing here?
So the placard with the case number is positioned towards the head, and then the opposite is positioned towards the feet.
When you perform an autopsy, how do you open up the individual?
It's called a thoraco-abdominal incision. You've probably seen it on TV as the Y incision.
So what we see here is that sort of the abdomen of Mr. Vallow.
Yes.
Okay. And what we see here is that his back.
Yes.
And is this the spine?
Yes.
Ooh, they opened him up big time.
So does this reflect then the entrance being down at this portion of the body and the exit in that up left shoulder?
Yes.
Twice.
So
Once
in
to the
this
heart, once
case,
to the abdomen. But they were
were
on
both
angles
gunshot wounds
from right to
front to
left.
back?
They were.
Were both gunshot wounds right to left?
Yes.
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest was slightly downward,
Correct.
and the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen was upward.
Yes.
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest that exited his back was not shored.
No, it was not.
but the gunshot wound that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder was shored.
Correct.
Dr.
Short
Given
meaning-
the trajectory that you observed, that
Short meaning the body was up against something hard. The bullet went through and stopped outside the body, but against whatever the body was against. It's a different kind of tearing, and the exit wound looks different than if the bullet had gone through and that energy kept going clear through versus going and hitting in a short stop, which causes different damages to the tissue.
from the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen that exited his left shoulder, and the fact that the gunshot wound was shored, would that be consistent with the shooter?
He was they found the bullet. He was laying on the ground on a wooden floor, and the bullet and that piece of wood floor was removed from the home. So the second shot was he was laying down on the ground.
standing somewhere near Mr. Vallow's feet and firing at Charles Vallow as he was laying on the floor?
Yes, that's certainly possible.
Now, you told us that you don't go out to the scene, right?
I do not know.
So you would not have seen if there were any defects on the floor consistent with a bullet strike underneath Mr. Vallow?
I did not.
If you were advised that there was a defect on the floor that was consistent with a bullet strike underneath Charles Vallow's left shoulder, would that further support the theory that he was laying on the floor there, causing that short wound when he was shot?
It would, yes.
When an autopsy is performed on anyone, is blood collected to be tested for toxicology?
If we can get it, yes,
Was that done here?
it was.
Were there any drugs found in Charles Vallow's system?
No drugs were reported positive on toxicology.
No alcohol found?
No.
Based upon your autopsy of Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, what did you determine was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Thank you. The state has no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
I'm going to give a quick update on the Karen Reed trial while we're shifting gears. 37 minutes ago, lunch break for during day 9 of jury selection of Karen Reed retrial. One juror previously seated has been excused, probably social media information. So we are down to 15 jurors. Nobody has been seated. There are 30 or so left. People left for questioning today. So that is where we are at the Karen Reed trial lunch break. I will keep you posted as Miss June has been gratefully keeping us posted. Okay, here we go. Cross. It could have been up to 5 minutes. Yeah, for his brain and all that to shut down, it could have been up to 5 minutes. Yeah, that was not caused by him.
Garner,
She's going to bring it up.
you did a toxicology report in this case.
I sent blood for toxicology, yes.
And what did you test for? What substances did you test for in that toxicology report?
There are 16 or 20 substances that are tested. Typical drugs of abuse, a limited amount of therapeutic medications, and then alcohol, methanol, acetone, and isopropanol, I believe.
But not generally like someone's regular medications, like for high blood pressure or something like that?
That would not show up on this test, no.
And if someone was taking testosterone, that wouldn't show up on there?
It would not,
will.
no.
How much you want to bet?
Human growth hormone would not show up on there?
No.
Why are you asking about human growth hormone?
So just basically the substances that you mentioned
Yes.
are typically tested. And then if law enforcement were to ask you to test for something specific, then you would do that as well. Is that correct?
It depends.
On what?
The case type, what their request was, if it's even possible.
Okay. So if they were to say, we want you to test for a certain something, you would say if you could or couldn't?
Good advertisement,
Probably, yes.
bamboo.
Okay. And is that typical in your experience
Is what typical?
for them to ask for things other than what you normally, the normal 16 things that you test for?
That would be atypical.
Okay. So normally they don't ask you to do that in a common manner.
They do not know.
Okay. And so in this case, you did just test for the typical
They can be.
typical things and no other requests were made. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
As far as the abrasions on Charles' knees, could those have been, you said that they were consistent with having been close to the time of death, is that correct?
They had that general appearance, yes.
And so those abrasions could have been caused by a scuffle before he was shot, is that correct?
Yes,
And not necessarily falling forward onto his knees.
correct.
And then the abrasions on his hands as well,
What about them?
that they could have been caused from a scuffle beforehand.
Yes.
Okay. I know that the state asked you if it was consistent with him, with the second shot, the shot to the abdomen, that it was possible that he could have been shot on the floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
But would it also be possible that he could have been falling when that shot happened as well? And then hit the floor?
Not really. If he was falling and still passing through air, not yet having hit the ground, that would not have caused a short wound.
So if he had hit the ground and bounced on the ground
Getting the mental image
from
here.
the
I'm
first
not
shot,
liking it.
as the second shot was traveling, that could not be possible that he hit the ground when that shot was exiting the shoulder?
He would have had to have been on a firm surface to create that short wound.
Toxic. Yes. And here's the thing. Had Charles hit Cox with a baseball bat, being mindful that he was almost a pro. He was close to being a pro baseball player at one point. That was a metal bat. You bet your butt that head would have been busted wide open. He would have knocked the guy's head off. Not technically, but you know what I mean. So the little 1 inch is more like someone just went boink, like she hit the guy in the head. If Charles had hit Cox in the head, it would have been a whole hell of a lot worse.
And it could not be caused by tight clothing?
Exactly, Lori.
Tight clothing and short wounds is typically like a supportive garment, like a belt or a bra. In my experience, I've never seen it with like a t-shirt or anything like that.
Debunked your
Are you
theory,
familiar
babe.
with bamboo clothing?
I am not, no.
Or how tough that material would be?
I am not.
Okay.
Nice try, honey bun.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Jury questions?
Doctor, if
Yeah, he would have.
clothing like a
Into the next
t-shirt,
century.
bamboo, or whatever they're made of, would have caused a short wound, would you have expected to see the short wound also to the other exit?
Certainly if both the exits were covered with that shirt, yes.
So if the person is wearing a t-shirt that covered his back and shoulder,
Yes.
then if that type of fabric somehow was restrictive enough or tight enough or stiff enough to cause that pressure, then it would have caused a short wound to both exits.
I would expect that, yes.
But you didn't see that here.
No,
Only one short wound.
correct.
The other exit,
right.
not at
Did
all.
it.
No.
Yep, I think it was too
You
toxic.
asked a lot about different drugs. Was there anything about Miss?
Toxic, I want to comment to that real quick. The baseball bat was planted after the fact. Do you know why they believe it was planted? It was put on the right side of his body when he's a left-handed man and a left-handed hitter and a left-handed pitcher. It would have been on his left side, not his right.
Mr. Vallow's
Why they think it was
autopsy
planted.
that indicated that his cause of death was anything other than the result of multiple gunshot wounds?
No.
Thank you. No other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from a member of the jury? I do see at least one question coming up.
So we're going to get into interesting stuff. So both wounds would have showed the same exit. That's correct. The baseball bat planted, that was correct. That's kind of already been established based on the fact that he was left-handed. Adam performed the Sarah Boone CPR. Yep, exactly. He is a good witness. Lori's definitely out of her element with this guy. I'm right-handed and a right-handed pitcher, but left-handed batter. Well, that may be true. But with this particular guy, many years of baseball, high school, college, semi-pros, always left-handed writer, left-handed batter, left-handed pitcher. So he was extremely left-handed dominant. So he would have hit from the left, not the right. The bat probably would have been in his left. So that's where that is. Do you have enough to get a root beer for Matthew? I'll give it back to you. So, I really like this ME. I think he didn't have to look at anything. He knew everything. He was on the ball. I think this was a very good
Were there
witness for this.
significant amounts of blood in the left lung?
Not the left lung itself, but the left chest cavity.
Does that suggest the heart was still beating during the second wound or the second shot?
Possibly.
The heart could have been beating at that point. It's also possible that the heart was still and contained blood, and that blood just spilled into the left chest cavity.
True.
Was there blood in the throat or mouth?
There was not.
Any other juror questions? Not seeing any follow-up from the defense based on that jury question
No, Your Honor.
from the state.
We're asked about the blood potentially in the lung.
Thank you very much, sir. You're released. We're going to get into some interesting stuff here. I'm so trying not to spoil it.
You saw in Mr. Vallow. Where do you expect the blood to go after that gunshot wound?
The left chest cavity.
And you talked about that the heart could have been beating at that time, or the blood could have spilled into the cavity. Can you explain that a little more?
Sure. If the heart was still beating, blood would have been pumping through it, and blood would have been spilling from the two defects in the heart, one in the right atrium and one in the left ventricle. It's also possible that the heart was either fibrillating, which is not really beating, just sort of quivering, which often happens right before death, or potentially the heart was still, but blood that was in it at the time that death occurred would spill out of those two defects I just described.
With any of those situations, would you expect ultimately the blood to end up in that left cavity?
Yes.
That's what you saw.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That she is. She very much is.
Does the absence of that
Remember, Chad called the Valley of the Sun mortuary after Charles passed.
No.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
And there
State
was
can call us
time.
next witness.
They didn't call 911 right away. They did not. Just FYI. They waited to call 911. Good medical examiner. Next up, Sharina Sharp, friend of Lori Daybell. Boy, she's going to spill some tea, y'all. Just wait. I got me a little bit of a preview here. I know what's coming. They waited 48 minutes before they called 911. He was gone, 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 gone. There was no hope of saving him. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right in front here and be sworn in.
Wait a minute. Dawn. Thank you so much for becoming a supporter and donating $50 to the coffee fund for Toxic. You will be receiving, I'm screenshotting this so I don't forget, 20 additional entries into the end of the month giveaway. Thank you so very much. We are so grateful for you. Thank you so much for supporting Toxic. And as the gavel drops, they support us. So thank you so much. For those of you who are new and watching, if you go over to Buy Me a Coffee, we will pop that link up and it will pop that link up. Oh, wait, is it in the top? I think it's already up. I think it's been pinned. Yes, it's pinned to the top of the comments. Go there and make any donation towards their coffee fund, which pays for the court documents that are behind a paywall that we all get access to when you join as the gavel drops. I will give you 20 additional entries to the end of the month giveaway. They are fabulous, and we thank you so very much for supporting them back to court.
Yeah, come right up. Come right up here.
Can you spell your name for the record? Do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter and have a seat to my left.
Oh, you did too? Oh my gosh, thank you, Aaron. Let me screenshot this so I can get you in there too. Thank you so very much. It may not have come across yet.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Let me know.
My name is Mark Sari. I'm a special agent with the Social Security Administration, Office of Inspector General.
What do you do there?
So I investigate crimes and allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse within Social Security.
How long have you worked for Social Security?
Approximately 6 years.
Friend? Sorry. Who's this again? Not the friend. Sorry.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Mark Sari. I'm a special agent with the Social Security Administration, Office of Inspector General.
What do you do there?
So I investigate crimes and allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse within Social Security.
How long have you worked for Social Security?
Approximately 6 years.
And as an investigator with Social Security, are you familiar with the reports that are created and kept in the normal course of business?
Yes, I am.
And for instance, are you familiar with sort of the meetings and processes and notices of award letters sent out by Social Security for survivor benefits?
Yes, I am.
What are survivor benefits?
Those are benefits paid to a recipient. For example, if someone were to die or pass, their children would be possibly entitled to benefits on their behalf after they were to pass.
When a child becomes an adult, what happens to those survivor benefits that Social Security has been paying?
They would cease.
What if a child is taken to or adopted by or guardianship is given to another individual while they're receiving survivor benefits?
They would transfer to that new individual.
When a child
Thank you, June. You got entries.
has a parent that passes away, Are any benefits paid out to the mother of the child?
Yes, they could be.
How does that depend? What makes the difference on whether or not the mother gets benefits or not?
So it's a benefit called mother, child, and care benefits. So for example, if a mother is married to her father at the time of his death, she would receive called a mother, child, and care benefit. So it'd be a dual benefit for the child as well as her benefit for herself. It'd be the same dollar amount that she would receive as well.
So if the parents were not married at the time that one of the parents passes away, then does the other parent get any survivor benefits?
They would not.
If a surviving spouse remarries, what happens to those benefits
lose it.
given to, say, the mother of the child?
They would then cease upon that marriage.
Would the child still get benefits?
They would.
Were you asked to look into survivor benefits involving Lori Vallow and JJ Vallow?
Yes, I was.
In your investigation, did you also become aware of benefits being provided to another child of Lori Vallow, Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you learn that starting in June of 2018, Tylee Ryan was receiving survivor benefits from Social Security for the death of her father?
Yes.
In 2019, how much was Tylee Ryan receiving?
Approximately $18.59 per month.
Guess who? Guess who's the payee?
Was
Guess who received the cash or the money? Yeah, Lori. Listen.
Is there a representative payee for a child who is receiving Social Security benefits as survivor?
Yes, there is.
What is a representative payee?
So based upon a child being a minor, we would appoint a called representative payee. So that person would be the payee on behalf of that child. So they would have a bank account and they'd pay money from us on behalf of that child to pay for shelter, clothes, money, that sort of thing, food, that sort of thing.
Yep.
So in
That
the
would be
case of
Lori.
Tylee Ryan, was Lori Vallow the representative payee for Tylee Ryan?
She was.
And is in general, those benefits you said are put into a bank account that can be held by both the child and the payee?
Correct.
Now, if Lori Vallow was married in June of 2018 to someone else, not Tylee's father, would she still receive that mother of survivor benefits?
She would not.
How does a person go about applying for survivor benefits from Social Security?
So upon the passing of the recipient, say a father, they would have to go into the office or apply online and then have an appointment
Aaron.
to confirm the details for that survivor receiving benefits on behalf of that decedent.
And so that's the normal course of business, is to have someone come in eventually and speak with someone about verifying different important aspects to consider when determining whether or not to provide survivor benefits.
Correct.
During your investigation, did you become aware of Lori Vallow going to an appointment with someone from Social Security Administration related to JJ?
Yes.
When was that?
On or about August 12th, 2019.
During that meeting, did Lori Vallow have to answer questions relating to her relationship with Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Did she have to, for instance, provide the date when she and Charles Vallow were married?
Yes.
When was that?
The date of the marriage, and have to be refreshed from a document for that.
Sure.
Let's do that. Let's see.
I can have my paralegal.
Thank you again for all those who have helped support as the gavel drops. I'm really grateful and appreciate it. Also, I want to give a shout out to those who've supported me today. First of all, Don, thank you so much for the 5 memberships. Siba, thank you for your 3 months of being a member. Thank you, Siba, also for 5 memberships gifted. Jesse, thank you
Would
so
have been
very
on
much.
February
for your
24th,
super chat
2006.
of $5. And Dawn, same. Thank you so much for your super chat at 20. Thank you so much.
During that meeting on August 12th of 2019, was Lori Vallow questioned about whether...
Hold up. Ronnie, if Lori remarried, Lori would still be the one receiving the finances if Tylee was underage. Lori could not receive the survivor benefits for herself, only the child. If Lori was receiving survivor benefits and the child, upon marriage, the adult loses theirs and the child remains.
whether or not she and Charles Vallow were living together at the time of his death.
She was.
Oh,
Now,
no,
what
she
did
wasn't.
Lori know?
Ooh, y'all, there's a lie. There's a lie. Red flag, red flag. She was not living with Charles, so she lied to the Social Security
Social Security
Administration.
on August 12th of 2019 about whether or not she and Charles Vallow were still living together at the time of his death.
She confirmed they were living together at the time of his death.
Is that important in trying to determine survivor benefits?
Mm-hmm.
It definitely helps the agencies determine if benefits are entitled to the recipient, correct?
Now, as part of your job, sort of working for the Office of Investigations for Social Security, did you become involved in looking at these benefits that were awarded to Lori Vallow and to JJ Vallow as a result of the death of Leland Charles Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you were familiar with the notice of award letters that Social Security sends out.
Yes.
And are those letters created in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Good.
And are they created at or near the time when that person goes in to make that appointment and a decision is made to provide those survivor benefits?
Yes, correct.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 213 and 214.
She could be charged federally for fraud, and that may very well still happen.
Do you recognize what those two exhibits are?
I do.
And are those the notice of award letters sent to Lori Vallow regarding survivor benefits for both herself and for JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to stop here. I'm going to see if I'm correct. We're going to test my knowledge. If she was married to Vallow when he died, she and JJ would get benefits, and they would also retro pay her back to the date of his death. So if the benefits didn't start until 2 months later, they would pay her back pay. So the first check is going to be a hefty check. And then as long as she's not married, she will get benefits as well as JJ until JJ reaches the age of 18.
They are.
And those are the documents you talked about that were created in the normal course of business?
Let's see if I'm right.
At or near the time of that decision.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit 213 and 214.
I'm waiting for it.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
213, 214 are admitted.
And if I can get those so I can publish them as well, Your Honor. Hold on, please. Thank you. All right. I'll start with 213.
How much when she says no cross? No, thank you guys. We appreciate y'all.
Okay.
Charles passed
So
on
what we see
7/10/19
here in
and Chad were
213,
married on 11/5/19.
Is this the letter that would be sent to Lori Vallow on behalf of Joshua Jackson Vallow, JJ Vallow?
Yes, correct.
And we see it was sent to an address in Santan Valley.
Yes.
Okay. Does this letter provide or advise how much money that Lori Vallow would receive or that JJ Vallow would receive as a result of the death of his father?
It does.
And how much would he receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It'd be $19.51 per month, and also mentions the back pay from the date of death for Charles up until that date of the letter.
Okay. So monthly, the $1951, and then a back pay of $3,902.
Correct.
Exhibit 2014. When Ms. Vallow went in on August 12th, would that be the same, during that meeting, would they have been questioning her with regards to both JJ as well as her survivor benefits?
Yes.
So this letter is from that same meeting.
Yes.
In 214 again, this one we see that it's only addressed to Lori Vallow, but at the same 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley.
Yes.
And how much money was Ms. Vallow set to receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It would be $1951 per month.
Is that the same as what JJ was getting?
Yes, it'd be mirroring the same amount that JJ was receiving. Yes, correct.
So basically she's getting about $4,000 a month?
Approximately, yes.
Now, in these letters.
Yep, I was right about that.
And the other documentation you
Thank you,
reviewed,
Elena.
you see her as Lori N. Vallow, correct?
Yes.
In your investigation, did you ever learn whether or not Lori N. Vallow ever remarried and became Lori N. Daybell?
Yes.
Can you tell us in your investigation what the date of that marriage was when Lori N. Vallow became Lori N. Daybell?
November 5th, 2019.
And who did Lori Vallow marry?
Chad Daybell.
No other questions for this witness, Your Honor?
Cross.
Mr. Surrey.
So guys, here's the thing. So she was getting 1951 times 2 a month, which is close to 4,000. And she got a back pay check for $3,902. She was double dipping and lying. So I'm surprised they've not slapped her with charges.
Does Social Security, as a surviving spouse, can you get benefits if you didn't have any children?
I believe so, correct? Yes.
Okay, so if you've been married for longer than 10 years, you get spousal surviving benefits. Is that correct?
There are some rules for that. I believe that is correct, I believe, yes.
And so if I had been married to my husband for 10 years and his previous wife had been married to my husband for over 10 years, she would also get that surviving spouse benefit?
What's your question again? Who's the she part? Didn't follow that part.
Okay, just a previous person who has been married to my husband previous to me for more than 10 years. I mean, that's what Social Security does, right?
I'm not sure. What is your question? I'm trying to.
Okay, sorry. So if there were two spouses to a deceased husband consecutively, and they were both each married for over 10 years to that same husband, they would both receive a spousal benefit or could apply for and receive that spousal benefit. Is that correct?
That's more of an administrative issue. I have to obviously I'm not aware of all those policies for that kind of issue. So I can't really answer yes or no to that question.
Okay.
No.
So if it was explained to me when I was at the Social Security office that I could receive that.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. But it is possible. You're just not aware of it. Is that correct?
I would have to ask an expert in our agency for administrative rules on that.
Okay. And what is your expertise at Social Security?
I'm a special agent.
Y'all, Elena, that's the shock belt that's making her look fat. That's a shock belt. It's the belt that makes her look.
And so you just investigate. Is that correct?
Investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse in Social Security, correct?
You investigate fraud. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you're not really privy to what an agent might be telling a person as they come in to get Social Security. Is that correct?
What they tell an agent, an employee, or what is your question again?
Yes. So you're not really privy to what the employees are telling the regular people that come in to the Social Security office.
I'm not there for those appointments, correct?
So you don't really understand what all benefits can be given?
We
just want you to know
we
you
with
do
OIG
like a
investigate
heifer.
crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse. So we are the experts for that, and we also have experts internally in Social Security we look to for guidance on internal rules that are more complex. If that kind of
So you were right, June. Once he remarries or she, they don't get the benefit. The new wife, after 10 years, will get that benefit. So if my ex-husband was to pass away, as long as I don't remarry, I get benefits because we were married for 10 years. Well, more than. So we're crying F out loud. Don't drag the ex-wife. Exactly. But yes, you were correct. And he's correct not giving an answer because he doesn't want to pigeonhole himself into something that's not 100% correct.
helps you
A
out.
new wife will
Okay.
get it.
So you had said something about
she's
mother in care benefits. Is that correct?
like,
yes.
Now,
So
questions.
And it's the same dollar amount as the child in care benefits. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's two benefits for the child in care and also for JJ. They're mirroring same amount, correct?
But wouldn't the mother in care benefits be for the child?
It would be if that individual had the child in their care, correct?
Right. So, but a spousal benefit, if you've been married for over 10 years and you didn't have any children, you would still
they're
be
leaving.
entitled to that. Isn't that
Oh my
correct?
gosh. Did you just see? Look. Oh, he's coming in.
My understanding is that you have to be a certain age to get that benefit, to be a certain age to apply for that. In this situation here, due to the decedent Charles dying, there was a benefit for the child only that was receiving, as well as child in care. So only two benefits were received for the child, also child in care as well.
So my question is, how is that determined by the employee? Like if it's spousal benefit or if it's a mother in care benefit?
It'd be up to the applicant to apply for the benefits.
So if you applied for the spousal benefit and they gave you the mother in care benefit instead, how would you know the difference? You just know that that was the monthly amount you were getting?
You would receive a letter in the mail. You also would be at the appointment very clearly told what you were applying for. It should not be any confusion about what you're applying for at that appointment.
Okay. So if you were told that you were getting the spousal benefit,
Yeah. It's sustained.
if an employee told a recipient that they were getting a spousal benefit,
I'll allow
Okay.
it.
Yes, June, but we need to let me catch y'all up on something. JJ was like a nephew, a great nephew, or he was in the bloodline of Charles Vallow. He was adopted by Lori and Charles Vallow, fully adopted as their child. Hence why this is happening.
To answer that hypothetical, if he knows.
if an employee were to tell someone they were getting a spousal benefit and they received a letter in the mail saying it was a mother in care benefit, should they call the Social Security office and clear that up?
It would be up to the applicant if they received a letter in the mail to contact Social Security and say, hey, this is the wrong benefit I'm receiving. So it would be up to
I
the
didn't
applicant
either.
to let us know, let Social Security know that benefit is not correct.
So if the employee
Not employee, the mother.
put it in as something other than they told the recipient, then it would just be up to the recipient to correct that. Is that correct?
Social Security goes off of information that's provided to the agency by the applicant. That makes sense. So it's up to the applicant to be truthful and provide the right information to the agency.
Oh,
So do you have a copy of my application for either of these benefits?
I'd have to ask the
Stop,
prosecutor
drop
for that
your
information.
butt, girl. Sorry, y'all.
Okay. Have you ever seen one to your knowledge that you remember?
Yes,
You've seen my applications.
yes, I have.
And were they for mother in care?
It was for survivors for JJ as well as for mother, child, and care as well.
So the application that I filled out was not for spousal benefit. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
I'm sorry.
he can answer if he knows, if he recalls the answer.
Repeat the question, please.
I'm saying, so of the records that you saw, I did not have a spousal survivor benefit application.
The records I saw were an application for survivors benefits for JJ as well as for child and care as well. Two different benefits that you were receiving.
Okay, so is there an application for spousal benefit?
I'm only aware of the two benefits you were receiving, which was for JJ and for mother, child, and care.
So it could have been a mix-up of the employee. Is that what you're saying?
They would have been relying on information you had provided at that application appointment, August 12th, 2019.
You have,
and this is a,
in other words, boo. Lori, listen, pay attention. Pay attention. The application is processed based on the information that the applicant gives. If the applicant is lying and they get more money because of the lie, the government can sanction their paycheck and take it back. If they get less, they will give them a check in correction. But all of this is based off of your ability to be honest on the application. You lied about being married. You lied about that you were living with Charles at the time. You lied to the government. And honey boo, if you probably didn't have 2 life sentences, they probably would be prosecuting you.
a filled out form application? Is that what you're saying? It's not just something you verbally
Yes,
give
you knew
to the
exactly
employee.
what she was doing.
I believe you could do it online ahead of time, but you were present, I believe, on August 12th at the office
We thank
to
you.
go
Tell
through
your
line
team
by line, I believe, with
how
that
much we
application.
here at Ada K appreciate them.
So
Please let them know.
if I thought I was getting, if a person so in your investigation of this fraud, you have seen all of my applications, is that correct?
I reviewed any and all documents that we have in relation to JJ as well as to you receiving benefits on his behalf, correct?
And you do not recall seeing any spousal surviving benefit application, is that correct?
All that I recall seeing was once again the 2 applications, one for mother, child, and care, and one for JJ as well.
And isn't that a redundant benefit?
Which benefit?
The mother in child care and the child in care. Isn't that that's basically the same thing?
JJ had a benefit for himself solely,
Mhm.
then a second one to be mother, child, and care.
Which he is still getting until he's
To take care of the child.
or for life. I don't know. But he'll
Correct. The child has to be under your care, custody, and control during that time period, correct?
which you
So
went on how many days? How many days did they search for these children? And you got paid? You got paid when you shouldn't have been paid because he was unalive while you were floating around over there in Hawaii. And you got paid.
when you're receiving these Social Security benefits,
Yeah.
they want them to be for the things that you stated previously, right?
Gave a few examples, but it is for the benefit of the child, correct?
Right. And it's supposed to be spent on food and clothes, and it could be spent on an electric bill, and it can be spent on rent. They want you to utilize that money on a monthly basis. Is that correct?
Correct. Or you could also conserve it for the child as well, but that is correct.
And that they can do an audit any time of your account to make sure that you're spending it on those correct things. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And they want it to be spent every month, and you can't really save it for college. Is that correct?
No.
So if an employee told that to a recipient, that would be incorrect?
The benefit is for the child. The money can be saved or spent on the child.
That's right.
So if
to the child,
recipient
not
was
you.
told that all the money
What?
has to be spent every month on the care for the child and could not be saved for college because it is Social Security.
Asked and answered.
The objection sustained for, it's straying into you testifying, ma'am.
Judge is trying so hard.
So it is not your understanding that that benefit has to be spent every month. Is that correct?
Sustained.
So what she's trying to get at is the fact that she supposedly was told the money had to be all spent by the end of the month, where in fact, say if I lost my husband and I have a child and my spouse died and the child's underage and I'm able to at least meet the necessary bills with my paycheck, I can take that money and put it into an account for college. And when that child hits 18, if I want to give it to them for college or I want to give it to them to get them started on their life, rent, apartment, car, whatever, I can put it in a savings account, but in the end, it has to go to the child. Good grief is right, y'all. I told you she's going to get cray
So
cray.
you were not aware of that?
It sustained.
Oh,
Can I have a moment to confer?
Go ahead.
Gerald just texted me. You could project a movie on her backside as big as she looks. Yeah. But if you see sideways, this belt is placed pretty high on her. They want it on her skin, not over her pants. So this belt. Yeah. Yes, the money needs to be put in a different kind of account in the child's name underage mother and child's name, but that account has to be for the child. Yep. Yeah, this is good. Instagram is cutting me off every hour. Every hour it's cutting me off. And it didn't do that yesterday. So I got to redo it. They're waiting on her. Come on, honey boo. Snap, snap, chop, chop.
Mr. Surrey, you weren't present at the interview with me and the employee at the Social Security office on August 12th, were you?
Of course
I was
not.
not.
So you do not really know what was said? Is that correct?
Correct.
So you just saw the applications in the later time?
Yes.
What time about when you started investigating this fraud?
In or about January 2020.
And who is your superior?
Why
Is your
does that
question
have
who my
anything to do
boss
with it?
is, or
Yeah.
I have a special agent in charge who's my immediate boss. Yeah.
Your Honor, why do I have to let them know that?
Sustained.
Who assigned my case to you? That's my question.
It's not really relevant, but you can answer, sir.
Are you asking for
Oh,
the
that's
name,
not
or
relevant.
what are you looking for as far as your question?
The name would be fine.
At the time, it was special agent in charge, Joe Rogers. He's now retired.
And he was your direct,
He was my ASAC at the time.
And that came to you in January of 2020?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank
All
you.
right,
No
redirect.
more question. Thank you. I want to speak to your manager. Here comes the Karen. By the way, guys,
August 12th of 2019, when Miss Vallow went to Social Security and had a meeting, what is the point of that meeting?
The point of that is for an applicant to come into Social Security, apply for benefits, and then have Social Security determine if they're eligible or not for those benefits.
You have up with you a paper that was provided to you earlier to review. After that meeting, was a letter sent to Mrs. Vallow relating to the answer she gave and the benefits she was requesting?
Yes,
Is that what you were looking at when you were looking at some of the information that she had provided?
yes.
So in that letter that was sent to Miss Vallow, what address was that sent to?
It would be the 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley, Arizona.
she
And so
lied.
that letter covers the answer she gave that we previously discussed of when she married Charles Vallow, for instance,
Correct.
children that they had,
Yes,
that they were still living together,
yes,
and then discussed what she would be applying for.
yes.
When you, in your understanding and having investigated these crimes,
Y'all,
does social
she was convicted of grand theft in Idaho trial for the Social Security fraud. So she was convicted. Oh my gosh.
Social Security just start deciding for people what benefits they feel they might want? Do they make decisions for them? Hey,
No.
you look like you might want these benefits.
Not at all. No.
So regardless of whether any of us understand why Social Security would give benefits for a child and for the mother of the child if they're still married to the spouse, that is what you can get.
They would ask the applicant what they are applying for, correct, as far as for that benefit.
So when a couple is married and they have a child together and one of those spouses dies, the other spouse may be entitled to benefits for the child. Is that correct?
Yes,
As well as benefits for them as the mother of that child.
yes,
So in addition to the initial letter after that August 12th meeting, then Ms. Vallow was sent the second two letters, exhibits 213 and 214, that showed her how much she was ultimately awarded.
correct.
One of them, one letter was sent to her specifically for JJ,
Yes,
and the other letter was sent to her specifically for herself as the mother in care of JJ.
yes,
And that's the one where we saw it was her name for JJ.
yes.
In your investigation, you did not see any surviving spousal benefits.
I did not.
All you saw in looking through reams of documents was that Mrs. Vallow was receiving those two benefits that we've discussed.
Correct.
You were asked about when you began investigating this case, correct?
Yes,
And would those benefits for Lori Vallow have terminated when she became Lori Daybell?
yes. Upon a remarriage, that mother child and care benefit would immediately cease.
But the benefits for JJ would have continued.
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one coming down.
Yep, there's going to be a question. There's going to be a question. Question. Y'all, I love this laugh. I love the laugh. I'm sorry. Oh.
Sidebar.
Oh my gosh, y'all. By the way, I want to give out a big thank you to Elena, Aaron E., and Dawn for donating a cup of coffee for the As the Gavel Drops today. Anybody who donates a cup of coffee to As the Gavel Drops will get 20 additional entries into the end of the month $50 gift card giveaway. If you look at the top of the comments in YouTube, I have it pinned. Click on the link and you can go there. Once you have done so, notify us so that way we know or know. And Toxic will also give me a list as well. The reason, well, right now they're discussing the questions from the jury and making sure that both sides don't have objections. And the judge will rule, and then he will ask the question from the judges. Judge will ask the question. So we're doing a quick sidebar so they can argue whether this question is relevant or should be asked or can be asked. And then once the judge makes a ruling that it is a viable question for this witness from the jury, he will ask the question. Then both the prosecution and defense will have an opportunity to recross. That's where we is, folk. Not too many of these people get to come to a red room trial and testify. They fraud, yeah, but not red room. I find it funny he's even here. I really, really do. I really, 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 really do. I really, 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 really do. But I want to thank Pretty Lies and Alibis for some of the updates you've done. That's great. Appreciate it so much. Oh, so I believe the jury writes them down. They pass them down and put them in a basket. It is taken out of that basket and by the bailiff, it's handed to the judge, and then they go from there. Right. We don't hear unless they are entered into evidence. I've got some people on Facebook who are new to this, so that's why I went into a little bit more description. A little bit more. You can follow As the Gavel Drops at x.com. As the Gavel Drops, there's a link. As the Gavel Drops, can you go ahead and also post your YouTube channel? They did launch a YouTube channel. I think you did. I'm pretty sure you did. Just saying. To prove the financial aspect of the red room, which makes a DP offense. Well, this is not a DP case. Wish it was. And thank you for using the DP and not spelling it out. You guys, we only have 20 people who have commented I liked, but we actually have, let me look. I've got so many windows open, y'all, it's not even funny. "45 people have liked the video. Woohoo! Thank you so much, y'all. Thank you so very much for liking this video. We got those two. We got that. I got that. I got that. Instagram. Got that. Where is that one up? I can't thank my honey enough because I have got so many windows open right now. It ain't even funny. It ain't even funny. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 windows up. And I'm running smooth. Thank you so much, Gerald. Arizona does have capital punishment. I thought they were seeking DP in this case. When did that change? I don't know when it changed, but this is not a DP case anymore. Sorry to say. If anybody deserves the DP, I believe it's her. I wish it was, because she deserves a DP. I wonder, I mean, she red drummed 2 children, current husband's ex-wife or wife at the time, her husband, and one other, 5 people red drummed in her circle. If anybody deserves a DP, it's her. It's her. Just for the fact that she even unalived 1 child, much less both of them. Yeah, we agree. Understand. I'm just saying it's not here in this case. Okay, people, come on. They're arguing over a question right now. Let me see if I can zoom it.
Were payments to Lori Vallow stopped after your investigation?
Yep.
They were, yes.
And during your investigation, do you know if Lori Vallow notified Social Security of her new marriage?
Nope.
She did not.
She was receiving
Based
money.
on those questions, did the defendant have any follow-up for this witness?
Can I?
Do you have any follow-up?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Sari, you said that I did not notify Social Security of my marriage
Correct?
that you know of.
To my knowledge, you have not? No.
Okay. So you don't know if in Hawaii I was at the Social Security office and notified them?
Sustain. It's again.
You didn't do that, biatch.
So did you have all of the information from every office?
It all goes to the same database, honey boo.
From our review of the
If you were in Hawaii and went to the Social Security office and reported it, then in Washington, D.C., they would see it was reported because it's all the same system. Everything is lifetime. Do you know why I know? Because I've had to deal with it.
the records, there is no notification at all of
All right,
never
let's
notifying
just
Social
admit it.
Security of that marriage.
Of the records that you had access to, is that correct?
From our review of these Social Security databases, which would encompass notifications, we have seen 0 notifications.
And what would you have to do to put in a notification?
An employee would have to go on the record and make a change or make a report of contact, that sort of thing.
And so that would go into a...
Honey, she was getting more than just enjoying the beach, man. The hut was rocking.
a major database, and then it would be available to you as well?
Security.
We would have access to view and see if there was any changes made. There were no changes made after August 2019 on your behalf.
So none were made in November, that to your knowledge?
There were none made.
Not to my knowledge. There was none made.
And is that something that
All
you
right,
would be made privy to
That didn't happen.
Yes.
in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
So it's not something that you could have just missed?
I did not miss it, correct?
Okay.
Redirect.
Thank you. So, to be clear, does Social Security use computer systems to keep all this data?
They do.
They don't just have pieces of paper lying around that maybe you miss?
Correct.
So whenever anything is updated anywhere in the country, it's put into a database that you were able to access.
Yes.
And you did access.
Exactly what I
Yes.
just said.
And you reviewed everything that was in there.
Yes.
And you at no point saw any information to indicate that any changes were ever made to those benefits after August of 2019?
Correct.
And Social Security was not advised that Ms. Vallow had been married in November of 2019?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, sir, you can step down. State, have another witness we can start? I do. Go ahead.
That was interesting. That was very interesting. Thank you for everybody who's watching on Alternate Jurors, Ada K on Facebook, and of course here on YouTube. Thank you so much, Alternate Jurors, and on YouTube, well, X and Facebook. Comment I liked, I will see it, and I will enter you into the drawing for the end of the month giveaway. So please do not leave yourself out. You can enter as well through other social medias. Yep. I wonder if the DP is still on the table, if she would allow to represent herself. Nope. It's not on the table. Once off, it's off. Getting a little chilly in here. My blanket's way over there. Let me zoom, get this up and going.
Our life insurance.
13 years.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Robin Smith Scott.
I'm going to have you move up or pull down that mic so we can hear you a little better. Thank you. Where do you work?
I work at Banner Life Insurance Company.
How long have you worked there?
13 years.
What type of, well, let me start with what does Banner Life Insurance do?
We are strictly a life insurance company. Customers can purchase life insurance policies.
And what do you do for Banner Life Insurance?
I work in the claims department as a claims representative. I process death claims.
Have you previously had to testify before about a payout of policy?
Yes.
I'm going to start by asking some real general questions so we understand sort of life insurance. How does someone go about getting life insurance?
They could go through an agent. More recent years, you can apply online. There's information, you fill out an application, basic information regarding yourself. There could be some financial questions, health questions.
Okay. And you talked about an agent. What is an agent in there?
An agent is someone outside of our company, but they do business with us. They'll generally try to, find the best coverage and possibly best prices through, different companies for their clients.
When we're talking about life insurance, is there something called a policy owner?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means?
Pretty much exactly what it states. The policy owner owns the policy. They are the ones that basically can make any changes to the policy during the insured's lifetime, such as they can relinquish ownership. So basically do an ownership change. They can change the beneficiary. They could decrease the value of the policy, if they chose to. They basically have complete control of the policy.
What's the difference between the policy owner and the insured?
So the insured, the policy covers that person's life in the event of that person's passing. The death benefit would be paid to the beneficiary, but the policy owner, if that person is different than is not the insured, again, the policy owner is the only one who can make changes to the policy.
No
So
problem.
There are times where the policy owner and the insured are not the same.
Correct.
Can the policy owner and insured then be the same person?
Yes.
As well. Okay. And you said the policy owner is able to change the beneficiaries. What do we mean? What is a beneficiary?
The beneficiary is who will receive the death benefit in the event of the insured's death.
Okay. Can the insured, if they're not the policy owner, change the beneficiaries?
If they do not own the policy, they cannot make that change.
Can the beneficiary, if they aren't the policy owner, change anything about the life insurance policy?
No.
Can they, when someone passes away, who decides who will actually be paid out? Who makes that decision of who will get the benefits paid out?
Well, as us claims examiners, we are going to review the policy, any documents that have been submitted through the lifetime of that policy, and we are going to determine and confirm who the primary beneficiary of the policy is.
So if someone obtains a life insurance policy and initially has one beneficiary, they can later file some new forms and create and change that to a different person?
Yes.
So you have to look through and make sure that you have the most recent beneficiary.
Correct.
When someone calls in to make a claim on a life insurance, they say so-and-so passed away, is it customary for claims adjusters like yourself at Banner Life to sort of take that information and then look into all these things to make sure you know all of the different changes that may have occurred?
Yes, that is our standard process.
Does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of all of those policies as part of sort of your normal business practice?
True, Rodney.
And does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of any modifications to a person's life insurance policy as part of the business practice?
Yes.
If someone wants to modify who the beneficiary is, how do they go about doing that?
They would request a beneficiary change form. They can also access online if they are able to provide the proper security things through the website. But they would normally contact our customer service department, request a beneficiary change form, and complete it and return it. It is then reviewed by our customer service representatives to make sure it is completed appropriately. And if so, the change will be made. If not, then it's rejected.
Okay. Does a beneficiary modification form have to be notarized?
It depends on the amount of the policy. I believe anything that's 500,000 and above would need to be notarized.
So a policy for $1 million would require it to be notarized if you're changing the beneficiary?
Yes.
When people call in to the claims department requesting a payout, are those calls recorded?
Yes, they are.
And is that done in the normal course of business with Banner Life Insurance?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the life insurance policy with your company for Charles Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how much that life insurance policy was for?
Yes.
How much was it for?
$1 million.
Prior to February 26th of 2019, who was the beneficiary of Charles Vallow's life insurance policy with Banner?
Prior to that date, Lori Vallow was the beneficiary.
So prior to February 26th of 2019, if Charles Vallow had passed away, would his wife Lori Vallow have gotten $1 million?
Correct.
In February of 2019, did Charles Vallow call Banner Life Insurance and request a
Correctamundo.
beneficiary designation form?
He did.
Was one sent to him?
Yes, it was emailed to him.
And did Banner Life Insurance then receive a beneficiary designation form on February 26th of 2019 from Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Was that notarized?
Yes.
And in that beneficiary designation form, did Charles Vallow change the beneficiary for his life insurance?
Yes.
Who did he make the primary beneficiary for the life insurance?
His sister, Ethel K. Woodcock.
And I did that because that's when Lori hit the fan. She had no idea that he had changed his life insurance policy months before he was unalived.
Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with 2.
Oh yeah, she tried like immediately. She pulled a Monica Simitilli. Yeah, that's exactly. She found out that she was not the well, they called her back. She called and then she was notified that she was no longer the beneficiary. And it
Looking
was
at
like
215, do you recognize that both as an affidavit authenticating the Banner Life Insurance documents,
Yes,
as well as the beneficiary designation form change from February 26th of 2019
yes,
that we were just discussing? In there, is there also a CD?
yes,
Does that contain a recording of your call with Lori Vallow on July 15th?
they recorded it.
yes,
Would you like to listen to that to verify that?
yes, please.
This is going to be good. I'm waiting. That's Lori's brain right about now. There's a recording between Charles and the insurance company where passwords were added so he couldn't get into the account. No, she didn't like that one bit. I'm like, you were erased, honey. Like he waved his wand and went, shoom. He went, bye-bye. Yeah. Ah. I love my sound effects. Sorry, not. I like this one. Y'all. So she's listening to the call. So we're going to wait. You guys, I want to say how grateful I am to you guys. We just hit 401 views today.
July 15th of 2019.
I do recognize the call.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 215.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
215.
Objection.
And if we could perhaps break at this point
Okay.
since it's 12:01, otherwise it'll be playing for a
All
while.
right, let's take our lunch recess.
Okay. We are on lunch recess. Don't do that to me. I don't want to get copyrighted. He wanted to change the beneficiary, he couldn't access the account, so he had 3 phone calls with them. Poor Lori Daybell. She got right out of there. Would love to have been a fly on the wall when she realized that he removed her from her Okay, thank you, honey boo. I'm not used to having someone to get lunch for me and be so kind. My kids are good, but outside of them, it's wonderful having a good boyfriend. I have a new, y'all don't know, I have a boyfriend now. Lori's face, you're foiled. Yeah, she's slightly foiled, y'all. She is slightly, didn't want to do that much. Didn't want to do that much. There we go. She foiled. I remember hearing those phone calls in the sins of our mothers. Yeah. Yeah. He was passed in those calls too. He even named Lori as the person who messed it up. He was pissed. Yeah. So, y'all, We're on lunch break. She was a I'm loving this. I'm so here for this. This is going to be good between her and Karen Reed. The one thing, okay, guys, with Karen Reed, we've already seen the trial once, but some people are going, I don't want to watch that trial. I don't want to be any part of that trial. I've done it. We've watched it. Yeah, give that eating machine a snack. All of that kind of stuff. But y'all got to understand, we have a whole new prosecutor and a whole new attorney involved. 2 new attorneys involved on Karen Reed's side. So with that, I want to let y'all know that today we're running I hate to say special, but I don't know what else to call it. We are supporting As the Gavel Drops today. If you go in and donate a cup of coffee, which is pinned at the top of the comments in YouTube, click on their link and make any donation of any kind. Once she notifies me you've made that donation, you will receive 20 entries into this month's giveaway for a $50 gift card. Please understand, As the Gavel Drops provides thousands of documents, over 500 cases. She has a ton of people working for free for her, and a lot of them pay for these documents out of their pocket because they are pay blocked. So what we're doing is we are supporting As the Gavel Drops, and the way we're doing that is we're asking you to buy them a cup of coffee. It could be something as $5. It could be $50, whatever you choose, $100, because these documents cost money. And a lot of us use these documents, especially in this trial, the Karen Reed trial, all the trials. The documents you see coming on this show, 99.9% are from As the Gavel Drops. So I'm willing to give 20 additional entries for anybody who is donating money for or buying a cup of coffee for As the Gavel Drops, so they can continue to provide all these fabulous court documents. Some of them are 200 pages long, and that's a lot of money because they have to pay so much per page. So thank you so much. I'm actually excited to watch the new trial. I think it'll be extremely different than the first one. It will be very much different from the first one. Let's say, yep, I am semi interested in the outcome of the Karen Reed trial, but the state's cause in the first trial was garbage. It was, but it's different when you have a boyfriend. Yes, our kids have our own lives. Yeah, I know. My son's really good. He is, but I'm here and I either have to leave or so he can bring me. Gerald is getting me lunch today. I don't know what, but it's okay. I'll take whatever he brings me. Actually, I'm excited to watch the new trial. I think it'll be extremely different than the first. I agree 100%. We're going to see some of the same evidence, but the way it's going to be presented is going to be awesome. As much as I couldn't stand to listen to Brennan, I'll suffer through it. LOL, Chrissy. Well, guess what? Brennan is not, he's a part of the team. So I don't see him potentially doing all of the work. I didn't want to do that. I don't do that. That's fine. So it'll be interesting to see how they present this. I wonder if they're going to be doing like they did in the first trial, opening up the evidence bag with the liquor glass in it and said there's 3 pieces when in fact there were 5. I don't know if they have fixed all those errors or if they can. You can also become a member here and monthly supporter. Oh, for a Toxic? Yes. I am a monthly supporter for Toxic Orchid, and As the Gavel Drums, we donate monthly to them. Please consider doing that, especially if you are one who loves to dive into the court documents. Very important that you support them because let me tell you, it takes a lot of time and money to do what they do. She has a lot of fabulous mods, and Toxic, I hope that you would send out an email or a communication with all your mods from me, telling them how much we love and support you, and thank them personally for me. I don't know how to get that out there to all of them, but maybe you could do. Nothing is worse than listening to Shannon in the Crumbly trial. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, the father, James Crumbly, is trying to get a whole new trial. I don't think the state has enough to prove Karen Reed did it, not based on the evidence they presented. Even the state's own expert couldn't support their narrative. And you're right about that. But we got a whole new head DA, special DA, who was hired at $75,000 to try this case. And just before they, well, let's see, in December, he told them, "Hey, guess what? I want 250,000 to try this case, or I ain't going to do it." And so they are paying him the 250,000 to do this case. Let's see if he ups it to 500,000 or whatever. We'll see. Yes, he does. The documents and following the appeals and as the gavel drops for the Crumbly trial as well. All of these trials, you can find all the documents, including the appellate documents. In the Karen Reed, we even got the Supreme Court docket. And by the way, those who don't know, Karen Reed is not going to get an injunction on this trial. They are going to hear the case. She's on the docket to be heard on the 25th of April, but they're not. The Judge Johnson denied them an immediate injunction, which sucks. So I know some of you guys are going to hop off and get lunch. Please, if you're considering, if you're going to come back, let it run in the background. That really helps me with my algorithm. I certainly will do that, Ada K. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so very much. Let's see if I got some notice. Somebody. I have to watch my my Instagram a little differently because the way everything goes, and they are running behind. So currently, right now, we are in lunch. They will be back at 4. It's 2:15. No, Eastern time. 3:15 my time. No, we weren't that far behind. Okay. Watch time counts in the algorithm. Yes, it does. So if you do need to go somewhere, leave me in the background, please. We are a very young channel. We are compared to everybody else. And you guys, I hope you guys will start sharing because I am at 2,844 subs. I want to get to 3,000. I've been trying to get to 3,000 for over a month. I don't know why it has been so difficult to get to the 3,000. I don't understand it. I don't know why, but it is very hard to get to the 3,000 subs. I don't know why it's happening, but I will get close and then I drop 30, 40. And then I'll get some and then I'll drop 10. Then I get some and I drop. And I know that YouTube kind of does that sometimes. So if you're not sure that you have subbed, please go and double check. If you know you subbed, go and make sure you're still subbed. Paul Ferguson tried to get Shannon as his appellate attorney. Okie dokie. Watch time counts in the algorithm. It really does. Right now, for this live alone, we have 126 hours watch, which is great. We've had 412 views. Thank you so much for all of you guys who have hopped on and watched for the amount of time that you can. I'm catching up. I'm looking at the news, seeing if we have anything else breaking. California is having some earthquakes, so y'all be careful. A massive earthquake in southern near San Diego. I'll share this. Let me get. I'm going to mute it because that is painful. I'm going to come back and see what we can see. It won't let me come back. Let me see what else I can find. There are fire departments and everybody being dispatched. Let's see. I was looking for y'all. Oh, that's an interesting fire truck. Oh, that's a command truck. That's why. I'm looking to see. Nope. Okay. So some people are talking about the Lori Vallow. We do not have the actual live autopsy pictures yet, but I'm sure somebody's going to leak them. And as soon as it does, we'll leak it. We'll go in there. Oh, somebody asked me to show this video, so I will show this video. Hopefully I don't get copyrighted, but I will go ahead and show this video of the helicopter. I have a lot of people interested in this. So this here,
along with several theories behind the crash. And one stands out the most. This is mast bumping, a dangerous event where the rotor hub strikes the mast, often caused by abrupt control inputs or low-G maneuvers. Not to forget the recorded conversation of the air controllers.
Afternoon, LaGuardia, New York 39, back with you for Bravo, sir.
We have the full audio until it crashes and more details all in the video ahead. This is a detailed timeline of how the helicopter crashed on April 10, 2025. In the evening around 2:59, a Bell 206L4 Long Ranger 4 helicopter registration N216MH operated by New York Helicopter Charter departs the downtown Manhattan heliport on a sightseeing tour. The flight, its sixth of the day, includes 5 passengers: Spanish Siemens executive Agustin Escobar, his wife Merce Kemprubi Montal, and their 3 children, ages 4, 5, and 11, along with a 36-year-old pilot or on board the helicopter. 3 to 3:08 p.m. The helicopter flies south, circles the Statue of Liberty, then turns north along the Hudson River, ascending to approximately 1,000 feet. It continues past the George Washington Bridge before reversing course to head south along the New Jersey shoreline 467. 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Witnesses report loud noises resembling gunshots or a sonic boom as the helicopter begins to disintegrate midair. Video footage captures the tail rotor and main rotor blade detaching, followed by the fuselage plunging into the Hudson River upside down near Pier of Park, Hoboken at a 45-degree angle. 3:17 Eastern Time, the helicopter crashes into the river, fully submerging in 50-degree water. Let's take a closer look at how the crash might have happened from a technical standpoint. The 2025 Hudson River helicopter crash appears to have been caused by an in-flight breakup of the aircraft, with key issues involving the rotor and tail. Eyewitnesses and aviation experts reported that the helicopter's main rotor detached midair, slicing through the tail boom. This caused the aircraft to spiral out of control before crashing into the river. The catastrophic nature of the failure is consistent with the wreckage, missing rotor blades and a disintegrated tail section. One theory put forward by aviation professionals is mast bumping, a dangerous phenomenon where the rotor hub strikes the mast, typically caused by abrupt control inputs or low-G maneuvers. This kind of event can severely disrupt rotor balance and may lead to rotor separation and total loss of control. Mast bumping is especially associated with two-bladed teetering rotor systems, like those found on Bell helicopters, including the Bell 206 model involved in this crash. The Bell 206 is a family of two-bladed single and twin-engine helicopters manufactured by Bell Helicopter Company. Introduced in the 1960s, its siblings were widely used during the Vietnam War, as well as in military and law enforcement roles. According to the National Transportation Safety Board and various aviation safety databases, it's a pretty safe aircraft. The accident rate is roughly 3.5 to 4.0 per 100,000 flight hours, which is typical for light helicopters in this class. We got the actual flight controller audio, so this is how it happened.
New York 39 is with you at the back of the statue, looking for Bravo Tour information pop-up. New York 38 near Tower, Squawk the Street, radar contact 700, traffic about a quarter mile east-to westbound, indicating 600. We cleared in at 1,500, altimeter 3033. So 1,500, this is New York 38.
This is where the helicopter is going for the Hudson River tour.
All right, just confirm, is it 39 or 38? The code's 39. Actually, yeah, 39. You're 39. Thank you. New York 39, I've got that traffic. New York 39, Roger, LaGuardia 2605. LaGuardia, thank you. Nothing doing LaGuardia, New York 39 is back with you for Bravo Tour.
New York 39, LaGuardia South, number 3032, Bravo Tour approved. New York 39, traffic 2 to 3 o'clock, about 2 miles southeastbound, helicopter 1300 has you in sight.
New York 39, looking for that traffic. Could I also get that check out?
New York 39, leading the Bravo, ready to turn at Scorpio Park, reaching approved traffic, full facing north south 15 helicopter.
Got that traffic to side, maintain a visual set, New York 39 into the hill.
Hey, be
This is where it
blazing.
goes up the river to George Washington Bridge, then turns around to fly around 900 feet, and the flight controllers kept searching for the missing helicopter.
That's 2-1, leading the Bravo, ready to turn at Scorpio Park, reaching approved. And is there anything you see in the Hudson? Anything out of the ordinary?
Squawk TFR and negative Metro 21.
Roger, thanks.
No problem. Okay.
This is the Black Hawk helicopter that collided with a civilian airplane just a couple of months ago. American Airlines Flight 5342, which
That
we'll
breaks
refer
my
to as
heart.
the landing flight, was on its final approach to runway 33. At this stage, called short final, the aircraft was mere moments led to the
Okay, we
Black
don't
Hawk
need to go
failing.
through all that. So somebody asked me to show that. I showed it. Thank you, Biblazy, for stopping in. We greatly appreciate it. We have some Karen Reed news, and it's not good news. Let me get it up. Let all the ads do their pop-ups. I'm so tired of these pop-up ads. I gotta tell you, I really am. Let me get it up and on shared screen. Okay, unfortunately, I hate to say this, but unfortunately, the Karen Reed supporters lose their case against Jeff. They've lost the lawsuit. And what does it mean? The federal judges ruled against the supporters of accused murderer Karen Reed, who sued Norfolk Superior Court Judge Beverly Canone for implementing a buffer zone outside the Denham courthouse, meant to keep prosecutors, protesters, trying to get this where we can read it, protesters at bay during the Reed second murder trial. Jury selection in Reed retrial continued on Monday, April 14th. The lawsuit filed on behalf of Jason Grant, Allison Taggart, and Lisa Peterson and Samantha Lyons sought to block enforcement of the buffer zone order as the supporters argued it was a violation of the First Amendment right. Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan requested that Canone reinstate the buffer zone, saying that the demonstrators could be intimidating or influential for the jurors. Canone's approved the request and extended the buffer zone for the trial. The lawsuit also listed Massachusetts Trial Court, Massachusetts State Police, Denham Police Department, Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey as defendants. Oh, it's okay, honey. We got you. What the Reed protesters' lawsuit said that they felt it was lawless. It was an act that violates the Constitution guarantee of free speech and due process. So the lawsuit was just denied. Canone, the lawsuit said that the plaintiffs have been protesting specifically about Canone. The lawsuit includes photograph of the protesters holding signs that read, "Judge Bev is conflicted. Bev Court is a clown show." There were no disturbances, incidents, or interference with any of the trials taking place. But Judge Canone was apparently embarrassed and annoyed by the people protesting against her, the lawsuit read. Nevertheless, nobody's rights were impeded upon and no one complaint was received that the plaintiff was aware of. So, basically, yep, that is not something that's going to happen. Also, we are going to be, I'm going to talk about briefly, is the fact that we have the defense, not the defense, the prosecution, thanks to our fabulous friend, Miss June, has made it aware that they are going to be using a lot of the video clips and part of the shows that Karen Reed has been a part of. Copy of the Canton audio report, copy of the updated CV Shannon Burgess, transcripts, records, notes, anything and everything that they can use, they are going to use in this trial against Karen Reed. It has been hinted in many previous filings that the Commonwealth is now formally saying it will introduce Karen Reed's media statements as evidence against her. Right 5 minutes ago, juror selection has concluded for the day. Karen Reed, one juror was added. They lost one who was picked last week. That means there's still 16. They want at least 18. They will be back tomorrow to continue. So does that mean we are not going to be in trial tomorrow? Does that mean we're not in trial tomorrow? 16 jurors. This is for Karen Reed. Oh, she's biased as hell. I have all of the law commentators I have seen on YouTube, and I've tried to find them all have said she is biased. They were not saying that until certain documents started hitting, and then they were going, we got a problem. Well, they'll probably start on Wednesday. That's okay. We got this trial. We'll keep up with the jury selection. So maybe they'll start Wednesday. I think Auntie Bev, April Fools. We were supposed to start on the 1st, which we did for jury selection, but April Fools. Come on in, honey. So, let me see if I can I'm going to mute this so you can't hear the rippling of the bag. Okay, guys, I'm back. Bev doesn't care. She'll drag this out as long as she can. I think you're right. I think Auntie Bev will drag anything out as long as she possibly can. Because you know what? She is now in family court. She is no longer in the court that this case is being tried in, but because she started it, she's going to finish it. And that's the way it goes. I'm going to put us on a short commercial break for me. I'm going to take a comfort break. We will be right back. Y'all don't go anywhere. I need you guys to stay. Our numbers are great today. And thank you so much for joining. Please remember to share. Here's a commercial from one of our sponsors, the Olive Tea Company.
I want to welcome Olive Tea to our family. They are our new sponsor. Olive Tea is a veteran, woman-owned company. They are passionate about creating artisan small batch herbal teas, focusing on self-care and wellness, while at the same time offering tasty drink options. Olive Tea does not incorporate scenting or flavoring agent and is naturally caffeine-free with no added sugars. They let the natural ingredients speak for themselves. The herbal teas are packed as loose leaf and in convenient tea bags. Certified Go Texas and homegrown by heroes. They offer many different choices from lavender citrus to lemony mint to restore and to scarlet nibs. They also offer fabulous Christmas gifts such as these wonderful tea strainers. Y'all, this is absolutely beautiful. Please Please click on the QR code or go to www.buyollietea.com to get your tea. Let me know which is your favorite. I hope you enjoy.
Okay. I am going to look for those calls. Did you put them in the mod drop? I'm looking for those calls, Ronnie. Where did you put them? Okay, here it is. I found them. Okay, let me get it up and running, guys. Give me just a split second. I'm going to play these while I inhale my lunch. I got chicken quesadillas. Okay, I'm listening. I'm here.
Have your policy number.
Kevin, my name is Charles Vallow. I'm the insured. I'm the agent. I don't have it. I'll give you my social. Can you please give me the policy numbers? I'm doing a beneficiary change.
Okay, what's your social, please?
As well.
Okay, what's your full name?
Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, or L. Charles Vallow.
Okay, hold on a second, please. Okay, verify your date of birth. Address, your old address. Mm-hmm. Okay, wait a second. You said, what's the house number again?
3688.
No, that's not what I have. That's a previous address.
Okay, the J Place?
No.
I don't know what you.
Yeah, I have to authenticate the call.
We're in Hawaii. We were in Hawaii. Was this one in Hawaii?
Okay, this is in Texas. So all I can tell you.
78746.
Okay. Now, what is your password? Just I have a password.
I don't have a password.
Okay, it's telling me that I need to authenticate a password, sir.
I don't have a password. I'm just changing my beneficiary.
Okay. Hold on a second, please. It says that somebody you put in a password here, sir. So I can't proceed without the password being confirmed.
I had no idea.
No. No.
I don't know what I don't ever remember setting up a password ever.
Okay.
And I'm the agent and the insured.
Okay. Yeah, I would still need to verify that password no matter who you are, because we have to go ahead and.
I don't have a password. How do I get a new password when I never set up one? Can you please tell me that? I know you're doing your job. This is just frustrating for me. I need to change the beneficiary. How do I do it when I don't have a password? I've never set up one. I don't know how else to do one. What do I do?
Wow.
All I need is my policy number.
Okay. I can't send you anything until I actually get that verified. So
who can?
Okay, I have actually been in this situation where I had an ex-family member call in and create a password on my account. And when I called in to deal with it, they said, we can't do it. If you don't have the right password. Then they hung up with me and contacted that person, notifying that I had tried to access my account. Luckily, I drove 2.5 hours away from my home to the physical office and showed my driver's license, and I had to resubmit everything. It is a pain in the butt. And that's what pisses me off. If people get your address, your date of birth, your driver's license, or your social, they can screw you 7 ways for Sunday, and they don't ever get held accountable for it.
So I can't do anything with my policy. I could die today. You would give anybody the money in case I don't have a password.
Well, no, that's not.
Tell me what to do to get this done.
Okay, hold on 1 second for me, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. You know what? I would have been more
All
liberal.
right. Thanks a lot for holding. I do appreciate your time. So this is the best I can do. And I'm sorry because we're a lot of people are in the meeting. I was trying to get you to somebody. So I'm going to mail a beneficiary form out. Okay. And then you'll get that. Is there anything else?
Which address are you mailing it to?
Well, we can't change anything right now because you know.
You have 3300 BK Road, Suite 650.
That's the address that we authenticated you partially with, right?
Okay. And when did I set up a password?
Well, that was recent.
tell you that.
It looks like on my note here.
I mean, how recent?
It looks like
6 months, 2 years?
220. No, February 20th.
Whoa.
Okay,
this year.
somebody else has called on my account. That's fraud.
I don't know, sir. I mean, that's the thing is that I don't know.
I do know. I haven't
So-
called in on this policy in a long time.
Yeah, if you have concerns about that, then you need to supply some form of proof or something. But yeah, that's
Go into your agent's
You know,
office and deal with it that way.
I'll be able to do that. But you can request
Hey,
that
look,
request
my
in
wife
writing.
left me 30 days ago. She's taken a ton of my money. I don't know what she's doing on this account, but it's fraud. I'm the guy. I'm Charles Vallow. I'm the insured and the owner of the policy. Correct? And I need to know what to do right now today to change my beneficiary to my sister.
So what you need to do, sir, is the following, okay? What I would recommend that you do is you send something in writing, letting us know in writing, and I'll give you a fax number or an email address, etc. You need to send something in writing and be as blatant as possible with your concerns, okay? I would be personal in saying that you
How many of us have called in customer service to get help on something and we're complaining and they tell you to send a blatant email, be as blatant as possible? Wow, that's a first.
you feel like somebody is trying to take away your information and etc. And that you talk to
What they should do, they have the phone number on the account. And I've had them do this. I tell you what, there's a phone number on this account. Hang up with me and call that number back. And if I don't answer and give you the word rabbit or whatever your little code word you want to give them, then you know. If you call me back and I give that to you, you know I am who I am. It did work on that one person. It's not going to work with here.
me, my name's Kevin, and that I could not authenticate you or change your address because the password could not be changed. Now then what they'll do is they'll go back to the calls, okay, that were made recently. They'll go back to the calls that were made recently, and then they'll do an investigation on the trend to see if something like that was to happen. And
Will they let me know?
Yeah, they'll let you know.
I'll do
You
a
got to
letter
put
to
your
Ben
contact.
Rogers.
You got to put your contact information in, etc., and then they'll let you know. Yes.
I'll put my new address. I'll put my new phone number.
Yeah.
And
Email address.
I've not added the password.
Email address.
I've not added a password or anything to my account. Somebody else has been messing with my account. Please discontinue any use and speak only with Charles Vallow or KF Kathleen Ethel Woodcock, the owner and beneficiary. Can I do something like that?
Yeah, right. And then you want to mention my name, that you spoke to Kevin and he could not authenticate me.
What's your last name, Kevin?
Della Rosa, DELAROSA.
Could not authenticate password.
I'm sorry?
Okay, I put on there that Kevin Della Rosa could not authenticate password.
Yeah, password that was
He
listed
threw
on
it
the
right
account.
then and there.
And
Like,
you're
already.
requesting to have an investigation done because you feel like somebody is trying. If somebody, you have to be personal. You have to say, I think you just used the word your ex-wife or your wife is trying to take away. And you say a brief synopsis that she's
I need
taking
to have an
your money.
investigation done.
Yeah, because you fear your wife is trying to.
My password was authorized in this account, and I did not do it.
Yeah, but don't just leave it like that
There you
because you just told me that it was your wife. If you feel like that's something personal, then you need to say that so that we can go ahead and put this under investigation and review. People will
And
go
the
back.
other reason is if she does call back and say, I'm the wife, I'm the beneficiary, they're going to go, let's hold on a minute.
I can call and review calls that were made before to see what happened. But
Okay.
we'll just leave it like that in the air because.
And I'm going to email it. I'm going to fax it today, or can I email it?
Yeah, I can give you an email or a fax.
Give me an email. I'll do this right now.
Yeah, customer service at bannerlife.com. That's customer service at bannerlife.com.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for calling Legal in General and enjoy your day, sir. I'm sorry about that. Bye.
Wow, y'all, that's deep. And I've been in that situation. It sucks. All right, call number 2.
Thank you for calling Legal in General. My name is Pam. Can I have your policy number?
Oh, she's got that.
Pam, I don't know the agent and the owner of the policy insured. Name is Charles Vallow. He is in Victor, ALLOW, social. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
She's got that operator voice. Thanks for calling operating services. How
Okay,
can
so
I
you're calling.
directing your call now?
Whose social is that?
It's mine, the owner, and the agent.
Okay. Charles. Can I have your mailing address, please?
She did not change the policy. What she did is put a password. So when someone calls in, they have to give a password as part of the authentication process. So they don't always do it, but you can ask them for it and they will. So like when my ex-mother-in-law was calling my children's doctors trying to get information she had no legal right to, I found out that she had called in and changed one of my appointments and was doing some stupid stuff. And the doctor's offices, when I went in for the appointment, they go, "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you rescheduled." I'm like, "No." And we got to looking and they said they've been receiving calls wanting copies of this and that. And they said that they were saying they were me. And I said, "Well, we're going to put a password on this account." So what I did is every time I called in and I needed to set an appointment, they go, "Okay, right now we are overwhelmed in the office. Can I give you a call back? What is your phone number?" They would validate that number with the number on the account, and then they would call me back. And then they'd have, "Okay, what is the password?" I'll say yellow, which it wasn't. And then they would talk to me. But without doing that, so that's kind of like what she's done. She has set up a password on the account that even though he gives all the correct information, if he doesn't have the correct password, they're not going to allow him to change the policy nor talk to them. She was trying to protect herself from him changing the policy before they unalived him. This was manipulative and planned. Alex could have called. Come on.
Let me just check. You changed it with a customer service representative?
Yes, ma'am. This morning,
Probably another man
more than an hour
who had all
ago.
the information.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, did you change it as an agent or as a policy owner? I'm not seeing.
Both.
Do you know who you spoke to?
I didn't write it down, ma'am. I realized I had to. Usually when I call, you guys take care of it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to see if that was passed. Let me just see. One moment.
Well, here's my question. We'll go back to that, the address.
Okay.
I got on my banking statement, it says stop payment reviewed, item paid, Banner Life, 50750. Why would the stop payment be put on that? Who did that?
Okay.
Your wife.
No, stop
Yeah.
payment on.
The premium payment, the automatic, the EFT.
It's set to draft. It just drafted on February 15th. It's going to draft again on March 15th.
But why does it say on the banking statement, stop payment reviewed?
I don't have an answer for you on that. Yeah, I don't have an answer for you because that one, there's nothing noted here to stop payment. It's very.
So what happened was they contacted the bank, Lori and or her brother, contacted the bank pretending to be him and stopped payment on that insurance.
We're in good shape. We're good. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
All right, sir, but your address, I'm just you want me to?
Okay.
Because what we have
Yeah.
here, let's see, the Bees
My
Cove
business
Road.
address is my business address is. Okay. My home address, I have 2 homes. My home address is in Gilbert, Arizona.
Okay, so all correspondence are going to go to the 3300 B Cove Road. If I change that, all yours as an agent will go to that address too.
That's fine. I still get mail to both places.
Okay, all right, you're all good then.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got. Is there any kind of identity lock or something I can put on my anybody that calls in on my policy so I can? I'm changing the insured to my sister for my special needs son as the administrator. Can I put a lock or something, a code they have to give if anybody calls to ask about my policy? Is that possible? Will you guys do that?
Right, so I can put a special password, so you have to remember that because every time you call, you have to repeat that. All right. All right. Let me have your
Can it be a 4-digit number or 5-digit?
Absolutely.
Don't have a clue why.
And you give no information to anyone that doesn't have that password.
Absolutely. That's what that's there for. So every time you call,
awesome. Thank you.
Okay, you have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you for calling Legal and General America. This is Lakshmi speaking. May I have your policy number, please?
I don't have a policy number. I'm the policy owner. I'm the agent and policy owner.
Okay.
But I give my socials for.
I'm speaking to Mr. Charles Vallow.
That's just me. Just can you email me a beneficiary change form, please? And tell me who the beneficiaries are on the policy now.
Okay, let me pull the policy first. Hold on for a few seconds.
This is Alex calling. Is this Alex? Okay, they're verifying.
So the primary beneficiary, can I also verify your address?
Pardon me?
Can I verify your address? What was your previous address?
Yeah.
Place, Queen Creek, Arizona, 85142.
We have your
That one
Austin
does
address.
not sound like Charles. This is call 3. That's
Austin,
Alex,
Texas,
isn't it?
78746. Can you change it to the Arizona address, please?
Okay. But since you are also an agent, you need to send that information to our licensing department, and you can email it to them or fax it to them. I can give you their information.
That's fine. Can you just email me a beneficiary change form is all I need on my policy.
Can I get your
And
email
policy
address?
number.
That's Alex.
Charles.Vallow, first name dot last name at gmail.com.
Okay.
Now, I wonder, did they set up a fake email too? Or did they hack his email?
Okay, I just emailed you the form. You should be receiving that in a few seconds.
Sure. Thank you very much. Can you notify? Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Notify who? Whom are you going to notify?
Are you calling in reference to a death claim?
Yes.
Okay, one moment, please.
And she did not ask for a password.
May I have the name of the insured? L. Charles Vallow.
She doesn't seem very grieving, does she? Yeah, she did.
And who am I speaking with? This is Lori Vallow. And your relationship to the insured?
He's my husband.
I would have said he was.
Okay, one moment.
Not alive.
Okay, ma'am, I'm just going to need to ask you a few questions so that I can open the claim, and then I can go over the claim procedure with you and answer any questions that you may have afterwards.
That would be great.
Okay, first of all, may I have your daytime phone number, please?
Sure, it's 2.
And what was the date of Mr. Vallow's passing?
July 11th.
And what was the cause of his passing?
Well, he was shot.
Okay.
So I don't know how I want to put that.
Okay. All right. And I hate to ask, but is it?
Yeah,
you can just say yes or no.
Are you
Was it a homicide?
Yes.
No, it was an accident.
An accident. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what state did he pass away in?
Arizona.
Okay. Okay, just bear with me for one moment. I just need to
Red
pull
room.
up a few other things.
Okay.
You can hear JJ in the background.
Are you aware of who the primary beneficiary of the policy is?
Me?
It's me.
No, it's not. There's the first red flag for the insurance company right there.
Okay. And may I have your I'm sorry, one moment. My computer just went away for a second. Okay. And may I have your current mailing address?
Sure. It's 5531 South 4 FOUR Peaks PEAKS Place.
Okay.
In Chandler, Arizona. And it's 85249.
Okay, ma'am. That is all the information I need to open the claim. What we will do now is review the policy and the file to confirm the beneficiary information and determine the claim requirements that we will need to settle this particular claim. Once we have completed our review, we will prepare a claim packet to send to the named beneficiary once that has been confirmed. And the claim packet can either be mailed or emailed or faxed. How would you like to receive a correspondence?
Email would be great.
Okay, and what is your email address?
Yeah. Who shot?
Okay. All right. So you should receive an email from our office within the next 3 to 5 business days or sooner. It will have the instructions listed. Once you receive the information, if you have any questions whatsoever, please don't hesitate to give our office a call, and then we can go from there. Okay. Is there anything I can help you with at this time?
That's it, I think.
Okay, ma'am. Well, I'm very sorry for your loss. You take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Y'all, what did you think about them cojones? Oh my gosh. Fire, fire, pants on fire. Liar, liar, pants on fire. I just, oh my gosh. Thank you so much for those. Ronnie, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Let me see what this is. That's an hour. We can't watch it. That's going to take too long right at the moment. So I would love to see the look on Lori's face when she was notified the insurance company that she was no longer the beneficiary. I would have loved for that too. I would, there's a lot of things I'd pay to see when she found out information. Hold on. So anyway, hey, Caleb, she was using her little voice. She was trying to sound like the victim, but she's not the victim. No, she's the victimizer. She's the victimizer. Oh, there's just something about getting a good snuggly blanket. This is Vera Bradley, and this is the blanket, the very first gift I ever bought my sister. I got it back. I just love it. I bought it for me and she fell in love, so I gave it to her. She was having, she would have been fuming mad. I bet she threw stuff all over the rage. I would not want to be in the house when she did that. What gets me is they don't ask for the password, right? You know, that would have been something that I would struggle with. Not everybody would see that there was a password on my account, so sometimes things got through. But for the most part, the places that I had to do that with were pretty awesome. But y'all, come on. That's insane. And I understand his frustration because I have been in his shoes. Even though my husband committed a crime and went to prison for it, he and his mother fought me for everything they could, and including changing my passwords or changing my, not changing passwords, but appointments for the kids. They'd ask me, well, when are the kids' next dental appointments? It's in April. Well, you have to tell me. I said, no, I have to tell David if he asks, but I don't have to tell you, the grandmother. Yeah, you do, because I'm telling him. I said, then when he calls me from prison, if he asks me, I will tell him. Well, I went to the appointment and they said, why did you call us 3 times to verify this appointment? I said, what do you mean? I never called to verify it. I know what time the appointment is. I know you guys sent me a reminder. Why did it drop views? Oh, that's weird. Okay. So, yeah, it's not fun being in that boat. Charles said he never put a password on. Yeah, and I understand. I've been there. Trying to deal with VA. I broke a phone and window on day. It was not my cell phone either. I was the old-fashioned type on the wall. Oh my God, don't you hate it? We'd hit that thing. I don't know how ours didn't break. I thought she said yes to the homicide question, then corrected herself. I know. I loved it. Who remembers the wall phones with the long cords and we'd slam that thing down and hang it up? Man, you could beat those phones to death and they didn't break. Well, eventually they would. Okay, I don't know what I just got sent and I just threw it up. Give me a second to get it queued. And then I will figure out what the heck I've got. Ronnie, what is this? A spear through my heart. Lori Vallow Daybell reacts to Charles from the first trial about the life insurance. Oh, you guys are good. Thank you, Ronnie. Let's listen to
text
this.
on July 15th of 2019, and ending with a chat that had occurred with Lori Vallow and from Charles Vallow's son. Do you recall? On July 18th. And I believe these go on for a few bits, but could you take a look at them?
I know.
Why did you include these particular communications?
This slide and 2 or 3 slides after this slide contain a text string between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow regarding the fact that Charles Vallow had changed the beneficiary of his life insurance from Lori Vallow to another individual. I included this because it was pertinent in terms of potential financial motives in this case.
If you could, starting with the lines.
And those cords that you could stretch all the way down the hall and into the bathroom. My job every Saturday was to stretch that cord out and clean it. We didn't have baby wipes back then or Lysol wipes. So we had to use a wash rag and Dawn or soap. And my mom made me clean that cord. I hated it. And untangle it.
On page 17, could you take a look at those and read those into the record?
Yes. Line 2706 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I am not the beneficiary. It is a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay. He left nothing for JJ. Line 2705 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out. Line 2704 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday. I could check the emails sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently.
If you could, continue on to slide 18, read those as well.
Line 2703 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. It seems you would have had to agree to the change. Maybe your name was forged. You should have a good paper trail to prove
Sorry.
it. Line 2702 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I love you. This is terrible, but it is probably another step in bringing down the Gadiantons, especially Brandon. Line 2701 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Nope, he can change it anytime he wants. He's the agent, and anyone can change their beneficiary anytime with their own signature. I'm thinking it must be K. Line 2700. From Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. It will be interesting if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
And continuing on this line of summary.
Line 2699 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I don't think it could have. You can't change it after the death date.
No, you do not have to get permission from the person that, so if I had a life insurance policy and I put my kids on it and then I get married and change it to my spouse, they can't do anything, whether they're adult or minor. If I had it set to go to my best friend and I decided to have it go to another best friend, they don't need to give permission to have it changed. You do what you want.
They would review that. Line 2698 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, I'm thinking Kay as well. She is probably freaking out that you got those computers. I'm going to shower and give you a blessing. I'm eager to get home so we can talk. It really will be okay, my love. You are wonderful.
I'm going to get a shower and give you a blessing. Ooh, I don't want to know.
Line 2687 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me to who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS. Line 2683 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. When you get out of the temple, please text this phone. I'm home alone until about 3:30 your time. I love you so much.
Now, you indicated that you included this in your summary of the text because it discussed potential financial motive for various crimes.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back and look at the sort of beginning of this text communication. And why did you talk about getting the letter or include getting the letter from the insurance company saying that Lori was not the beneficiary? Why did you include that text?
I included that because it was apparent that Lori Vallow was surprised to find out that the beneficiary had been changed.
Okay. And turning to the next slide, was there anything significant to you about it is probably another step in bringing down the Gladiatans, especially Brandon? In your review of all the iCloud records in context of the entire investigation that you were part of, did you understand what that meant?
Yes.
What did that mean?
Gadiantans is another reference to the Book of Mormon. The Gadiantans were a secret society, a group of robbers, evil people. So when the phrase Gadiantan is used, it's simply identifying someone as being evil in this case, or also in this case, Brandon Boudreaux.
Okay. And why would the inclusion of Brandon Boudreaux in a conversation about Charles Vallow's life insurance money have any significance to you in the investigation?
I would object because it misstates the evidence that's actually been presented. There's no reference to Brandon Boudreaux.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Why would the reference to Brandon in the text at line 2702 have any significance to you as it's inserted in a text conversation about Charles Vallow's life insurance?
That particular line in and of itself isn't terribly significant, other than we know from the investigation that that marriage was also in a tumultuous time, but it was a text in a series of text strings, one following the other. So I included it in amongst this series.
And what, if any, significance was there to the conversation about he can change it at any time? And ending with, I'm thinking it must be Kay. Did you know who Kay was?
Yes.
Who was Kay?
Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's sister.
And turning to the line 2687, what, if any, significance in the investigation was there to a conversation about $4,000 a month from SS?
That's an indication that Lori Vallow would still receive that amount of money on a monthly basis from Social Security.
Okay. And as of July 18th, 2019, had Lori Vallow yet started to receive Social Security from JJ or for JJ from Charles's Social Security account?
Not at that date. That took place a little later on.
And yet it's referenced in line 2687.
Correct.
And that text communication about anticipated Social Security funds was on July 18, 2019, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Okay.
She had it planned. She knew exactly what she was going to do. She knew. Okay, let me get the volume back on and we're back in court. They don't have their volume on.
Estimate yet?
Yes, they do.
When you think you're likely to conclude your case in chief?
I think likely Thursday.
All right. So we are moving at a fairly quick rate. Let's talk about these motions. One of them may be relevant this afternoon. The motion in limine regarding the questioning of police, has the defendant have a chance to review that motion?
I did get a chance to review it, Your Honor.
Can you
but
pull the microphone down?
I did get a chance to review it. I did not get an opportunity to discuss it with my advisory team. We were able to have like a 30-second discussion right before we came in. So I would like to have an opportunity to do
Well,
that before I have to.
I think you said Mr. Did you say Mr. Moffett testifying this afternoon?
No.
Oh, you didn't say
Moberg.
that. Moberg,
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry, no.
Can I see the witnesses? Witnesses.
So theoretically, she could, if we get to cross of Detective Cassandra in plan, that could become potentially an issue there. I don't know. I only put.
Well, I guess here's the issue is, I don't know to what extent you might have intended on crossing police officers about why you weren't arrested that day, or why your brother wasn't arrested that day, or why it took however long for charges to be submitted, or those types of things. Were those things you were planning on questioning anyone about?
Not exactly in those terms.
In what terms then?
Asking those specific questions. Those were not on my list. However, it will become apparent that we were not arrested that day. So I don't foresee it being a problem. I'm not trying to
I think that the timing.
go into detail on that.
The timing of what was happening, how the investigation unfolded as far as timing, who was charged, who wasn't charged, would not
Hey, sweet
be
Magnolia.
relevant. And I think that's what the state's motion is toward, because I think one of the first witnesses in the case, there was a question about why you or your brother weren't arrested that day, which again isn't relevant because if you go down that path, you could foreseeably open a door into, there's a lot of reasons why the investigation probably took quite a while, that the jury doesn't really need to know about, nor is it relevant for them to determine what did or didn't happen on that particular day that you've been charged with. But I'm just kind of giving you a heads up that I don't think it's relevant. If you think it's relevant and we get to cross of this witness today, and you think you have a question regarding the timing, or who was or wasn't arrested, ask if we can take a break, all right?
Okay, sure.
All a sidebar. You want
Then
a
we have,
sidebar.
well, let me ask the defendant this. You've subpoenaed Robert Bobby Vallow, apparently was sent that subpoena or served that subpoena for a date that's already passed. Is this, again, someone that you believe has relevant information to your case?
No, Your Honor, that was just an oversight. That was a mix-up of clerical error. So we apologize to him or his family or any distress that caused. That was mixed up with an exhibit. His name was mixed up with an exhibit. It's very difficult on the phone at the jail when they cut me off every 20 minutes. And sometimes the notifications that get to my paralegal and my investigator do not come through clearly.
All right. The court will find that that subpoena, first of all, wasn't effective in the way that it was served out of state on an out-of-state witness. It sounds like the defendant's withdrawing that subpoena. Can we say that?
Absolutely, you can crush it.
So that one's withdrawn. Are there other?
Your Honor, I know you filed the state's email. I did have attachments of that on there. If those are part of the record, can we seal that as well? Because obviously it still has Bobby Vallow's information.
I've only sealed your email and I've sealed the actual 2 subpoenas that we discussed this morning.
Thank you.
Why do you care about your email?
Was there another?
You're never going to have it again.
Boudreaux was served with a subpoena for this.
I'm sorry. What she is so petty about drives me crazy. Boo, you're already serving 2 life sentences. This is just for fun.
Case, is that correct?
That is my understanding, Your Honor.
In
All
her
right.
eyes. In
Those subpoenas were
society,
sent
it's
out from
important.
OPDS. We turned them into OPDS before you struck that witness, Your Honor. So
Okay, so that subpoena is effectively quashed, and as I said, that one would be filed under seal as
Yep.
well. Then we have, let me just check the time here, 1:23. The motion in limine regarding the testimony of the video observed by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett. Have you had a chance to review that and discuss it?
I haven't had a chance to discuss that with advisory council, and I would like the opportunity to do that, Your Honor.
All right, that's fine. I don't think that's imminent for today.
No.
And then I think we can also take up the state's third motion to preclude later today or sometime tomorrow. Is your next, let's have the witness come back in. I think all our jurors are present, so we can start a few minutes early.
I've never understood that haircut. I just don't.
Let me ask my.
They bring the jury.
Reprogram those headsets. All right, so. We'll see.
Okay, so I am, give me a second. I'm editing witnesses. Witnesses. Oh, gee, gosh. We have. Okay, so everyone's taking a nice little break. And I believe I know who the next witness is going to be. We'll see. Y'all don't forget to do the liking and share thing and leave your DNA.
All right,
Like,
please be seated.
and when you do, comment I-L-I-K-E-D.
Continue with your direct
You can be
examination.
in the drawing for an entry to the end of the month giveaway.
When we took our break for lunch, we had just admitted Exhibit 215, I believe. And inside this contained the beneficiary designation form that was filled out by Mr. Vallow. Oops. Wait till we get our Elmo up.
She looks like a friend of mine. They could be sisters. Sister.
Correct. This is the form that we were discussing from the February 26th beneficiary change.
Yes, that's correct.
So we see that it's signed and notarized.
Correct.
And what this then shows is the primary beneficiary is now Ethel K. Woodcock.
Yes.
And then were there also contingent beneficiaries?
Yes, there were.
What are contingent beneficiaries?
Contingent beneficiaries are listed in the event the insured passes away and the primary beneficiary had predeceased the insured, meaning passing away before The insured, since the primary beneficiary was no longer living, it would then drop to the contingent beneficiaries to receive the death benefit.
Okay. So if Kay Woodcock had not been around when Charles passed, then it would have gone to Nicholas Charles Vallow and Zachary Chase Vallow.
That's correct.
When a
interesting.
primary beneficiary or a contingent beneficiary is removed from someone's life insurance policy, does Banner Life Insurance call that person up and let them know, hey, just letting you know you're not the primary beneficiary
No,
anymore?
no,
Why not?
they're not the policy owner, so they would not be entitled to that information.
So
Yay.
then the policy owner is the person who can do whatever they want with the policy.
Correct.
On July 15th of 2019, did Lori Ann Vallow
Oh, he
call
does.
Banner Life Insurance to make a death claim?
I know that's Colby.
And was that
I
call
don't like the
recorded?
haircut.
Yes, it was.
And is that the audio that you listened to before we took our break for lunch?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, if I may publish this? And again, that's just something that's the normal course of business that Banner Life records all of those people
All
calling
of our
in.
calls are recorded, yes.
Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number? Sure. Yes. Okay, one moment, please. May I have the name of the insured? L. Charles Vallow.
Oh, we just heard this.
And who am I speaking with? This is Lori Vallow. And your relationship to the insured? He's my husband. Okay, one moment. Okay, ma'am, I'm just going to need to ask you a few questions so that I can open the claim, and then I can go over the claim procedure with you and answer any questions that you may have afterwards. That would be great. Okay, first of all, may I have your daytime phone number, please? Sure, it's
414-3316. Again, it's 414-3316. I'm just giving a fake number. Yeah, they do.
And what was the date of Mr. Vallow's passing? July 11th. And what was the cause of his passing?
Shooting?
Well, he was shot. Okay. I don't know how I want to put that. Okay. All right. And I hate to ask, but is it? Yeah, you can just say yes or no. Was it a homicide? No, it was an accident. An accident. Okay. Okay. And what state did he pass away in? Arizona. Okay. Just bear with me for one moment. I just need to pull up a few other things. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you're right.
Are you aware of who the primary beneficiary of the policy is? It's me.
No, boo. It is not you.
And may I have
Sorry.
your, I'm sorry, one moment on my computer, just wait for a second. Okay. And may I have your current mailing address?
Okay. She now knows this woman. When Lori said it was her, and she's looking at it and she's going, oh, this is when I hate my job. I got to tell this woman at some point that she's not the beneficiary.
Sure. It's 55.
You're right. Just like they did in the cemetery. Well, until they rule them out. Not until the case is resolved.
249.
From what we learned with the cemetery, the children were ruled out by the police and they got theirs almost immediately. My hearing aids are not where I want them. Immediately. And then Monica Cemetery, the police could not release her as a potential suspect. So she was put on hold until she was found guilty. So now the children will get that part of the children will get the remaining of the insurance policy that was supposed to go to Monica Cemetery.
Okay, ma'am. That is all the information I need to open the claim. What we will do now is review the policy and the file to confirm the beneficiary information and determine the claim requirements that we will need to settle this particular claim. Once we have completed our review, we will prepare a claim packet to send to the named beneficiary once that has been confirmed. And the claim packet can either be...
So she kept $500,000 and she gave $250,000 to each of to the two sons. Didn't he have two older sons?
Mailed or emailed or faxed. How would you like to receive a correspondence? Email would be great. Okay, and what is your email address? It's Lori, Lori. Okay. All right, so you should receive an email from our office within the next 3 to 5 business days or sooner. It will have the instructions listed. Once you receive the information, if you have any questions whatsoever, please don't hesitate to give our office a call, and then we can go from there. Okay, is there anything I can help you with at this time? That's it, I think. Okay, ma'am. Well, I'm very sorry for your loss. You take care of yourself. Thank you. Okay.
Oh,
bye-bye.
I will.
Bye-bye.
All right, so we hear in Exhibit 215, that's yourself speaking with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
And we hear you ask her if she knew who the primary beneficiary was, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
And
she was.
Who did she advise was the primary beneficiary?
Herself.
We also hear you ask about sort of the cause of death for Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes.
And you asked when there was a pause if it could be, well, after she told you he was shot, right?
Yes.
Did you need to know sort of, was it a suicide? Was it a homicide? Was it a?
Correct, yes.
And so did you follow up by asking her if it was a homicide?
Yes.
And she advised you it was an accident.
Correct.
You got a phone number from her, the 808-755-5452 number?
Yes.
Oh!
And her email address,
Uh-oh. That was supposed to be redacted.
the Lori for Style at iCloud account?
Yes.
That was supposed to be redacted.
And then you had verified with her that she wanted to receive any correspondence by email, correct?
Correct, yes.
And in fact, did you advise her that the named beneficiary would receive information via email then?
Correct.
Is it normal when you have someone call in to make a death claim to wait and look up things before you let them know?
Yes, that is our standard procedure.
Okay, so you weren't doing anything weird there. That's just what you guys have to
No.
do. So what does Banner Life do to verify that that person that Lori Vallow was the beneficiary?
We review everything on the policy file in the system, as well as any paper document that has come through, such as an ownership change, beneficiary change, anything of that nature during the entire life of the policy since it was issued, to confirm that information, to make sure that we are providing the information to the appropriate party.
Did you in this call know at some point that there was perhaps something incorrect about her being the beneficiary?
Not during the call.
Did you look up afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. When somebody calls in to notify that there's been a death and try to get the policy payout, what would normally be required? Do they just have to call in and then you send them a check if their name's on there?
No. We review each policy to determine the claim requirements for that specific claim. They can vary from claim to claim, depending on, the situation with that particular policy. That is why we do prepare a claim packet specific for each claim that has been reported. We provide a packet of information with the cover letter that lists the claim requirements that are needed. And the two things that are always going to be required is our specific claim form that we provide for the beneficiary to complete, as well as a death certificate, which states both cause and manner of death.
Okay. So after Lori Vallow calls saying she's the primary beneficiary of that life insurance policy for her husband, Charles Vallow, did Banner Life Insurance actually determine that she was not the primary beneficiary?
That's correct.
So now that you know she's not the primary beneficiary, how did you notify her of that?
I believe there was a letter that was submitted to her via email as she requested correspondence to be delivered to her in that aspect.
So would the letter tell her who was the primary beneficiary?
No.
But the letter told her when that was changed?
No.
It just would have advised her that she was not the primary beneficiary. Would Banner Life ever tell anyone who the new beneficiary is?
No.
Why not?
We can't release that information. That's personal and private information.
And that's something that just the policy owner has the right to determine.
Correct.
So was an email sent to Lori Vallow on July 18th of 2019 to advise her that she was not the beneficiary?
Yes.
And did she call back to speak with you about the issue?
Yes.
And was there sort of a back and forth of phone tag before you were able to finally speak with her?
Yes, I believe she left a voicemail for me as I was unavailable. I returned her call, and I believe I had to leave her a voicemail, and then she did call me back, and we were able to connect at that point.
Okay. Aaron, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 280. And if you can listen to that and see if you recognize that as yourself and Ms. Vallow again from the July 18th of 2019 conversation.
So once again, she's verifying. Yay!
Maybe you
Just
let
to
us know
listen
when you
and verify.
have heard and recognize that as the July 18th of 2019 call.
Yes, I do recognize the phone call.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 280.
280.
280.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
280 is admitted.
And if we may publish that.
Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number? Sure.
I can put whoever I
Okay,
can
the policy
think
pulled
of
up. Who am I
if I
speaking
want.
with? This is Lori Vallow. I'm returning your call. Yeah, I missed you.
I know, right?
Okay, no problem. Let me just get all of this information up.
If you just have the right information, they don't know.
Okay, so in your voicemail, you stated that you had something that stated you are the beneficiary of the policy?
Right. So I have the original policy where I was the beneficiary, the sole beneficiary, and then we changed the policy to where I was 80% and we added two people, the coaches who invested in our company for each 10%. And that's the last one I have. That's the last update that I have. So can you tell me when that was changed again? I mean, I know my husband is the agent on record, so he can change it. He's the owner.
Okay, I don't see anything regarding the second change that you said. I don't, with those percentages, I don't see anything at all with you as 80% at any time.
Okay, so
but
maybe that's something he just told him he was going to do. That's just a handwritten copy I have that I found. So.
Okay, so well, I really can't give too much information, but I can tell you that the beneficiary was changed in March of this year.
Okay.
Oh, crap.
I'm trying to figure out what he was doing since we have 5 kids and we've been married for 15 years.
There we
I'm
go.
sorry.
There it is.
So I know he owes a lot of people money, and I was worried if I got money, they'd be coming after me for money.
Right. No, I understand that.
Oh no, you're
But
peddling.
now I will be with none.
You're peddling.
But did he change it to one person or was it several people?
Unfortunately, I can't release that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. No, I know you can't tell. We're in the business. My husband is the agent. He's the agent.
Okay.
So
Got it. Okay.
I'm sorry.
we deal
then
with
you
this
should know.
business all the time. So I
Okay.
You
kind
should
of know
know,
how it
boo.
works, but I'm
Sure.
No, right, get the
surprised.
Right. I'm
We have our
sure.
7-year-old with autism that we adopted together. So I
Oh,
am surprised that he would do that without telling me.
well, I'm so sorry.
So,
I'm so sorry.
I mean, there's nothing you can do about that, even though it's community
No.
coverage and it's his
No,
policy.
this is a contract that we have with the insured, exactly. So he's able to make any changes, during the lifetime of the policy.
How much
I
you want to bet
checked-
she does not
I mean, I have a
cross-examine this
policy, a
woman?
$2 million policy on me. And since he's the agent, would he have been able to change the beneficiary on my policy?
Not if he was the
know that?
agent. He would have had to have owned the policy, but I can certainly check.
But if he
Let
would
me-
have signed my name, could he have done that? I wonder.
I mean, I don't, I would hope that wouldn't happen, but let me just
Are you going to unalive yourself so you could get your money?
pull up.
Stupid.
Okay, let me just take a look and see what I can find on you.
It's under Lori Vallow. It would be under Lori M. Vallow. We have a $2 million policy on me, but I'm not even sure it's with Center Life.
I'm not showing that it.
Why do you have to let him know, Ronnie? It depends on who pays for and who's the owner of the policy. I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but here, you don't have to let them know.
with us.
No,
It
that's
might be
not
like a
necessarily
we
true.
work with several
Maybe
companies.
depending on the
Right.
policy.
I could call them and I'm just asking the question, like, I could call them and ask them and make sure the beneficiary is who I say. I mean,
Yeah, I
it
mean,
was
I
him,
would. I mean, if
so-
you have a concern of that nature, I certainly would call and check on your own policies if you have concern if
Right.
something may have happened.
Well, and I would have to change it anyway because he was the beneficiary as far as I
Correct,
know on
yeah.
my policy.
Right. So you would definitely want to update that at this point, and
Because what happens, like if something happened to me, say today, and it's under him and he's deceased, what happens to that policy?
Well, if there's not every contract's different, but I mean, more than likely, if there was not a contingent beneficiary named, it would go to your estate.
To their estate.
Yeah. But if there's a contingent beneficiary named, then it would go to that person.
Right. Okay.
Sorry,
That
not
makes sense.
sorry. True that.
Okay. Well, thank you. I just needed that information.
Okay, no, not a problem. All right, you take care.
Well, Lori is pissed.
Bye-bye.
She is pissed. She's very angry. Could almost hear it.
So in this call, we hear yourself again with Miss Vallow.
Yes.
And we hear her telling you that her husband left her with 5 kids to care for, right?
Yes.
So, Gerald, you're saying if you add a spouse, you have to let them know, but to remove them, you do not. That is what I believe it is here in Texas. If I was to add a spouse, because people take insurance policies on people and unalive them. Yeah. So if you add a spouse, you have to tell them, but not to remove them.
And she told you that she understands how life insurance works, right?
Correct.
That she and her husband run this business about it, right?
Yes.
But then she asks you if an agent would be able to change who the beneficiary was.
Correct.
So she didn't really understand it.
I felt that she did not understand it.
Depends on the
And
contract.
again, she told you she understood how this all worked, but then she asked you what would happen if she died. At this point, who would get, her money since her husband had been her beneficiary.
Yes, she did.
So she,
The
you had to
husband's
advise her
kids.
of the fact that if there were contingent beneficiaries, they would get it.
Yes.
Ultimately, did Banner Life Insurance have any insurance policy with Lori Vallow?
No, she did not hold any coverage under Banner Life.
When she was talking to you, at one point she asked you or said, there's nothing you can do about that, right?
Correct.
And there's nothing you can do to change that. That is something that the owner is able to do.
Correct. We could not make any changes.
Regardless of if you feel bad for someone.
Exactly.
Is it awkward for you when you have to talk to someone who thinks that they were the beneficiary and learns they're not?
It can be, yes.
Was
Exactly.
that your last interaction with Lori Vallow?
To my recollection, yes.
Who did Banner Life Insurance Company ultimately pay the $1 million policy to?
To Mr. Vallow's sister, Kay Woodcock.
And before the insurance company, before Banner Life would pay that out to Kay Woodcock, did you actually have to call and verify with the police that she was not involved in the homicide or the murder of Charles Vallow?
Yes, that's correct.
I have no other
That's
questions.
normal, folks.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
No questions.
All right. Are there any questions for this witness from any
I
member of the jury?
got it right. No question.
Don't see any. You can step down. Thank you.
Nick.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
That is interesting. That was good. That was calm, but that was good. I will say, for someone who's not an attorney, I think that she has done decent at best. She wasn't like Sarah Boone. Oh God, Boone was horrible. Y'all need to go see As the Gavel Drops because they have a lot of stuff that's dropped. Y'all need to go over there. And by the way, if you're new here, thank you so much for joining. Hi, just restarted. Yay. That today, if you
All right, sir, come on right up here right in front here and be sworn in.
sorry guys. If you buy a cup of coffee for As a Gavel Drops, they are pinned at the top of the comments in YouTube. I will give you 20 additional entries into the end of the month giveaway, not the chance for the actual 20 entries. We have 3 people
All
who've
right, have a
taken us
seat.
up on that.
Just walk around the court reporter, have a seat to my left.
Yeah. Yeah. Ain't that the truth? Oh, I always like firearm experts. I wonder if he's going to do like they did in the Murdaugh trial and just flag everybody with the weapon and point it at the judge. And the bailiff goes like that. And he's an expert. The guy handling gun is an expert and he flags the judge. It's called flagging when you wave it and catch somebody. You know, the muzzle like being pointed at me like that. That's called flagging. Well, some people may call it other things, but that's what we call flagging with a gun.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Moberg. I'm a forensic scientist with the Arizona Department of Public Safety in the Firearms and Toolmark Unit.
How long have you worked there?
I've been with DPS since February of 2013. I've been assigned to the Firearms Unit since October 1st of 2018.
Can you tell us about your education and training to work in the area of firearms identification?
Sure. Part of the hiring standards for the DPS Crime Lab is I do have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Arizona State University. My specialized firearms training is I attended the National Firearms Examiner Academy hosted by the ATF in Laurel, Maryland. The academy consists of 4 phases. It's approximately a year long, with phase 1 being research and history of and all of the techniques that go into it. Phase 2 is a full on-site 17-week training experience in Maryland.
No, but he also flagged in the Murdaugh. And it's also the attorney that took the shotgun and aimed it at the other attorney. There was flagging in multiple trials.
And practicing exactly what it is that we do. Then we go into practical examinations, meaning I'm doing competency tests and proficiency tests throughout the summer and preparing a research project, which in phase 4, I will present and conduct mock trials.
Do you have ongoing training as well?
We do. Every year we're offered the opportunity to attend SHOT Show, which is the firearms industry trade show in Las Vegas every year. There's also the Association of Firearms and Toolmark Examiners meeting once a year, which is our annual training. It is nothing but peers within my discipline doing seminars and presenting on findings for various cases and various new technologies coming out.
And in DPS itself, is there any type of QAS or means to ensure that all of the firearms examiners are continuing to perform appropriately?
Absolutely. After the training, we are all given a competency test. we have to demonstrate our ability to do the job. So it's a very complex test consisting of all of the disciplines that we do: tool marks, firearms, serial number restoration, various other aspects of my job. But then every year we're giving a proficiency test from an outside source, so we're testing our continued or demonstrating our continued competency within the field.
So I want to start by asking you just some generic questions about how a semi-automatic handgun works.
So a semi-automatic gun, meaning a semi-automatic means that it is designed to.
Here for the hearsay. I couldn't believe my eyes when the old poop pointed the rifle at the prosecution table. Just kidding. Yeah, but when he did that, he did flag the judge with it. But the flagging of the judge with the handgun, I have two cases I'm referring to at the same time. I'm sorry if I'm confusing, but let's watch this for a second.
Bring a replica gun.
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury just first of all what that is?
This is a Denex
Hate all these things that pop up. Okay, this will be quick.
replica. Denex is a company in Spain that makes replicas of anything from shotguns to antique weapons to swords, things like that. They're used by reenactors. They're used in movies. There was a Denex revolver on the set of Rust that was used as one of the.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
And here is a Denex revolver.
No, he just pointed it at the crotch of the sheriff.
All right, first of all,
And he's pointing it at the.
everybody's nervous because
He pointed it at the audience. He should have come here, straight down. And this was Hannah's witness.
you have not demonstrated to us that they are unloaded. So before you start showing us the weapons, make sure they're unloaded, including that one that you just touched.
That judge is like, open it. He's like, oh God, really? Oh, there's the flagging of the. He pointed it at the judge, and look at her. She's like, really? That judge was so not happy. Okay, so we'll go back to trial, but this is that one. And he's supposed to be an expert. I have far better gun handling than that. And he should have allowed the deputy. He said, here you go. Please secure and make sure that they are safe. They are not loaded, but please secure and make sure they're safe. That deputy could have picked it up. He could have checked them, but this guy wouldn't let him do it. He took control.
The single pull of the trigger, but it's also meant to
Oh, I
cycle
know.
the firearm.
I would have had him kicked
And
out.
what I mean by cycle is the process
You're
of
not an
loading a
expert.
firearm means introducing a magazine, particularly in a semi-automatic, which contains a number of cartridges. Cycling it means pulling the slide back and allowing it to go forward. When that happens, it strips off one of the cartridges from the magazine and loads it into chamber. So we call that chambering. At that point, it is ready to fire. When the trigger is pulled, the firing pin is released on a striker type system. It's a spring loaded firing pin, or a hammer type system where it's a weighted hammer that goes in and strikes the firing pins. You hit this back of this cartridge to ignite the round. It then begins, the pressure builds up within that cartridge, expels the bullet down the barrel, but that same amount of pressure is also working to push it back. So it pushes that slide rearward. So it starts to move it back, unlocks the barrel, lets it go all the way back, and then comes forward and loads the next one.
So I'm going to put up first, I have Exhibit 76 here. Is this a semi-automatic handgun?
Yes, it is.
And then I'm going to put 85 in here. Is that what a live round looks like?
A live round, or we call it a cartridge, it's just a single unit of ammunition, consists of the cartridge case, primer, powder, and projectile.
So when a handgun is used and the trigger is pulled, we have a projectile that goes out to the barrel of the gun, What happens to the rest of that cartridge or live round?
So the rectangular portion on top, the black portion of the slide that's on top, that whole thing moves. So it will actually, when the cartridge is fired, the pressure of that cartridge will force that rearward, and it opens up that chamber so that the expelled cartridge can be ejected. The cartridge
Don't be jealous, honey, but I'm loving this nerd. I like nerds in court.
case will be ejected, and the new one can be loaded in via the magazine.
Especially
At the very
handgun.
bottom here, where the
Lead shooters.
kind of the hand is grabbing at the bottom, is where the magazine is inserted.
So, exhibit 77, is this where you're talking about where the cartridge is going to eject from?
That is actually showing the side of the barrel that which houses the chamber, but that section opens up, and that is where the ejection takes place.
So you had talked about
Just show
this, in some of the different
Kidding.
jobs that you do as a firearms analyst.
This is making me
When
want
a
to go to the
person
range.
fires a semi-automatic handgun, are there any sort of identifying tool marks that might be left on the
Okay, honey
projectile?
boo, I know your qualifications, but he has to talk like that because most of those people in the jury probably never laid a hand on a weapon. He has to talk they have to dumb it down that much to ensure that someone who's never handled a weapon, never looked at a weapon, never been around a weapon can understand. But he has to dumb it down. And I'm all for it.
Projectile or the bullet.
Makes me look smart.
Absolutely. All of that pressure that builds up and is pushing the cartridge case back, it is resting against what we call the breech face. The breech face has a hole in it where the firing pin comes through and it strikes the
Yep.
primer. Primer is just that little button in the center of the cartridge. It's actually a very volatile compound that ignites the powder charge instantly. So all of that pressure builds up and presses against that breech face.
In nanosecond.
This being a semi-automatic, as it cycles back, the barrel has to unlock. So it moves slightly back, but then as it unlocks, it drops down. And as it drops down, that cartridge case is scratching up against the surface of that breech face, imparting all kinds of marks that we use for comparison purposes.
Yep.
When the projectile itself is fired out the barrel, are there any tool marks left on that?
Yes.
Yes. So when the bullet is being pushed out of the barrel, through the barrel, all of that pressure is pushing it through. A barrel is rifled. Now, rifling is a pattern of lands and grooves that are in a rotational pattern that impart the spin on there. All of that pressure causes the back end of that projectile to expand and to fill that void. So as it's going through, it's dragging along the inside of the barrel, picking up any of the imperfections from the manufacturing process that are there, similar to a fingerprint. So when it comes out, we're able to look around there, and you can see the pattern of the rifling all the way around the bullet and the individual striations or scratches on the surface coming from the inside of the barrel.
So if you are provided with a gun, casings, and projectiles, are you able to determine in any way if those casings or projectiles were fired from a specific gun?
Yes, and we do that by doing what we call a comparison. So we go ahead and we take that fired evidence and we're going to look at it. We want to verify that there's markings on there that we can use for comparisons. Then I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to test fire this firearm. I'm going to collect those test fired cartridge cases and projectiles if need be, and I'm going to do a comparison side by side on my comparison microscope. It's just a high powered microscope that allows me to see two things simultaneously side by side at the same magnification. So I'm going to have them side by side and try to line up those scratches and marks that are left on there from the machining process to the next.
So when we're talking about a barrel, you said there's like lands and grooves in there. Is that alone enough for you to identify if a projectile was fired from a specific gun, or are you looking for more specific, unique characteristics from each gun?
So each one, we start with what we call class
here for it.
characteristics. The class characteristics are those that are pre-designed
Always makes it.
before manufacture, such as what caliber is it?
Any man in
Millimeters,
uniform, huh?
45, 40, whatever
Honey,
it may be.
is interesting.
Then we're going to look at how many lands and grooves are there. If there is, maybe there's 5, maybe there's 6, maybe there's 8. All of that we use as as an initial screening. Can this come from this gun? Say I have a gun that's a 9mm and I have a 45 bullet. That's not possible. So it's an automatic rule out. But those imperfections from the manufacturing process are what we use, and how the scratches translate into there are very unique to those barrels.
So you said you test fire the weapon. Why do you do that? What are you using that for?
Well, when a case like that comes in, whenever we receive a weapon, we first and foremost, we want to verify, number one, that it's safe and unloaded. Number two, that it's actually operational as a weapon. So we're verifying that it can fire and it works as designed. But then I'm also using that time, I document the condition of it as I received it. I document any of the features that are on there, such as in this particular case up here, we have a brown and black gun. That's one of the notes that I would have on there.
When you are doing this comparison and looking for these unique characteristics that you may see from the tools or the actual combustion of this, are there different levels of interpretation or conclusions that you're able to reach during this comparison process?
Yes, when we're doing a comparison, we're first and foremost looking for marks that recreate. So the different levels of opinion that I can form at the end is I can identify it. I can say this piece of fired evidence was fired from this gun. I could say this piece of evidence was not fired from this piece of gun, or this particular gun, excuse me. Or if there's just none of those marks that are reproducing, or an insufficient amount of marks for us to actually compare, we can actually go out inconclusive, meaning I'm not sure whether it was or not.
So I'm going to have my paralegal go up to you with a few items here.
Put in a
it is
little
exhibits
uniform.
2,
He'd fit in.
35, 38, 40, 239, and 246. I'm gonna let you
You're awfully
sort of keep
dark,
those.
my
I'm gonna
love.
start with 246, the handgun. Were you provided with that
You need
gun
light.
as part of a
Or-
request to determine if you could, well, were you provided with that gun?
I was. When we receive evidence such as a firearm, we actually initial, date, and put the identifying information to the case on the firearm. Right here, just underneath the slide on the frame of this firearm, is the DR number, our department record number, the item number. So the combination of that DR number and the item number is our unique identifier to track that piece of evidence. And then my initials and date.
Were you provided with a couple of casings, 238 and 240?
Middle.
Yes, I was. And again, when I received these, when we receive evidence such as this fire casing here, which is 240, we initial and date the day we receive it. So it's here. These are my initials and date from when I resealed it. It's currently hiding up. It's actually right up here at the top where I initial and dated it when I received it.
Okay. And were you also provided with a projectile, if you can look at 235 and 239? And I believe you only had one of those.
That's correct. There's the one bullet I received right underneath our unique tracking. We barcode everything. It's got our department record number, item number. I initial and dated it as I received it.
And which number was that?
This is item 239.
Thank you. What were you asked to do with these items?
This particular case, I was asked to compare the cartridge cases and the bullet back to the firearm.
And that's the firearm that we see here in Exhibit 77, what we see as 246.
Yes, it is.
All right. So starting with this, what can you tell us about the gun itself? What is the caliber? What is the brand of that?
The firearm is a Springfield Armory XDM 45 caliber semi-automatic pistol.
And so when we talk about 45 caliber, What does that mean?
45 refers to just the size of the bore. In this particular case, it's a 45 auto caliber, so or 45 ACP, common to most 45s made today. But that's actually the measurement of the bore.
Were you able to, when you looked at you told us you often look to see just initially, did these all match together? When you looked at the caliber of those casings that you were given, did they match with the 45 caliber?
The 2 cartridge cases I received were Fiocchi brand 45 auto caliber cartridge casings.
Okay. Now, what about the projectile, the bullet that you're given? Is there a way for you to determine if that is consistent with a 45 caliber, being fired from a 45 caliber handgun?
Yes, so when we receive a bullet like this, I'm going to go ahead and measure the diameter across the fired bullet to achieve that. And it measured, I don't know the exact number, but it's approximately 0.45 inches.
Okay. Now, when you first were handed the gun, you said you'd make some notes about that. Did you note anything about it as to whether or not the gun appeared to have been previously fired at some point?
The only notes that we take is we do look down the barrel of the gun. When what I'm looking for is mainly safety purposes. I want to make sure there's no obstruction, because if I fire it and there's an obstruction, could be catastrophic failure of the firearm. But I'm also looking at and documenting the rifling. And when we look down a barrel, we can see, I would notate that it's slightly fouled barrel or whatnot, meaning that there's powder particles and or
Yes, I
traces
can.
of bullets going through the firearm.
So that was consistent with having been fired at least.
Correct.
So you talked about test firing. Did you test fire this gun?
I did. I test fired this particular firearm into a water tank. I used the water tank because we wanted to collect projectiles for comparison purposes, and the water tank allows us to do that without damaging the bullets.
What kind of ammunition do you use? How do you determine that?
So first and foremost, we would like to use like ammunition. So this was Fiocchi brand ammunition. We hopefully would have some of that in our reference collection. However, I did not, so I would grab the next closest type of ammunition. I believe it was Winchester that I used in this particular case, that has the same exact type of primer, the same exact type of casing, and the same exact type of projectile.
When you talk about the same exact type, are you talking about like the metals, or what are you talking about?
For instance, the bullet in this case is a copper jacketed round nose full metal jacket. So I would look to test fire a copper jacketed full round nose bullet.
Okay. So when you test fired this gun, did you know anything with regards to the functionality of it?
I noted that it functioned as designed. I did test fire this by hand chambering. I didn't try a magazine in there because one wasn't submitted with it, but it operated with no problems.
Okay. How many times did you test fire it?
We collect a minimum of 3. In this particular case, I only did fire it 3 times. That's all that I needed.
And so
I'm going to do the man.
each time you're having to put a bullet in there and pull the trigger each time.
That's correct.
If you had had a magazine, would you still have had to pull the trigger each time to fire it?
Yes, it operates still semi-automatic, so the trigger would have to be pulled each time to fire a cartridge case. I just wouldn't have to reload one into the chamber each time.
So once you created these test fire, let's start with cartridges, did you attempt to compare those to the ones you were provided, exhibits 238 and 240?
So one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to collect my test fires, and I'm going to compare them to each other. And why I'm doing that is I want to make sure that there's marks on there that reproduce over our test fires. If there's no marks reproducing, how would I be able to compare it to the evidence? From there, once I determine that it's a sufficient, and I do photo document all of my comparisons, once I figure it's sufficient for an identification there, I'll go ahead and do a comparison to the unknown evidence and make my opinion based on that comparison.
So the test fires that you have, you look to make sure that those are creating each time the same, both class characteristics and individual characteristics.
Correct, yes.
And the class being sort of the generic ones that every type of Springfield might create?
Correct, yes.
And these individual ones are characteristics that are specific and unique to this weapon.
Correct. They're from use, abuse, cleaning, anything like that, and the individual manufacturing of each component.
When you compared those two cartridge casings, 238 and 240, to the test fires that you created from Exhibit 246, the handgun, were you able to reach any conclusions?
I was.
And what was your conclusion?
I was able to determine,
Okay, I want to address something. What people don't understand is that I am fully deaf. Diane has known me through my journey to deafness. Without my hearing aids, I'm 100% deaf. When my hearing aids are not operating and functioning correctly, I can sound drunk, like I'm slurring my words or a little stutter because I can't hear myself. And if you can't hear yourself when you talk, you can't gauge your voice and what's happening. People don't realize half of a person's speech individually is also audible. So if I sometimes sound a little drunk or I stutter or I chop up, my hearing aids have switched off or switched to a mute mode, and you'll see me quickly sitting here tapping my ears so I can get me back where I need to be, because there's a lot of different modes for different things like car, restaurant, cell phone, Bluetooth, whatever. I'm on Bluetooth 99% of the time. That's why I wear my hearing aids out because every year, because I have to get new ones. So it happens every once in a while, Seba. Let me see if I can get it. So let me see if I can get it in that mode. Okay, so
that
I can't hear myself, so I don't know what I sound like. And without that, the sound, I have the deaf tone and the stutter. Okay, I can't do it. Was that a good example?
It was a very good example. You sounded very, very deaf.
Real quick. So that's why you'll see me doing this when that happens, or I'm switching over on the soundboard. So please understand that sometimes I can sound like a drunken sailor, but I'm not. I'm just deaf, and my hearing aids switch modes. Now, if I get pulled over by a cop, I mute them real quick. So they believe that I'm actually deaf. People think I fake it because I talk so well. And part of that is I have a program on my computer where it'll give me a word like bacon, and I'll say bacon without my hearing aids and then with them. So I can keep my speech as clear as possible. 20 years from now, if I'm still alive, it won't be this good. And it won't be this clear. But right now, I work very hard at speech therapy on my own to ensure that my speech stays. So Gerald says, I can vouch for that. So Gerald's in hearing aids, but he's mild to moderate. He's not, he's more on the mild side. But I just wanted that information because some people, okay. Yeah, I want to learn sign language so bad. I feel like you would be wonderful. Actually, I am. I do teach. If you want, so does Miss Diane. So if you want private one-on-ones, we can definitely do that. So, yeah. So if y'all want the drunk Ada, I gotta go back and listen to that to see how good it was.
It was very good. You sounded 3 sheets to the wind.
And I wasn't faking it. Diane knows.
Oh, I know her.
Deaf people every day. All day, every day. So that's why. And I know some people who are new here don't understand. I had a moment earlier today that I sounded like I was drunk. Okay, back to this. I'll go back to interpreting. I'll shut my mouth.
Identified those cartridge cases as having been fired on that particular firearm based on my comparison of the test fires to that evidence.
So the two cartridge casings, 238 and 240, were fired from the handgun you have up there, 246.
Correct.
You also, when you test fired the gun, did you collect the projectiles, the bullets?
I did. I collected three bullets from our water tank for comparison purposes.
Did you go through the same process of looking at those three to see if they matched up?
I did, yes.
And did they?
They absolutely did, yes.
So again, they had sufficient class characteristics and individual characteristics for you to then proceed to try to identify them or compare them to the unknown bullet.
That's correct.
When you compared Exhibit 239, the projectile that was recovered, to the projectiles that you created when you test fired, were you able to reach any conclusions with regards to this weapon?
I was, like the cartridge cases, I identified the projectile as having been fired from that particular firearm.
So the bullet that you were given, you've identified as having been fired from this Springfield semi-automatic 45 caliber handgun.
That's correct.
Did that end your work in this case?
That ended my analysis from this case. From then, I go ahead and I take all of my notes. The entire process I'm photo documenting. So when I open this up and I was documenting the condition as it's receiving, I'm also taking photos. When I'm doing the comparison, I'm also taking photos of the evidence side by side and any kind of areas of interest that I'm looking at. So from there, I'm going to go ahead and document my opinion and my results on our worksheets. I'm also going to print out all of my photos. I am then going to take all of that evidence. I'm going to hand it to another trained examiner. That other trained examiner, without looking at my results, is going to take all of that evidence and do a comparison himself. And then he'll form his own opinion and then verify that it matches or is similar to my results.
And was that done here?
Yes, it was.
Did that alter in any way your opinion?
Not at all. He was in agreement of my results.
When you talk about the photo, so in your report, you're actually showing all of those characteristics that we've talked about so anyone else could later look at them and see how you reached your conclusion.
It's the photo documentation it's just a snapshot of one portion of the comparison, but yes, a trained examiner should be able to look at them and understand what exactly I was looking at.
So ultimately your conclusion was both those cartridge casings and that projectile that you were provided was fired from the gun you were provided.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
I don't think Lori's going to question him. What do you think? I'm shocked. Yep, she's going to do it.
Conclusion. I'm having a brain fart.
He didn't give one.
No, conclusion. Conclusion.
I just have a couple
questions. Decision finished? Decision finished?
Yeah.
Finished decide?
Mr. Boberg, when did you receive the request to test this firearm?
It was early March of this year.
So March 2025?
Yes.
And then how long after you received the request did you test the firearm?
I was notified that the request was coming in a couple of days. I received the evidence on a Wednesday, which my week wraps up on Thursday, and I did all of the work on that the following Monday, and the report was put out by Tuesday morning.
Okay, do you know what the date that Tuesday report was put out by?
I don't know the exact date. If you'd like, I can refer to my notes and give you that exact date.
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay.
Is that okay?
So the report was authored on March 4th of 2025. The evidence was received in our property and evidence unit on 2/26 of 25, in which I also received them on that 2/26 of 25. and returned them to our evidence room on the 4th of March.
Okay, thank you. And who requested you to do this test on this firearm? Where did your request come from?
This particular request was made from a detective who reached out to me via email explaining could I assist him with a rush. I passed it through my supervisor, who allowed me to contact the detective and have the evidence submitted. And then it was assigned to me because the request was sent directly to me.
Do you know what detective that was?
Detective Duncan.
And then who did you send your report to?
Once I'm finished with my analysis, my report is then reviewed by another examiner and then a supervisor to make sure that it's all technically correct, and then admin, and then they're electronically released to Detective Duncan.
Okay. And then you said you had done some photo documenting. Were those photos attached to this report?
They were attached to all of my case notes, yes.
Okay. So there's a report, case notes, and then the photo documentaries?
It's all part of, the notes and the photo documentation is all one.
And how long do you think that report was total?
Oh, it's roughly 13 pages total, 13, 14 pages with the actual report.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I'm muted. Why didn't you tell me that?
I thought you were talking directly to her.
No, I did say a cuss word. Anyway, hearsay. Just a little tip: deaf or hard of hearing is the correct wording used, not the hearing impaired. Hearing impaired is the 4-letter word or the N word to a Black person. It is very highly offensive, and it's because blind people are impaired because they can't see, they can't drive, they can't do a lot of things on their own for the most part. But deaf people don't see themselves as handicapped or impaired. They just can't hear, but they can do everything on their own. They find ways. So it's a cultural thing. And did I do okay on that one, Diane?
Yeah, you're fine. That's absolutely right. A deaf person or a hard of hearing person will tell you, "Hey, I do everything you do. My ears just don't work." That's all.
Yep. So it is each to their own. We do like to educate when we can on this channel. Because here's the thing. If you were to be around a deaf or hard of hearing person and you use the word impaired, I want you to understand why they may get mad, or they may walk away, or they may not respond very nicely. I'd rather you hear it from me in a nice, loving way than to be in a situation where it ain't so nice. But I personally did not take offense. It's all about just educating. That's all.
So you fired the firearm 3 times, is that correct?
That's correct.
In your testing?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And then if you were, did you point it all in the same direction when you fired?
When I did my test firing, I was firing into a water tank. The water tank has it's approximately 10-inch thick stainless steel tube with a rest inside of it that I fire it into. So it stays in one place and fires at a specific angle into the water so that I'm not striking anything or being unsafe in any way.
And what's your distance at that point?
Oh, approximately a foot.
Oh, just a foot away into the water tank?
Into the water. Yeah.
Okay. And then did all of the casings go into the exact same place, like close to the same place?
So around the inlet tube for that we shoot into, we have a big net that catches the cartridge cases.
So you can't really tell where they land then, I guess, because the net catches them? Is that what you're saying?
It's land as far as they kind of shoot out of the gun and then get
Oh,
caught
I'm
by the net.
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they don't land on the ground and roll to the close to each other. Okay. But you kind of got a feel for this gun because you shot it, right?
I did.
So if you were to shoot the gun straight and then move 40 degrees to the right and shoot it again, do you think that the casings would end up in the same area?
Objection as to speculation without foundation of.
He shot the gun, Your Honor. I was
Hold on,
asking his
hold on,
opinion.
Hold on. He can answer if, first of all, if he understands the question.
If I may clarify.
Sure.
So you're asking if I point a weapon, say this way, and then turn this way.
Correct.
Okay. I can't answer that.
Go ahead.
I would expect the cartridge case to be slightly different from the very first one, but not much, depending on what interacts with it in its flight path. Did it bounce off of something? What's the floor type? What is, or whatever it hits first? I couldn't say without knowing any of that.
Okay. So would it be safe to say that the casings would end up in the same place if you didn't move and you fired 2 shots? They should end up close to the same location.
Again, it really depends on what is around, because typically when a semi-automatic firearm is fired, the slide comes back and the cartridge case ejects up and to the right. So if you moved slightly, you're changing that angle slightly. So it could be slightly different. It could be in the same location, depending on how they bounce and roll.
Okay. So if you fired the gun and and the casing ricocheted off the wall, but then you move the gun and fired it again somewhere else, it could miss the ricocheting of the wall altogether, right?
Again, without knowing the scene, I couldn't say.
Okay.
Well, number one, he is not a crime scene expert. I'm talking, you sign for me. You talk, I sign for you. He is not a crime scene expert. He's a forensic, meaning he tests the weapons. That's all.
So in your report, I don't want to simplify it because I know that you are a scientist, but is it basically saying
Like you know how to simplify it? Oh, that was a shot. Oh.
Bruh.
that this
I gotta
gun,
do it.
that
No,
those casings
no,
came from?
No, that comment, where's the trigger? I want a zapper for that one.
This particular gun?
My exact wording would be very similar to that. It would say items, whatever the unique identifier is, were identified as having been fired from item, which is the gun.
Okay. This particular gun, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And then you would say that those projectiles also came from this particular gun. Is that correct? Okay. And then, and this testing was done this year on March 4th. Is that correct?
March
Correct.
4th is my report date, meaning all of the analysis is completed and it is done. At that point, my analysis was actually conducted on the 3rd.
Okay. Okay, no more questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Diane, I need you to take it for a minute.
Which side did the casings eject from on this Springfield?
On this particular Springfield, the ejection port is angled to the right and up.
So in order well, let me ask you this. When casings are ejected and you're not attempting to move your arm or the gun, do they always land right in the exact same spot?
They do not.
Do they bounce and roll?
They do. Again, it's a very violent action. That slide is moving very quickly. A lot of times the cartridge case is spitting, so they could tumble through the air and again, bounce off of anything such as the floor, walls, anything around.
So even as each time you pull the trigger, if you're trying your hardest to keep it as still as you can, does that mean the casings will land exactly right next to each other?
No, they won't.
Where the casings land, does that depend on multiple factors?
Absolutely.
So the type of flooring or ground would be one thing.
Any kind of intervening objects, type of flooring, if it lands on grass, it's probably going to stick or stop, or if it lands in carpet or tile, wood, all bounces differently.
If it bounces off a wall, that would impact where it might land.
Yes.
So having fired guns multiple times, semi-automatics, at your
Okay, real quick, Ronnie. It's called Joan, not Ronnie, Joan. I have seen a lot of interpreters while signing also look like they're talking at the same time. Why? 2 ways to sign, ASL and signed English. We are closer to signed English, but in signed English, we mouth the words while we're signing the primary words, because a lot of people who are hard of hearing also lip read and the sign together. More strict ASL is called mouth morphisms. You see me do like size, I'll do, this is small. That's medium. Is large. I can do the size. So they know with that sign, is it small, medium, large? And our eyebrows will tell you a lot if it's a question or a statement. And a lot of times our mouth also, when there's words like need, shoulda, woulda, coulda, must, all the same sign, it's on the mouth. And that's how they know the difference. Great question.
best in trying to keep them together? Are they maybe grouped in a general area together?
Typically, when we're firing multiple rounds repeatedly, they tend to generally land in like kind of a pool area. It's not small, but it is a generalized area.
And in a situation where a gun may be slightly moved, that cantering of a gun, can that change the location of the?
What? Did she just use the word cantering of a gun? Who in the hell has she been talking to? That's weird, y'all.
The casing itself?
Absolutely. I mean, it's designed, as it's designed, it will eject up and to the right. So, I mean, if you turn it this way, it's up, could change dramatically, however you're angling it or turning it.
When you are talking about casings and where they land, even if you go and see them, are you able to look at them and say that was from shot number 1 or that was from shot number 2?
Oh no, we just generalize an area of where a shooter might have been.
And again, that's just because they're landing at best in a pool area, even if you're trying to shoot as straight in uniform as you can.
Y'all.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. No, wait. We got jury.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I see at least one coming down.
The shirt is twisting on me. There we go. Apparently a horse canters. Gerald, I just called. Well, there's your chair. Gerald, your chair just fell on the floor. I just called you, honey boo.
You wouldn't know.
For your text. Gerald. A horse canters. questions, y'all, about the deaf and hard of hearing. And do you know what?
All right.
I'm not gonna get mad if someone uses impaired. I just want to make sure that y'all are aware, just in case somebody doesn't like it what you say. Don't take it offensively, just so you know.
A question from a juror: where would the casings go if the gun was held sideways?
Just for clarification, sideways either way.
Why don't you tell us for either way?
So if I was to cant it sideways and the butt was down,
Now
it could
he's doing it.
potentially go up and fall to the left side because of the way the gravity would be. However, if you turn it this way, it's angling it further down. And again, it depends on how it hits the ground, what it can bounce off of.
All right. Any other juror questions? Not seeing any follow-up from the defense based on that question?
No.
State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. State can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Uh-oh, we have something coming up with juror problems. Uh-oh. I don't know who's coming up. I don't have
All
a,
right, come on right up here in front and be sworn in.
maybe that person. Not sure. You got a note. I do know there is a rumor. I think this is who this is. I think that we have I heard a rumor of a problem with the juror. We'll see when that comes in. So it looks like we're going to get a portion of the police interview.
My name is Cassandra Anglon. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department in our robbery homicide unit.
Can you tell us about your career with the Chandler Police Department?
So next week, I will have 24 years at the department. Started in patrol, graduated through the Phoenix Police Academy. I have no prior, all my experiences with Chandler. Started in patrol, I worked there a couple years and then was selected to move into a newer unit they created, which was more of a general investigations unit. Worked assaults, burglaries, thefts, kind of entry-level detective type cases. We had a reorganization I'd been in that unit about a year and a half, and that unit morphed
Diane, I lost
into
my feed.
our family
Okay.
violence unit. So at that point, my cases became primarily physical child abuse cases, some missing person type cases, and then the majority was domestic violence, assaults, aggravated assaults, things like that. Worked in that unit for a couple years and then moved into our narcotics and organized crime unit and worked in that unit for about 5 years, doing primarily large scale narcotics investigations. In September of 2009, I was selected and moved into our robbery and homicide unit, and I've been in that unit since September of 2009, where I am now.
As part of your job, are you called out to respond to scenes?
Yes.
And what are your normal working hours?
So we work 4 10s, so 4 10-hour shifts a week. There are 6 people in our unit. So I am one of the 3 that works Tuesday to Fridays, and then the other half of our unit works Monday to Thursdays. But there is one detective in our unit that's on call all the time. And then depending on the scale of the case, the on-call is responsible for being available to come in off hours. But depending on the scale of the case, they'll call in additional detectives to help, sometimes supplementing from other units within the department, depending on the case.
Were you working on Thursday, July 11th of 2019?
I was.
And where were you located? Where's your office?
So my office is at our main precinct, which is in downtown Chandler. But that day I was not in the office. I was driving to kind of a community event that was in West Chandler.
Were you asked to respond to a scene at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I was.
Why were you asked to respond to that house?
So I had initially heard some radio traffic about a potential shooting that had happened there. And then, so I was aware of the call for service that was going on that patrol had responded to. And then I was contacted by my supervisor shortly thereafter by phone because I wasn't in the station. And they had asked that myself and several detectives respond down to assume that investigation from patrol.
Do you recall approximately when you arrived at that house?
I believe it was right around 9:28, 9:30 is my arrival time on CAD, but it would have been within a couple minutes of that, depending on how significant the radio traffic was that I could get out onto the radio.
In 2019, as a detective, did you have body-worn camera assigned to you?
We did not.
So you were not wearing a body cam unit at that time?
No, we did not get ours issued until I believe a couple years later.
Can you describe for us the crime scene when you arrived?
So when I arrived in the neighborhood, it's a gated community. I arrived on the north side of where the residence was. Marked patrol units and uniformed patrol officers were there. There was already yellow crime scene about a house or 2 north and a house or 2 south. And I could see several of the initial patrol officers that had responded that were present when I got there.
When you got there, was the fire engine still there?
I believe they were, but there was what we call our care unit. Our CR 288 is the crisis unit. They're a fire personnel, but they respond out to our scenes at our request as well.
Okay, and so that was there.
Correct.
Did you observe any individuals that you learned to be the shooter at the scene?
I did, Alex Cox.
Can you describe where you saw him?
So when I approached the house, I was walking south towards the house. He was seated on a curb. I remember there being like a trash can or something right there. And Officer Krautheim was outside. And I remember seeing him sitting there as I walked past up to a supervisor at the scene.
And can you describe for us the demeanor of Alex Cox when you went by him?
He was sitting on the curb, didn't really appear, just kind of normal, wasn't really agitated or upset. He had what looked like, I think it was a paper towel or Kleenex in his hand. And at one point he reached back and kind of touched the back of his head. But he was just seated, just kind of sitting there.
Did you observe yourself any injuries at that time to his head?
I did not. I didn't have contact with him at the scene at all.
Okay. When you arrive at a scene like that as a detective, what's sort of the process of what does everyone do when you get there?
So initially what we try is that the first 1 or 2 investigative type personnel usually will make immediate contact with the supervisor on scene, usually a sergeant or a lieutenant, and try to just kind of do a quick assessment or triage of what's going on. What is kind of the quick initial what happened? Is anybody outstanding? What are kind of the things we need to do? Because then as personnel from like my unit and other investigative units arrive, we can start assigning tasks and roles. We always, by practice, assign a case agent, and then a scene agent is separate. And then any other personnel that get there start assigning tasks, what needs to be done, what needs to happen.
So what is the like roles of a detective versus the patrol officers who've been there?
So patrol officers are going to be your first responders. They are going to be the ones that dispatch when you call 911 or the non-emergency number. Patrol is going to come to your house first. They're the uniformed in a marked patrol car. They're going to respond out and do the initial investigation, initial scene safety, initial first aid, until it's safe for fire to get there. They're going to be your initial first responders. If the call or event or incident that they're responding to is going to be more significant or more serious, or maybe needs more specialized equipment or investigation, or potentially they might need a search warrant, then you're going to see where detectives are going to get called out to assume an investigation from patrol. So there will be some overlap. And then once we come out and kind of take the investigation over, patrol then gets released from the event, and it will become kind of property of the detectives that come out to assume the case.
Do you have patrol officers still helping things like securing the scene and making sure that, you know, no one is just running up into the house or something?
Absolutely.
While you were on scene, did you notice any other civilians kind of waiting around?
Yes.
Who did you notice?
At one point, I realized that where Officer Krautheim was standing, basically across from the house, it was within the crime scene, that an adult female, Lori Vallow, and then her daughter, Tylee, had at some point got there. I'm not sure exactly when, but I realized that they were standing in the vicinity of Officer Krautheim within the crime scene near a red car.
Did you see the interaction between Officer Krautheim and these two, Lori Vallow and Tylee?
I did, from across the street.
When you saw that interaction, did you know who they were at that point?
I did not know who they were. I found out a short time later.
So did Officer Krautheim advise you and other detectives who they were?
Yes.
So you said the female was Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
She's seated at the defense table wearing like a navy blue blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Can you describe Lori Vallow's demeanor when you saw her across the street there?
So she was standing, the car they were near was parked along the curb, and she was standing basically in front of the parked car. And Tylee was standing next to her. Just kind of appeared to be having this kind of ordinary interaction with Officer Krautheim. Just kind of talking to him, didn't seem real animated or emotional. Just seemed very kind of ordinary and kind of nonchalant.
Were any police cars visible at the crime scene?
Yes.
And so there's yellow crime scene tape up?
Correct.
Okay. So when Officer Krautheim came over, did he talk to you and some other detectives?
He did.
And did he advise you about his interaction with Ms. Vallow and Tylee?
He didn't talk to me about their interaction. He just more identified who they were. And at that point, we had had some discussion about kind of additional rules that had just developed.
So at some time while you're sitting there and you're standing around talking with sergeants and whatnot, is that when you learned who you believe to be the shooter, Alex Cox, was?
Yes.
And at some time while you are again getting these updates, did you learn who the deceased male was inside the residence?
Correct.
And who was that?
That was Charles Vallow.
During this time, did it become known to you the relationship between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
Correct. They were brother sister.
And during this time, did you become aware of the relationship between Miss Vallow and Charles Vallow?
Correct. Husband, wife.
After you, or I guess during the time when you were speaking with these officers, were you updated by Officer Krautheim about whether or not Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
No, I had talked to my sergeant actually about speaking with her specifically about doing what we refer to as a death notification.
Well, let me go back. So did you believe that Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
I did not.
You thought she had no idea?
I didn't think she knew because she wasn't there when I got there.
Had you been advised that by Officer Krautheim or his sergeant relating to information he had received from Alex Cox that she was not present?
I didn't believe that she was present at the time the incident occurred prior to me speaking with her.
Okay. And that was based upon information that you had obtained from briefings?
Correct.
Okay. Since you thought that Lori Vallow did not know her husband was deceased, what did you do?
So I had a brief discussion with my sergeant and we agreed that it would be the right thing to do a death notification to her. She is legally his wife. They are married. She would be his legal next of kin. She's standing basically in the crime scene, and I think professionally it's in delaying letting someone know that their loved one is deceased isn't appropriate. So we made a decision at that point to contact her to do an actual death notification. So it was clear that he was deceased.
Okay. So because she's there at the scene, do you just walk up to her while she's standing right there in front of the car to notify her? How do you do that?
No, so her and Tylee were now seated within the care unit that I had mentioned, our CR 288. They have a van, and we utilize it a lot. So they were seated within that van. I had approached the van with my sergeant, and my intention was to try to get her to come out of the van because Tylee was in there with her, so I could have a discussion with her outside of the view of any children. When I made contact with her, we ended up having the conversation with her in the van with Tylee.
So let me ask this. What was her demeanor when you see her in this van?
Pretty much the same as her demeanor before. Not real emotional. She was pretty calm. Didn't seem overly affected.
I think you had used nonchalant previously.
Yeah, it's a good word to describe it.
So how did that notification go down? Were you able to tell her what happened?
So opened the van. I made contact with her. I think at some point I asked her something to the effect that if she would step out of the van to talk to me. And at that point she said that she already knew because she was there, which was kind of a surprise. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. And at that point, I confirmed with her that he had died and he was deceased, and quickly kind of conferred with my sergeant away that at this point her and Tylee are now witnesses to the event and they need to be interviewed, obviously.
So it's normal for detectives to have to make death notifications?
Yes,
And you have made death notifications in other cases?
unfortunately, yes.
And so in this case, you yourself was the one surprised to learn that you didn't have to give her a death notification.
I was.
Did her demeanor change at all when she's telling you that she was there and knew he was dead?
No.
So at this point, now that you know that it's not just a death notification, she now may have relevant information, what happens at that point?
I had made a request of her that we would like to obviously talk to her, and if I could transport them back to the police station. If possible, we like to do the interviews in a more contained environment, obviously one that we can record, and one that's not in the middle of a crime scene. So I had asked if her and Tylee would come back to the police station with me, and I ultimately ended up driving them, both of them, back to the police station.
Is there a special area at the police station that you took them to?
I did. I took them to what's referred to as our FAC, which is our Family Advocacy Center.
What's the difference between the FAC and, you know, maybe what people have seen on TV of just like the cold room with a table and two chairs?
So the Family Advocacy Center is a separate part of the police department. It actually has a separate entrance, and it's designed specifically for like victims of crime. We do forensic interviews of children there. It's not, there are not uniformed officers that work within that area. It's designed specifically for like victims of crime. We do use it sometimes, obviously, for witnesses. There will never be like in custody and custodial, like suspect interviews or anything in there. It's a separate section of the police department that's kind of an entity on its own.
So when you're going to interview Lori Vallow, do you have any concept sort of what she saw, what her involvement is at that point?
No.
So when you said you drove her and Tylee to the police station?
I did.
So they left their car at the scene?
They did. They came with me in my city vehicle.
Can you describe Lori's demeanor as you're driving her to the police station?
So obviously I drove, she was in the front passenger seat. Tylee was seated behind her. The majority of the drive, we were actually talking about Tylee. It's a little bit awkward because you're trying not to talk about anything that happened until you can get to the police station. So you're trying to kind of make this strange small talk almost. But we were talking primarily about Tylee and her schooling and such. But we were driving and she was just kind of chattering along as we were driving.
Did she seem stressed at all while she's talking to you?
Not really.
Did she, was she crying or emotional at all while you're driving?
No.
While you were before you left in the car, did she ever try to ask you any questions about how her brother was doing or what, you know, what's going on with her husband or anything like that?
Not of me, no.
When you got her to the police station, but well, how long did that take approximately?
It's probably a 20-minute drive from the house to where the station is, about.
Was she chatting away the whole time?
For the majority of it.
When you get to the police station, do you separate Lori and her daughter Tylee?
I did.
And was that interview audio and video recorded?
It was.
Was she free to leave at any time?
Yes.
Did you know if she had a cell phone with her when you were interviewing her?
I don't believe, well, she had a phone with her at one point, but she wasn't on it or doing anything.
Did she provide you with a cell phone number when you were talking to her?
In the initial part of the interview, yes. The initial part of the interview is biographical name, date of birth, phone number, address, that type of thing.
Did you ever ask to look at her cell phone?
I did not.
Did she ever offer to show you her cell phone?
She did not.
Did you know at that point, well, let me ask you, had you been inside the scene at that point, inside the house?
So I did not go in the house until later. Prior to me coming back to the scene later, I was never inside the house.
So at that point, when you are first meeting with Lori to driving her there, did you know if she had Charles Vallow's cell phone with her?
I did not know.
Did you sort of assume that Charles Vallow's cell phone would have been at the scene with him?
I did assume that, yes.
So I want to start with, you told us that you asked some basic biographical information. And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 186.
Go ahead.
Have you watched that CD, Exhibit 186, previously?
I have, yes.
Is your initial on it to identify that you've watched it?
My initials and my badge number.
And is that to identify that you recognize that as the part of the interview where you're asking Lori Vallow for biographical information?
Correct.
And that shows it's an accurate copy of that portion of the interview?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 186.
Any objection?
The only objection is to the portion, Your Honor. This is not going to be a full,
It's
just a portion of it.
redacted. Are you saying it's redacted?
This is only one portion of it. We're going to be going through lots of portions of it.
What was the number?
186.
186 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if I can publish it.
Go ahead.
Snippy much? Woo! Say that. Nippy?
Daddy.
Okay. I know Laura's your first name, right? Lauri.
Lori.
Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow. Vall.
Because of the air conditioning and the echoing, I'm not going to be able to interpret this. So we're just going to do caption. And my cat made a mess. She knocked something over. I got to pick it up. Kitty, kitty.
OW.
And your date of birth?
6/26/73.
And then your phone number?
808-755-5452.
And you live at the house, right?
So in this portion that we see in 186, she gave you a phone number of the 808-755-5452.
Correct.
During your investigation, did you learn that Lori Vallow had more than one cell phone?
I did.
Did you learn whether or not she was employed outside the home?
I don't believe she was.
Did you ever read her Miranda rights?
No.
Why not?
She was not in custody. She was there consensually. And at the time that I was talking to her, I was talking to her as what I believe to be a witness.
Now, did you talk to her about sort of when she moved into the house, some background about her son and Charles and that relationship?
Yes.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 187.
Go ahead.
Do something.
so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. So he was like a drug baby and had all these problems. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul. And then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me, what kind of threats? Just you'd have to
I
read
think
it
that's
to me,
so
but
good.
he's always mad at me.
Let me see.
And he
It is.
doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him. So that's just how it is. Like,
Okay. I thought I missed more.
I want to talk
Okay.
a little bit about this portion of your interview with Lori Vallow. She told you about the adoption of JJ by her and Charles, correct?
Correct.
And that JJ suffered from some disabilities.
That's right.
During this part of the interview, did she tell you that Charles had sent some threatening messages on the phone?
She did. She said there were threats on her phone.
Did she ever offer to show you those threats?
She did not.
So she has a phone with her, but she didn't show you anything.
No.
Did she ever explain what she meant?
No.
And we had just discussed that she had given you a phone number of 808, correct?
Correct.
And during that investigation, or this investigation, sort of in the days that followed, did you learn later that most of the communication between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow was on one of her other cell phones, the one with a 480 area code?
I did.
So even though she gives you a totally different number, that's not the phone that you understood to have the communications between her and Charles.
Right.
Does she also say in that clip that Charles Vallow didn't want a divorce from her?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that she didn't even like Charles?
Yes.
And that she didn't want to deal with him?
Yes.
And that he traveled to just kind of get away?
Correct.
When you were talking with Lori Vallow, did she tell you that Charles had filed something against her saying she was crazy and asking to limit her supervised visitation?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that sort of in retaliation that she basically stopped talking to him and JJ for 30 days?
Correct. That he was in Houston. JJ was in Houston with Charles.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 188.
I did. I didn't change it. It's the court. I'll turn it up more.
And do you recognize Exhibit 188 as also being signed and have your badge number on that?
Yes.
Meaning you've reviewed it and has identified that as that portion of your interview with Lori Vallow, including those areas of the supervised visitation.
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 188.
Your Honor, we're going to object that the whole interview should be played.
188? 188 submitted.
And if we can publish it.
Go ahead.
How long is that interview? Forever and ever, amen. Y'all, the sound in the court is
I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing.
this volume.
So I know it got cut off sort of in the end there. She told you that after he filed this paperwork saying she was only going to get supervised visits, that she just didn't talk to him for 30 days.
Oh, wait, but didn't she tell the girlfriend, the one that went on a date, that he never filed for divorce? So did she just lie in court? He never filed for divorce, did he? Does that mean she just perjured herself as an attorney of the court? When you're pro se, you are acting as an attorney. And if you are a lawyer and you lie in court, what happens? Sanctions. If I was the prosecution, I'd be on that like white on rice.
3 days.
Correct.
Should we break
All right,
there?
let's take our afternoon stretch break, recess, 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
Something's going to happen in this break. Something's going to happen. It was reported. I have it in front of me. I know what's going to happen. Oh, that was lovely.
What? Oh, picky, picky, picky.
They have a problem. I don't know if it came out in court, so I'm going to go ahead and tell you.
Tell me, tell me.
I'm going to tell all of you.
Tell all of us.
Okay. Judge asked a juror if he and another juror, you might want to sign this, sorry.
Okay.
Judge asked a juror if he and another juror started talking about something. The juror said he'd been having issues with Social Security. The judge tells the juror not to talk about things with other jurors.
And
I'm looking. I don't know who this is. They said JJ's grandmother, rest in peace. Charles Fallow's sister, Tylee Ryan's aunt. Justice, I miss you, big bro. Uh-oh. I don't know what's happening with that. The state asked him if he was trying to get Social Security, make him lean in one direction. He says he's getting survivors benefits. Lori has no questions. Bring in the other jurors now. Juror 16 asked if he could talk to another juror. Asked if he talked to another juror about Social Security. He said yes. The other juror said he talked about getting Social Security. Judge asked if he made a comment about Lori was getting, and he admitted. He said it was a big amount. Judge reminds them not to talk. Judge says asking a peace officer why her and Alex weren't arrested soon. Oh, that was old. That was old. Okay. So this happened about 43 minutes ago.
so I'm still lost.
So one of the jurors was talking to another juror about Social Security benefits.
Okay.
No, you can't be doing that at all. That's too close to the case. Even if it's your personal, it's too close to the case.
Oh, well.
Hold on a minute.
Get kicked off.
Yep.
Does that mean they'll have to bring in alternative jurors? If they have any?
Say that last part again, honey.
Will they have to bring in alternative jurors?
I don't think so because he was talking about him.
Oh.
But it's real close to the case.
Oh, well. I don't know.
Says somebody passed. I'm looking at it. I'm going to the page. Oh, I got Kay Woodcox on.
I was listening to the men.
This may be older, but the way it presented was newer. It said JJ's grandma. Rest in peace, JJ. The son, the grandson that died.
Yeah.
Hands of Lori Vallow.
Yeah. I was looking this morning and the Mendez brothers, their family is trying to get them released from prison.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
I hope not. I mean, if you do the crime, do the time. I don't care if they've been in there for 38 years or however many. They killed two people, their parents.
Yeah, well, but the thing is that within months of them being sentenced, the laws changed and they would not have gotten that much time.
Well, guess what? They maybe should have waited then, shouldn't they?
Sorry about that. Right about that. Just
No. Oh, I'm not going to do it.
What?
I'm not going to do it.
You're looking at what?
I'm looking. So 46 minutes ago was when all this stuff happened with the jury. So that may have been lunch break. And that would have happened outside of our presence. But this is 26 minutes ago, so we're coming up on it. I got to give a 30-minute window.
Of what?
Because they're 30 minutes delayed.
Okay. Okay.
But there's an artist, here, I'll share it, whose drawings, she was at the first trial because it was recording only, no video. So she was drawing.
Well, she's pretty good.
Just watched Exhibit 188, a portion of your interview where Lori Vallow was telling you that Charles had filed something against her, saying she was crazy and asking to limit her to supervised visitation. Did you understand or know what that was about at that time?
I did not.
Did you talk to Lori Vallow about sort of Charles coming into town?
Yes,
So you understood that he did not live here in Phoenix?
I did.
And did she talk to you about booking a room for Charles and that he was going to come out and see JJ, his son?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 189.
Go ahead.
Diane, we need your buy me a cup of coffee link. You got to fix that.
Okay, I'll try again.
And do you
People are
recognize
asking.
Exhibit 189 again that says clip 4 with both your signature and badge?
Yes.
And is that the portion of the interview?
Okay, guys, if you want to leave a super chat for Diane, put her name in the super chat and I'll get it to her. If you want to love on her, because she's interpreting for free.
Interview where you talked to Lori about Charles coming into town, him traveling and coming here to see JJ.
It is.
State will move to admit 189.
Any objection?
Will object, Your Honor. The defense will on Rule 106 of completion. Ask that the whole interview just be played.
All right. Was it 109?
189.
I'm sorry, 189 is admitted.
And if we can publish it.
We'll get it fixed, Ronnie, somehow.
And the business pays for it, right? So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers and their retirement plans, but he goes to them. He mostly works in California.
Okay.
No matter.
What's the book called? Okay. So she advised that she booked a hotel for him.
So the audio wasn't on initially when that played,
Okay.
but there is a portion in the interview where she does tell me that.
Where she says, I'll book you a hotel.
Correct.
Um, During your interview, did Lori Vallow tell you that Charles traveled a lot for his work?
Yes.
And did she tell you that his travel was an excuse not to care for his son?
Yes, that he was gone a lot.
That was the comment right there. That was the comment. That it was an excuse for him not to be a father and care for his son, which they adopted.
Did Lori Vallow tell you that she had left Charles Vallow in Texas and moved back to Arizona?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that Charles was still living in Texas?
Yes, in the Houston area.
Did she say that Charles had rented her a house for her and JJ and her daughter Tylee to live?
Correct.
Did you talk to her about whether or not she had an interaction with Charles the night before, on
Yes.
July 10th? And did she advise that it was just limited to a text message?
Correct. Not in person, just via the phone.
Okay. My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 190.
Oh, welcome.
And do you
Welcome
recognize that
back.
again with your initials and badge number
Correct.
as a portion of your interview where Lori Vallow was telling you that Charles was not at the house that night. He just let her know he'd be over at 7:30 the next morning.
That's right.
State will move to admit 190.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Right, 190 is admitted.
He's like, same. Yeah, we're admitting it.
Kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning. I was getting JJ ready.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night.
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ.
Okay.
And I was like,
So
I'm sorry,
you
babe.
understood that she had no interaction with Charles on July 10th.
In person, correct.
But she knew what time to expect Charles the next morning on July 11th at 7:30.
Right.
When you were talking with her, did you talk to her about what time Charles actually showed up?
Yes.
And did she say 7:40, 7:35-ish?
I believe she said 7:35.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 191.
Same objection? Yes. She's going to object to all of this, y'all.
And do you recognize Exhibit 191 as having been initialed and have your badge number on it?
I do.
And is that in clip number 6, the portion of your interview where she's talking about what time Charles showed up that morning?
Correct.
State will move to admit 191.
Same objection.
Yes, Your Honor, the defense objects.
All right, 191 is admitted.
And if we can publish.
Go ahead.
So
Do you remember about what time he got there?
he said he'd be there at 7:30, but it was more like 7:40-ish
Okay.
or 7:35. I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember thinking, looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr.
Yeah.
On
Punctual.
time. Yes.
So at this point, you understand that Lori Vallow knew Charles was coming to Arizona,
Correct.
and she knew he was going to show up on the 11th at 7:30 a.m.,
Correct.
and that he was coming there to pick up their son, JJ.
Yes.
Did the defendant talk to you about
Take a long
when Charles
upstep, my
shows
dear
up,
friend.
sort of how they get JJ in the car, and that she goes out to the car with Charles and JJ, and then that she ultimately ends up with Charles's cell phone?
That's right.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 192.
Y'all, we've had
And do
530
again
views
recognize that
today.
with your
Thank you so
initials
much.
and your badge number.
I do.
Clip number 7, a portion of the interview where you are being told by Lori Vallow that she put JJ in the car and eventually how she got Charles's phone.
Correct.
State will move to admit 192.
Same objection.
The defense will object to 106.
192. 192.
I'm sorry. The rule 106
Oh.
is the objection. I'm sorry.
Got you. All right, 192 is admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
You know, he's just been difficult. So anyway,
I know, right?
I got
It's
Jason
been
ready
there.
and he was like, for me to handle that anyway. So I said, just go. And so he said, okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, okay? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put them in the car,
Okay.
in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, give me my phone. And I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for? You know, he's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night. And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother. And I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house. And I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like my other brother.
So in this portion, Lori Vallow told you that she kissed JJ goodbye and Charles took JJ and the backpack out to the car,
Correct.
and that she went inside and got a hold of Charles's cell phone.
Correct.
And did she tell you that Charles came back inside and saw her with the phone and told her to give it back to him?
That's right.
Did Lori Vallow ever tell you that she gave the phone back to Charles?
She did not.
So Lori Vallow is telling you that Charles is demanding the phone back, and she instead says, show me your text messages.
Correct.
We heard previously that Lori Vallow had told you that Charles had taken JJ away from her for 30 days, and so she didn't talk to him, right?
That he had JJ for 30 days and they didn't talk. Yes.
And so now she's telling you she's demanding to know why he's in Arizona, why he came to Arizona. Is that what she said? Why are you even here?
I believe so. Yes.
So Charles had to take care of his son, and now he's here to visit his son.
Correct.
Is what
Correct.
she even said.
Yes.
So did she tell you that she had confronted Charles about texting her brother Adam in this portion of the interview?
In the portion of the interview, she discusses with me asking Charles why he's talking to her brother Adam.
And were you aware at this time, when you are interviewing Lori Vallow, that Charles and Adam had been texting?
No,
Did you even know who Adam was at that point?
I didn't know who Adam was.
And so, and again, I think you told us you were not aware at that time that Lori Vallow was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone.
Correct.
And were you aware at that time that Charles had flown Adam in?
No.
So you're just kind of hearing this and listening to what she's saying.
Correct.
Did you go into some additional detail about, again, Charles demanding that Lori Vallow give him back his cell phone?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with clip 197.
Go ahead.
Diane, how are you doing? You ready to quit? You can, because we're going to have a rough day tomorrow.
Be like, I'm still doing school tomorrow and I won't be here till 2:30. You know how it is.
Yes, and I don't want to wear you out. But
Wear
I'm
me out, wear me out, wear me out. If you could just wear me out so that I was thinner, it would be great.
Her fingers are thinner.
Oh, yeah. My face looks thinner. I'm getting hollow.
You know, interpreters get a lot of face lines because we're always.
Oh, I know that. I had when I started ASL school or ASL, there was one woman in there, our teacher told us, she told her, "You want me to do what? You want me to do what?" She goes, there is no way. I just paid X number of dollars to have this facelift done and have this Botox done. Oh, hell no, I am not doing this. And she quit. No lie. She quit. She wasn't going to have it done.
Well, most people put me in my early mid 40s. And I've been doing this since my early 40s.
Well, honey, I've been doing this since.
Oh, Seba, thank you. You got $10, Diane.
I did, Breda. Seba, thank you. I'm
I
going
will
to
give her
for Botox because I'm 69, honey.
Thank you so much for your blessing. Thank you.
Yes.
I'll make sure she gets it. But I'm 54 now, honey, and people don't believe it, and I'm doing it all the time.
All the time. All the time.
Well, I'm going to release you. Everybody, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you, Seba. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You're going to release me, huh?
Well, yes. And I just found out that I could comment on those. I didn't know I could.
Comment on what?
Oh, thank you for your generous support. You really have been very supportive, and I appreciate it so very, very much. One of these days, Miss Diane and I are going to get together.
Figure out how to fix the coffee. I can't even remember
Look at this saying, run, Forrest, run, run free, Diane, run free.
Wow. Run free, Diane. Thank you, Haley Mouse. I shall. All right.
And poor Gerald. Gerald, you don't want to be around us, boo.
Oh, honey, Gerald, you would just, you would go, oh, dear Lord Jesus, help me, please.
Get me out of here.
All right. I got to go see if my son can come figure out what's wrong with my thermostat.
That's important. That important.
That's very important.
You kind, you smart. That's important.
I'll say it is. When I'm sitting here in a blanket, you know it's important because I never cold. All right. I'll talk to y'all later. Everybody, have a wonderful night, and may every single one of you, when you leave your house, every time, may you always return back safe.
Yes, amen. All right. Love you, baby. See you tomorrow.
See you later. Bye.
Y'all, she is a doll. Love her. And Caleb. Caleb. Seba, I'll give it to her.
Clip 8. Do you recognize Exhibit 197, Clip 8?
I do.
And again, did you initial and put your badge number on that?
I did.
And did that reflect, again, another portion of your interview where Lori Vallow is describing to you what is going on when Charles Vallow is demanding his phone back, what she does?
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 197.
Same objection.
Defense will object to playing the whole video, Your Honor.
197.
Yes.
197 is admitted.
And if we may publish.
Go ahead.
2014.
Okay. So this morning he comes back in and.
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone, he was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking towards around the house with it so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that.
What is he, a kid?
So this is the second time that Lori Vallow is telling you that Charles is telling her to give him back his phone.
Correct.
And she is refusing to do so.
I'm with you.
And she advised that she was walking around the house, right?
Correct.
So he's screaming at her and she's walking around.
Correct.
During
Exactly.
this initial confrontation over the phone, does Lori Vallow tell you it's just her and Charles?
Yes.
And so did you ever ask her why she didn't just give the phone back to Charles so he could take JJ to school?
I did not.
During your interview with Lori Vallow, did she tell you at some point that since she wouldn't give Charles back the phone and he's screaming at her, that her daughter Tylee and her brother Alex came out?
She did.
Did she tell you that her daughter Tylee came out with a bat?
She did.
Did she tell you that Tylee sort of poked at Charles with the bat
Yes.
while she and Charles were arguing?
Correct.
And did she tell you that Charles took the bat away from Tylee and Tylee sort of fell back or something?
Correct.
She ended up on the floor.
Correct.
And that Lori then told her to go outside to JJ.
Yes.
Did Lori Vallow ever tell you why her brother Alex Cox brought a loaded gun to her house?
She did not.
Did she tell you that she had asked Alex to come over to the house?
She did.
Did she ever tell you, well, let me say, so when she talked to you, she told you that she had wanted Alex to be there sort of to protect her in case anything went bad, right?
Correct.
So did she tell you why Alex didn't go to the door with her when Charles is pounding on the door being a jerk or whatever?
She did not.
So she didn't explain why the gun was there or why Alex wasn't part of this initial phone argument?
Correct.
Did Lori ever tell you during your interview that Charles started this argument?
No.
During your interview of Lori Vallow, was it always her saying that it was her that started this argument because she would not give Charles back his phone?
Correct.
So she told you that she was afraid of Charles coming over, invited her brother over to protect her, and then she started a fight by refusing to give Charles back his phone.
Correct.
During this interview, did Lori tell you that after Tylee went out to be with JJ, that Charles came at her with a bat?
Yes.
And that she moved into the kitchen and that while she was not able to see what was going on, she hears a shot?
That's correct.
If I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 193.
Do you must? Do we must? Okay.
Clip 9. Do you recognize Exhibit 193?
I do.
Did you initial and put your ID on that?
I did.
And is that a portion of this of your interview with Lori Vallow where she talks about what her brother is doing and Charles is doing and her walking around into the kitchen with the phone?
Yes.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 193.
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, 193 submitted.
And if we may publish.
Go ahead.
Yeah, she was outside.
And then what happened?
Then they got up from that, and my brother had like stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me at the back, yelling at me to give him his phone still, because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly. And then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards. One arm.
Like he was swinging it backwards? He would have done
Like he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontward.
Okay.
One second. So in this clip, she's describing to you how how Charles was swinging the bat at her, correct?
Correct.
And in that clip, does she, or let me ask you this, does she go on to talk to you about whether or not her husband was a semi-professional baseball player?
She did, yes.
And she told you that, again, Charles is holding a bat and yelling at her to give him his phone.
Correct.
And she didn't give him back the phone?
She did not.
Did she talk to you about whether or not she saw the shot?
Yes.
Did she say she saw it or not?
She did not see the shot. She heard the shot.
So she indicated she does not. Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother pull out a gun?
No.
Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother go get a gun?
She did not.
Did she indicate how many shots she heard?
She specifically said the shot, as in one shot.
Did you at some point, well, let me ask again. So you had not been into this residence yet?
No.
So when she's telling you she's going around, did you understand what that was?
Not really, because I hadn't been inside. She was kind of describing the kitchen and the room they were in, but I hadn't seen it firsthand.
Okay. When you were talking to Lori Vallow, did you ask her if Charles or her brother Alex had said anything before Alex shot Charles?
Yes.
And did she indicate she doesn't recall hearing that?
Correct.
And if my paralegal can approach with exhibit 195, clip 11.
Okay, we have some new people watching. Please like the video. We have 45 likes, but I only have
Exhibit 195.
23 in the giveaway.
Again, it's your initials.
If you like the video, put the thumbs up, comment in the post, I liked, ILIKED. You will be entered into the drawing for today for a chance at the giveaway at the end of the month. It's a $50 gift card. Come on. You could win a $50 gift card by clicking a button and put ILIKED. 6 letters could win you a $50 gift card to wherever you want. So if you've not done so, please go ahead and do so. We'll be drawing for your entry at the end of the live. Thank you so much to all my new viewers. I greatly appreciate you. And all my old ones, I love you.
That portion of the interview where
Love you, love you.
you asked her if she'd heard anything said between Charles and Alex prior to the shooting.
Correct.
State will move to admit 195.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
195 is admitted.
If we may publish.
I gotta get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got Gigi in the car and he was trying to come in and Tyler was like looking at me.
I know we've been on for a long time, but we can do this. We can do it.
Wrong one. Well, play that one, I guess. Let me see, and we'll talk about that one since admitted. Okay. Yeah, we'll play it and talk about it.
Leave your DNA, please.
I gotta get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got Gigi in the car and he was trying to come in and Tyler was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened. And
All right,
I told her,
my love. We love our replay crew. We do.
When you came back in and you saw him on the
Like-
ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
Like,
Seba, go ahead and
So
put I like in the
exhibit,
replay. My
we
replay
have
crews.
is
I get you.
195.
I'll get you in a separate drawing at the end of the month.
Is that actually then the portion where she's talking about what she did after as well as what Alex was doing when she went back in there?
Correct.
So she advised you that after she heard this shot, she just left
She did. She went outside.
and then drove off in Charles's rental car?
Correct.
And she told you that when she saw Charles on the floor, Alex was standing in front of him.
Correct.
Did you ask her to describe any distance of how far away?
I did not.
And then if we can approach then with
Y'all, it's been a long day. So we've been on for 7 hours and 15 minutes. Hang in there. Come on, you can do it. We can do this. Hang in there.
I think that is exhibit 194. Is that?
Yes, thank you, Seba, for being here. We'll see you later. We appreciate you.
Correct. And you
Great
watched
evening.
that previously and initialed it and put your badge number on it.
I did.
State will move to admit 194.
Same objection, Your Honor.
194 is admitted.
That's enunciated. I can't.
Okay, yeah, he was a professional baseball player. Okay. So it wasn't a good idea for Tyler to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro
Yeah.
when he was young.
There is no emotion. If you were married for 10, 15, even 1 year, and your husband was shot in your presence, would you be this calm? I've seen a lot of stuff. I have never seen anybody this calm that wasn't guilty. Just saying.
But yeah, and then I was kind of turned around and we were all right there in that room except for the kids had been outside by that time and I heard the gunshot. And
So you heard the shot?
Mm-hmm.
Did you actually see the shot, or did you just hear it?
I had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him and so back around. So I don't know if you went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot. I heard it and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
So Again, that's the portion where she is advising you that she only heard the shot but didn't see the shot.
Correct.
So she's advising you she doesn't know what her brother was doing.
Reasonably, yes.
During this whole interview that you had with Lori Vallow, did she ever tell you that she handed over the phone to Charles?
She did not know.
So during the initial confrontation, when it's just her and Charles and he's demanding her phone, she won't give it back to him.
Correct.
When her daughter comes out and involves herself in this altercation, she wouldn't give him back the phone.
Correct.
And she advised that he's still at that point demanding his phone.
Yes.
And again, he's there to take JJ to school, right?
Right.
And then her brother comes out and again, he's demanding the phone and she still won't give it to him.
Correct.
Did she ever explain to you why she didn't just hand the phone back over?
She did not know.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 286.
While they're doing that, y'all don't forget that Thursday night we won't be watching Lori Daybell because I have family in town for the holidays. We go to Monday, Thursday services. So
Have you
when
looked at
Jeremy
Exhibit
starts on Wednesday, if
286?
she does, we'll be here
And is
Wednesday
your
night
initials
with Lori
and
Vallow Daybell.
badge on that?
It is, yes.
And is that a copy of the full interview?
It is, yes.
So it includes whatever conversations you had throughout that, about Charles Vallow and her views on him,
Yes.
and repeatedly that she never gave the phone back to Charles Vallow.
That's right.
State will move to admit 286.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
286 is admitted.
The judge should say, honey, I ain't going to accept it, but you need to make it for the
Did Lori
record. Go
Vallow
for it.
ever call 911?
She did not.
Never mind. Do you know who called 911?
I believe Alex Cox called 911.
By the way, the state said that they're thinking they're going to rest on Thursday-ish. So I think if with her, maybe a week, if that much. So this may not go on that long, which will be great because have to be getting up. Well, I'll get up at 5:36, be here by 5:30 to be on by 7 for the Lori Daybell. The Karen Reed trial. So yeah, I hope this doesn't go long.
We've discussed that she had multiple cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And so did you later learn that she also had Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I did.
So she has at least 2 cell phones with her, but she did not call 911.
That's correct.
After you
Yes.
interviewed Lori, did you have to get her and Tylee back to where the car was?
I did, yes.
Did you and someone else drive her, Tylee, and Alex Cox back?
Myself and at the time Detective, but now Lieutenant Moffett did.
So can you tell us about that?
So the interviews were concluded and we were going to get them back to the house. The search warrant was still ongoing at the house, but to get them back to get vehicles, they weren't in custody. So I obtained our victim services has a minivan because it just holds a lot of people. And we use the minivan to take everyone back to the scene instead of driving 2 different cars with people. So I drove and Detective Moffett sat in the very back. Tylee was sitting up front with me and Lori and Alex were behind me.
What was Lori's demeanor in the car with her brother and you and Moffett?
She was unaffected, not emotional. The The best description I can give is that she chattered the whole way, basically back to the house. Not upset, almost not happy, but just really unaffected by everything that was going on. It was kind of striking.
Is there any acknowledgement about what had happened?
No,
Basically just talking like it was any other day?
that's a good description, yes.
Did you ever hear her talk about or say anything like, oh, I need to let Charles Vallow's sons know that he's dead?
No, not specifically. She had referenced at one point, like calling
I would
people,
say so.
but not that she needed to like do additional like death notification.
When you got back to the 5531 South Four Peaks place, did you see Lori, Alex, and Tylee leave in that red Kia SUV?
They did. They left in the rental car.
What did you do initially after that?
So that was the first time that I came into the house. I came just into basically the threshold first part of that room. Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were finishing the search warrant, and they were talking about some of the things that they had found. And there was some initial kind of discussion between us, and then I ultimately left because I had a different case to go work on. So I left to go do something else.
Did you go back to the police station?
I did.
Around 2 or so, did you get a call to see if you could help find Lori or Alex to come back to the house?
Yes. The detectives that were at the scene that were done doing, they were finishing the scene investigation. They were wondering if I could try to get in touch with Lori or Alex to try to get them to come back to the scene because their intention was to try to do a walkthrough and some additional investigation. So I made a couple phone calls to the number that Lori had provided to me.
So you made more than one call to that 808 number.
I believe two.
Did you leave a message?
I left a message, yes.
After you had called and tried to reach her, what did you do?
I ended up going back to the scene very briefly while they were finishing. And at that point, Alex had come back to the scene. Lori and Tylee were present with that red rental car again. And I was outside, and the other detectives were inside finishing up crime scene work.
Haley Mouse, at least they were bringing you home, not taking you out in handcuffs. You know, oh, we had a car wreck. They brought us home. Oh, okay. At least they were bringing you home and not taking you out of the house, my dear.
Did you ever learn from Detective Coons or Duncan that they had searched the house and they couldn't find Charles's cell phone?
When I went back the second time, the detectives on scene, Coons and Duncan, had said that they couldn't find his phone.
And you had interviewed Lori, so you knew that at some point she'd had it, right?
Correct.
And she had, in fact, told you multiple times that she had refused to give it back to Charles, right?
That's correct.
But you had never asked her, do you still have it?
I did not.
So you're at the house, you see Lori and Tylee. Did you go ask her about it?
I did.
So can you tell us about that?
I walked up to where the vehicle had pulled up. Tylee was actually still inside the car. And I asked them if they knew where Charles's phone was. And at that point, they volunteered that they had the phone. I believe Tylee pulled it out of the cup holder to hand to me. And I asked them if they knew what the passcode to the phone was. And both of them were able to give me the passcode. And I took custody of the phone from them.
Did Lori tell you anything about where she found the phone?
I think she said that she found the phone in the car.
When you were asking her about her now deceased husband's phone that she found in the car, what is her demeanor like when she's interacting with you again here?
It's the same that it's been the whole time. Pretty calm and kind of unaffected by what's going on.
Did it seem odd to you that she said that she found that inside his car when she was talking to you about having it in her hands and refusing to give it to Charles?
It struck me as a little odd, yes.
So they give you the phone and you said that you were able to get the passcode or PIN for it. Did Lori say she knew it as well?
Lori and Tylee.
And what was the passcode?
I believe it was all zeros.
Okay. Did you ever check to see if that would open the phone?
I did not.
Did you later give Charles's phone to be given to Detective McDonald?
I did.
We can have an paralegal approach with 245. Do you remember or recognize what Exhibit 245 is?
I do.
And what is that?
So this is evidence item 131035-1, and it's a cell phone in a black case. And then it's kind of common practice, the passcode's on a sticky on the phone.
Is that the phone that was given to you by Tylee with Lori there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you provide that to Officer Allness to then give it to a Detective McDonald?
So Sergeant Ulness, at the time of this, was the sergeant over our computer crime section, which is where Detective McDonald worked. And it's common practice for us to turn over items to them so they can do exams.
And does that phone have the number for this case and other information to indicate to you that it is the phone that you got from Lori Vallow and or Tylee?
It does.
So each case, is there a specific number? Each case has their own DR number or incident number?
So each investigation will have their own DR number, and then our evidence, each item generates its own unique evidence item number, and those numbers are associated specifically with the specific report number.
And does that then tie in specifically to the phone that we've been discussing that belonged to Charles Vallow?
Correct.
The phone that Lori had talked to you about as the whole reason this whole incident occurred.
Right.
The state will move to admit 245.
Any objection?
No objection.
245 is admitted.
Did you later then submit a request to have an examination or extraction done of Charles's cell phone?
Correct.
And then you said you use the sticky on the front to let them know how to get into it.
Correct. We'll put it, if we know it, we'll put it in the request, but oftentimes we'll put it directly with the phone also.
I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
Detective Inkland, who was the case agent on July 11th, 2018?
That
Y'all
would have
get
been
ready.
Detective Moffett, who's
I
now
have some
Lieutenant Moffett.
foresight on this. Y'all are
And
gonna
then
get
when
good.
did Detective Duncan when did the switch happen from Detective Moffett to Detective
Gonna be
Duncan being
good.
the case agent?
Y'all
Do you
listen.
know?
When Detective Moffett was promoted to Sergeant Moffett. Once you're promoted, you go back to patrol as a supervisor. So when you leave the unit, we reassign case officer responsibility to a detective that's currently inside the unit. So if somebody retires or promotes, that case agent responsibility would shift over to someone else.
Okay. Do you know when that was about?
I don't.
Was it like sometime in that year, 2019, or much later?
I don't know.
Okay. You had talked about when you got the call to come and respond to the house.
Little birdie said that Lori Daybell had a problem opening up the Cellbrite data because they didn't have an account. And there's going to be a little bit of issue here shortly. Y'all hang on.
On July 11th. About what time was that?
It was probably about 10 or 15 minutes after the initial radio traffic. I just remember I was on the 202 going westbound and my phone rang.
And when you showed up, you had stated that Alex was seated on the curb. Is that correct?
He was the first time I noticed him, yes.
And you also stated that an adult female and Tylee were already across the street when you arrived?
No,
Oh, we weren't there yet.
no.
Okay. How long after you arrived did we arrive?
I don't know when you arrived. I just became aware of you at some point. I did not see you arrive. You were not there when I got there, but at some point you got there and I became aware of you outside.
Okay. But you weren't in the house, correct?
No,
In the morning? So where were you that you didn't see us coming up at that, in between that time?
I was in front of the house.
And was your view obscured by something?
I don't believe so.
So you didn't see us drive up, you just noticed us being there at some point?
Correct.
Okay. And when you first saw us, what were we doing? Were we talking to the officer
I believe so.
or waiting to talk to the officer?
When I first saw you, Officer Krautheim was standing with you, and it appeared like you were all talking together. I couldn't hear you from where I was at. I just noticed you.
Okay, so you saw him talking to us, but you didn't see us initially come up before when he told us to stay where we were. You didn't see that part.
I just became aware of you standing there.
Okay. And you talked about my demeanor, right? Being ordinary. Is that what you said?
Being ordinary?
You said ordinary, non-emotional, nonchalant.
Correct.
What's your definition of nonchalant?
Pretty almost detached, just calm, doesn't really matter, kind of not extraordinary.
Do you have a degree in psychology?
I do not.
Oh, I know she was going
Do
to
you
go there.
know what a person should act like if they're in a stressful situation?
So there,
Biatch, I have seen more people in stressful situations than you ever can imagine. Don't go there with me.
isn't
Here we go.
one way to act. There's just behavior that is striking.
Striking behavior.
Correct.
Okay.
Unfazed, not bothered. Look at her in the videotape. You can't argue that.
At some point when you came over to talk to me and my daughter, did we express to you that she needed her medications that were in the house?
I believe so. And that
And what did you instruct us about?
at one point I advised the detectives that were inside of that request, but that a search warrant was happening inside the house. So we would do our best to facilitate people getting things from the house. But the search warrant's going to take precedence to what's going on.
And
Right, so basically that it's a
and
crime.
if she had a medical emergency where she needed attention, 911 would be called and she would be given attention. How do I know? It happened to me. I was having an asthma attack really bad when my husband's was being search warranted, and I drove home in the middle of it, arrive in the middle of a house being searched with an asthma attack because I didn't have a inhaler with me. So the first thing I said when they got a hold of me, I need my inhaler. I'm having an asthma attack. I need to get it. It's just inside the door. It's just right there. They wouldn't get it. They said, if you need assistance, we'll call an ambulance and they can give you a breathing treatment, but we will not remove your inhaler from the house. Boo.
I'm seeing, and we can't really enter, but someone would try to get them for her?
Correct.
Okay, and did someone go and get them for her?
I finally got it.
At that point, we did not have
Later.
a search warrant. We weren't going to be entering the house or removing any items from the house. We didn't have legal authority to go in and remove items without a search warrant. So nothing was going to be removed from the house at that point.
But you were aware that she needed her panic attack medicine?
I was a-
Objection as to testifying, asked and answered.
Sustained, you can ask her if she was aware that she needed that medication.
You were aware that she needed her medication?
I was aware you made a request for her medication.
Whether she needed or not, I cannot determine.
And it would have been non-emotional if I was trying to be calm for my daughter?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Were you being calm?
I believe so.
Was Officer Krautine being calm?
I think so.
Were the firefighters being calm?
I didn't see the firefighters or have any interaction with them.
Were the other detectives being calm?
I believe so.
The EMS guys were being calm?
Again, I didn't
Come
see
on.
them and have any interaction with them.
But it was a pretty calm environment that day, was it not?
I don't know if I'd agree with that, but
Well, no one was running
Yeah.
around hysterical, right?
Great point.
correct.
Okay. The information that you received from the briefing, was that from Officer, is it Krautine? Sorry,
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Mhm.
Okay,
Great
thank
name.
you. Was Officer Krautheim the one that gave you the briefing on what had happened?
So Officer Krautheim and Officer Wisbicki, who Sergeant Wisbicki now, provided information to the detectives and my sergeant that had arrived.
And then who briefed you personally?
So it's a kind of a collective conversation where the initial information is provided and then we start doing assignments, basically.
Right, so Officer, sorry, say his name one more time.
Krautheim.
Krautheim,
Mhm.
okay. I'm gonna write that in phonetically.
I'm gonna again object
I'm sorry.
to testifying.
So he was wearing a body cam, is that correct? That day? Officer Krautheim.
Correct.
And so was that briefing on body cam?
I don't know.
And you talked about the death notification to me and to Tylee. You said that Tylee and I were in the van. Is that correct?
Correct. When I came over to talk to you.
And who was with you?
My sergeant, Sergeant Lockwood.
And was Detective Moffat not with you as well?
He was not.
And so you had stated that you had asked me to get out of the van? Is that correct?
I was trying to get you to come. My intention was to get you to come out of the van And then you made a statement that you were there, you already knew.
What did you say that made me say that I was already there?
I was asking you to step out of the van. And you said, I was there, I already know.
I already know what?
That Charles had died. I was trying not to tell you in front of your daughter.
That would have been nice, but that wasn't the point.
Oh,
How did I
Your
know
Honor,
you were coming to give
objection.
me a death
That would have been nice. You refused to get out of the van.
notification?
Can I object to speculation?
Your daughter was already knew he was dead, and so did you. You were there when it happened, biatch.
Sustained.
Woo,
Did
she's
you notify
pissing you
me that I'm going to give you a death notification? I don't want to do it in front of your daughter. What did you say?
It would be slightly redundant to tell you I was doing a death notification if I didn't want to tell you in front of your daughter.
Why would I
Good
say
for
to
you.
you, I already know?
Sustained. That's
I just wanna.
the form of the question calls for her to speculate about your state of mind.
I wanna.
So did you speak to me giving me a death notification, or was it Lockwood?
Lockwood.
Sorry. Who spoke to us?
We were both involved in the conversation.
And what was said to us?
You said that you were there and you already knew. And at that point, shortly thereafter, I asked you if you and Tylee would come back to the station to do interviews so I could talk with you.
You asked us if we would come, or you said we're going to go down to the station and interview you?
I asked you if you would come. It was a consensual contact. It was a voluntary interview.
Here we go. Shocking.
And is this on body cam?
I did not have a body cam at the time, no.
Did Lockwood have a body cam?
He did not. He was assigned to
God,
investigations.
it's so appealing.
So we voluntarily went to the station, is that correct?
Correct?
And you drove, is that correct?
I did.
And it was a 20 or so minute drive.
About that.
And we arrived at the station and you separated us into 2 rooms, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you ask me permission to speak to my minor daughter?
I indicated to you that I wanted to interview both of you and that we would go do the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center.
And what is the protocol for interviewing a minor?
It depends on the circumstances where you're interviewing them.
Okay, and are you a certified forensic interview of children?
I am.
And so would that be something that you would ask the parent if you could interview the minor child?
It depends on the circumstances.
I don't think Lori knew she was. I think she thought she had a question. I think Lori expected the answer to be no. People think it's a misconception that a child cannot be interviewed outside the presence of a parent. Like she says, it depends on the situation, the age. It depends on a lot of factors.
Okay, and did you ask me?
I did not specifically ask your permission.
Did you ask Tylee if she wanted to be interviewed?
Can I object to hearsay?
Well, the question, I'll overrule the objection. The question is, did you ask Tylee yes or no?
I did at one point ask if I could speak with her.
Did either of us know that we were being videotaped?
I don't know.
They don't hide those cameras, Boo. They have multiple cameras in that room. They're not hidden.
Told that we were being videotaped?
They don't need to.
At that time, when we entered into the rooms, you left Tylee in there alone and came in to interview me. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long was that interview that you and I had?
Not long enough.
I think it's about 35, 40 minutes, maybe a little longer.
And so that whole time, Tylee was in the room by herself,
Correct.
not knowing she was being videoed. Correct.
I don't know if she knew or not.
And without her medication. Correct.
I don't know, but I believe so.
And I was worried about her, if you recall. Is that correct?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
Hey, Joe, can you come here, please? If
Do you always wear your gun when you are doing a forensic interview of a child?
The majority of the time now, yes, because my assignment's different. When my assignment was in our family violence unit and I was doing forensic interviews of child victims, then no.
Did you treat us like we were victims that day?
Thank you.
Actually, yes.
And did you think that wearing your gun might be intimidating to a child?
No, given her age, no.
Is that your normal protocol?
I object to asked and answered.
She can answer. Overruled.
For which part?
For wearing your gun doing a forensic interview of a child?
So I wasn't doing a DFI of Tylee. I was doing an interview with a witness to a scene. If it was a DFI, it would be different.
How would it be different?
So a dedicated forensic interview of a child is much different. It's structured much different. It's conducted much differently, and they're typically done of victims of very specific allegations. Physical child abuse, sexual child abuse, things along those lines. The interview with Tylee was done basically as a witness interview. I did defer some to almost like a victim status, but her interview wasn't a DFI. It wasn't done as a dedicated forensic interview. She was a witness, a potential witness to a homicide.
How long did you interview Tylee for?
I believe we talked for about similar amount of time, 30, 40 minutes.
At the time, that day on July 11th, did you believe Tylee?
I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Oh, June, that sounds heavenly. Yep.
With your experience in forensically interviewing children, did you think Tylee's demeanor was genuine that day?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Now I'm hungry.
Did you have a reason to think that she might be making something up?
I'm going to object again to speculation.
Sustained.
Did you learn during Tylee's interview?
I'm going to object right there to hearsay.
No!
Sustained.
Did you learn during my interview that Tylee came in with a bat?
I did.
And was that confirmed by Tylee?
And I'm going to object, Your Honor, pretrial ruling
yeah.
hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar?
No, that's hearsay. It's sustained.
No, he said no to the what?
Sidebar.
Nope.
No.
You're rattled.
At the end of our interviews, Detective Inklin, where did you put us?
You stayed in the Family Advocacy Center until we were ready to leave.
And did you put us in a room with a victim's advocate
I did.
and introduce us to her?
I did.
And we spoke to her.
I believe so, yes.
And then after however long that was, then you came in with my brother Alex. Is that correct?
We met them outside of the Family Advocacy Center, and then we left to go back to the house.
And you stated that I chatted the whole way back. Is that correct?
You did.
It wasn't Tylee and Alex chatting the whole way. It was me specifically.
You mostly.
It wasn't me just looking out the window and them talking to you.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
You can answer. Overruled. You can answer.
Can you ask it again?
It wasn't Alex and Tylee speaking to you and me just looking out the window the whole way home.
No.
And then when we got back to the house, what happened then?
You, Tylee, and Alex left in the rental car, the little red like SUV, and I spoke briefly with the detectives who were on the scene.
Who told us to leave in the rental car?
I don't recall who told you. I just know that Alex could not take his vehicle because the search warrant was still going and the vehicle was on the curtilage of the property.
Right. So we were told we couldn't take the truck. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And we were told we couldn't take Tylee's Jeep. Is that correct?
Correct. It was in the garage.
And we couldn't take my car because it was in the garage as well.
I believe so.
And so our only alternative, because we couldn't enter the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And that we were told that we could come back later, but not at that time. Is that correct?
At the conclusion of the search warrant, yes.
And so we were told that we could take the rental car because it wasn't behind the police tape. Is that correct?
Correct. It wasn't part of the search warrant.
That we could leave and that we could come back later after we picked up JJ from school. Is that correct?
Yeah. You could come back, assuming you picked him up from school.
As a kid, we lived on a Coast Guard base and we sometimes had Navy there. And let me tell you, as a kid, I thought the chow was great. Now I look back on it, it ain't so great.
Cool, yes.
It's horrible.
Well, that's not what we were instructed to do.
Objection, again, testifying.
Sustained.
So we left, is that correct? And then you entered the house after that?
You left, correct?
No.
And I entered the house after that, correct?
And what did you do inside the house after we left?
I had some brief discussion with the detectives who were on scene and at that point left to go work on another case.
So in the brief discussions that you had with whoever this was, were you briefing them on the events of what had happened up to that point, or?
So Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were present, along with Detective Werther. There was a crime scene technician as well. And they were briefly discussing some of the artifacts that they had found in the search warrant and kind of what they were going to do. And I indicated if I wasn't needed, I was going to go work on other casework.
Okay. And then you left shortly after that?
I did.
About what time do you think that was?
I honestly have no idea.
Do you know what time we got back to the house?
I don't specifically recall, no.
You indicated that when we came back to do for Alex to do the walkthrough, that you realized you didn't have Charles' phone, is that correct?
They had indicated prior to you coming back that they had not recovered Charles's phone. So when you returned, I asked you and subsequently Tylee about Charles's phone and where it was at.
And did she hand over the phone to you right away, right?
She did. She picked it up out of the cup holder and handed it to me.
And that's where it had been pretty much the whole day since I ran out the door with it.
I'm going to object to speculation and
Sustained.
testifying.
And then you asked us for the code, is that correct?
I did.
And Tylee gave you the code, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was about what time?
It was later in the afternoon, but I don't remember what time.
And then what happens to the phone as far as chain of custody? What happened from you taking it from Tylee to where it went next?
So our computer crimes detectives work within the main station where I work. Most of our detectives work out of there. and they do the physical exams and the downloads of the phones, computers, electronic devices there at the station. Our property room is separate. It's about a mile away from the police department. So typically when we have cell phones or devices that need exams, we will immediately deliver the device to the computer crime section. Their workspace, their cubicles and workspace upstairs is a dedicated locked area. The only people that can get into where their cubicles and exam space are the detectives that work in that area. So it sounds silly. We go up and bang on the door and get in touch with somebody, and we will turn devices over to them. And then in our property section and our report management, we do what's called an evidence continuity sheet. So that shows how items travel from place to place, person to person, like a phone to a computer detective, or like evidence from the property room to the lab or something like that. So we will physically hand over items to the computer crimes detectives. Often cell phones have very time sensitive criteria as well. So we don't typically impound them straight into property. They go straight to a computer crimes detective.
Okay, so I'm going to backtrack a little bit. Thank you for that. I'm going to backtrack to, from your hands, it goes into a evidence bag?
Too spicy.
No, it's usually in a bag. It's not sealed because we hand it over because they're going to do an exam.
So who did you hand it over to them at the station, or did you give it to someone else at the house?
No, got handed over at the station in their workspace. They typically don't come out to scenes unless we request them. So the majority of the time we're turning evidence over to them at the station or their work area.
Okay, so just so I understand, it went from you to them.
Correct.
So you had it in your hands and delivered it to them at the station that day?
I believe so, yes.
And so according to the grand jury, it was at 3:11 p.m.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Sorry.
The objection sustained.
My understanding was that it was about
Hold on,
3.
hold on.
Objection.
Let's break for the evening recess. Let's have the jurors report and be ready for 10:15 tomorrow morning, 10:15. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Hold on, guys. Don't go anywhere. Something's going to happen. We got some arguing coming. Nobody go anywhere. I'm just saying. Give it a rest, Heifer. And let's see if they do it. Let's see, because I have some inside information. If they don't, I'll read you what I got.
Please be seated. The jury is no longer present. All right, you can't phrase questions as your understanding or what you believe or what you remember. All those are forms of testifying, so you have to be careful how you ask your question. Also, I sustained an objection because of the reference to the grand jury and what was said in the grand jury proceedings. You can use that time and ask the witness, is 3:30 sound right, for example? But let's move on. The reason that I allowed in the various different clips of the defendant's statement over the defendant's, I should say, interview at the police station over the defendant's objection, Rule 106 isn't really applicable in that situation. Rule 106 is intended to complete a statement when only a portion of the statement is offered and it distorts or changes the meaning of the actual statement. And it's really meant for very short statements, not entire interviews or versions of what happened. Additionally, the state has the discretion to only admit certain parts of your statement that are admissions. They're not going to admit statements, nor should they admit statements that are self-serving hearsay. So there's a reason why your interview has been cut up into different pieces. That's just for the record. Let's have everyone ready at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll discuss those other motions, give the defendant a chance to meet with her team about those other motions that we talked about this morning. So we'll do that at 10. We'll have the jury here and ready to go at 10:15 to resume with this witness. Anything else from the state,
Here, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Yes, we have one item, Your Honor. On Thursday, we were handed this by the state in the morning. It's a new extraction of the devices of Charles Vallow, and it's the gray key that we had requested, but none of them open. So we have a flash drive, and we got it to our expert, and now it's.
Go there.
What?
Go see.
So they're not opening. So I don't know if we need to get a new extraction or if it was tested
Well, I
before it
don't-
was handed over.
I don't know if it's a matter of what program's being used to open it. Do we know? I think we need more information.
Yeah. We can't utilize it if it's blank.
Well, is
So
Mr. Dworkin says he can't open it at all?
it's my investigator that can't open it, and then he'll hand it over to Mr.
Why
Dworkin
don't you
as
just
well.
tell me, sir? What's your name for the record?
Jeff White.
All right, what's the problem?
I tried to open it. I had Lonnie on the phone this morning. He's out of town, but he is on his way he's on his way back. He won't be here till probably 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. And I need to go up and see if he's able to extract any information from it.
Are you just trying to click on it and opening it? Or are you opening it with a particular program?
I sat with him and we were going over things for about 4 hours this morning.
Okay. I guess, where's the extraction coming from? Who's handing that over to you?
That is the Chandler Police Department handed over the raw data from Gray Key. So it's just raw random data. So I don't know it.
So it's not, is it?
It's not parsed into any sort of way to read.
The reader. That's what I was working with Lonnie.
There is no reader with it. It would have to be then input into a Cellbrite to parse the data. It is the Gray Key raw data.
It's raw data. So that
And,
means it has not been compressed. It has not been altered. Nothing's done. It's raw data. And the only way they're going to be able to access it is to have a current Cellbrite subscription or access. And how much you want to bet they don't have that? Am I right, honey boo?
Was trying to do that this morning, and that's what I spent 4 hours doing this morning.
I think unless you have a Cellbrite account, you're not going to be able to open that.
I have two different kinds of, I have the old version and the new version of Cellbrite, and I couldn't get them to open.
Well, then.
The Cellbrite that they gave us is an old version, the 7.2, I think it is. And I think
They gave us? We
I'm
didn't
sorry?
give you Cellbrite.
It's on the.
That's a UFED reader. That's not Cellbrite.
The Cellbrite is on the Discovery, is on the.
With that,
I'm sorry?
with the Discovery we just handed over,
With the Discovery that was handed over before, it's downloaded onto my computer.
I think that's right.
All right.
With the FDRs.
I'm not sure that
I've
that's
got two
correct.
different
I think that it would need to go to Mr. Dworkin to review.
Is there someone at the police department that Mr. Dworkin can maybe get on a call with to try to figure out what the disconnect is here?
Oh, he should be, hopefully, in the next hour and 40 minutes, he'll be back home.
I guess if he has a problem, I mean, obviously I have multiple problems with the fact that we're still talking about an expert that has been presumptively precluded.
Right.
Meaning he can't
while saying
testify.
it's nearing ending its case.
Why are you having an expert help you when you're not allowed to utilize them in trial, is what she said. They've been precluded. They cannot be a part of the trial.
That
I
being
guess
said,
in theory, it could be for the next trial, but I don't know that that's going to happen either.
So I guess I would need to know first if that's actually a problem for Mr. Dworkin or not. And then if so, we would have to try to, perhaps he could explain why it's a problem.
I guess, is there someone Mr. Dworkin can, a contact point to try to figure out why, if it's a problem on this end versus that end?
I don't know, have anyone off the top of my head. My case agent is out ill today, so I couldn't tell you who that would be.
Okay.
Your Honor, she had an expert come to testify this about the gray key. I don't know if he's a person that was on the stand on Thursday that we could ask about this. I don't know if he made the extractions and gave them to the prosecution.
I don't know if that's technically an extraction as opposed to the raw data.
That is just.
Raw
the
data
raw
is not
data.
an extraction.
I'm still trying to figure out, is it a problem with what's been disclosed or is it a problem with who's trying to open it, the correct programs? I guess get with Mr. Dworkin later tonight and see if it can be resolved. If not, I'm going to have to figure out who he needs to contact or try to problem solve tomorrow sometime.
We'll let you know in the morning, Your Honor.
But again, this is unlikely to be an issue for this trial, but it could be something for the next trial. All right, we'll be at recess. I wish I had a better resolution, but I don't right now.
I'm traveling.
Well, there you have it. 5:30. They ended 30 minutes ago. It is 5:30 their time, 7:21 my time. God knows what it's some of y'all's time. So I want to thank you guys for being here. This was a very interesting day in court. I thoroughly enjoyed today's court. Real quick, before you run off, we have more information on the gentleman charged in the Pennsylvania situation, governor's mansion. Just want to, this is a real quick clip, nothing long, but I know we have some people here who live in that state who watch. So
The man accused of setting fire to Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's home over the weekend, now charged with attempted murder, aggravated arson, terrorism, and more. This is new video of 38-year-old Cody Balmer as he was being escorted to his arraignment this afternoon. Our chief investigative reporter, Jonathan Deans, in the newsroom with more on the investigation. John?
David, the firebombing suspect appearing in court at this hour. Investigators say his exact motive not yet known. He does have a criminal history, and according to authorities, he has past mental illness issues as well.
What were you thinking on Sunday?
38-year-old Cody Balmer was led into the courthouse, sticking out his tongue at reporters. Balmer is the man police say carried out the firebombing, and investigators say part of the motive to target Governor Josh Shapiro. That according to the police report, which reads if he had seen the governor, he would have beaten him with his hammer. Police say Balmer confessed, turning himself in shortly after the arson. This surveillance photo allegedly shows him kicking through a door in the mansion. A jacket found in a later search allegedly matches the jacket seen on this surveillance. Police say Balmer was caught on video climbing the perimeter fence and smashing a window, throwing a Molotov cocktail into the piano room. Then he allegedly moved on to a second window, entering the dining room, and setting off another Heineken bottle filled with gasoline that police say he had taken from his lawnmower. Officials say some close to Balmer report he has a history of mental issues. President Trump at the White House earlier.
The attacker basically wasn't a fan of anybody. It's probably just a whack job. And certainly a thing like that cannot be allowed to happen.
We have a search and fire at the governor's residence.
The attack taking place after Governor Shapiro, who is Jewish, had celebrated a Passover dinner. He posted a photo of a table earlier in the day. Shapiro emotional yesterday.
Lori and I are overwhelmed by the prayers and the messages of support.
He also voiced anger at political violence of any kind.
It is not okay.
Still unclear why Balmer allegedly targeted the 29,000 square foot mansion. Balmer has several past arrests, and on what officials say is his social media, images there show guns, a Molotov cocktail, and some anti-Biden and anti-government messaging. With the investigation ongoing, officials are also reviewing security protocols by state police.
All right. So there we go on that. But guess what? We need to do something. What do we got to do? What do we need? What are we missing? Anybody know? I do. We're going to do the giveaways. All right, guys. We had such a wonderful day. I appreciate everybody who's been on. Let's get this party going. Come on. Oh, yay! One more. One sunny day. Woohoo! Okay, that was from this morning's live. Now, guys, I'm going to give you a minute. If you're on right now and you've not hit the like button and you have not said, I liked in the comments, you won't be in this drawing. So I'm going to give you a moment. I'm giving you, this is the moment. This is the hour. Giving you a moment. You guys, we have a total of 52 likes, but only 23 entries. Almost half. But I'm giving you another minute to get your I liked in there if you are on and want to be get a possibility of an entry for a $50 gift card at the end of the month. Come on. Because we're going in 3, 2, 1. Haley Bell! Aaron E! One more, because we had so many. Oh, you don't see it. Sorry. Kathy L. Woohoo! All right, one more. Come on. Why aren't you showing? Hold on, it's not showing. There we go. Kathy L. You got in. Woohoo! We'll do another one. Cali Girl 15. Congratulations to all of you guys. You are in for the end of the month drawing. Remember, those of you who really were blessing me like crazy this morning, we started off with Dawn Berg giving 5 memberships. Then Seba, member for 3 months. Thank you so much. And you guys shout out your memberships. I don't get to see that. You do. Seba, 5 memberships gifted. Thank you so much. Jesse, you bless me. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Dawn, thank you for the $20 super chat. Seba, oh, you're so sweet. $10 for Diane and $10 for me for interpreting. We thank you so much. Diane does it for free. Interpreters normally get $50 an hour minimum. She is a master level. She is a high level interpreter, court certified interpreter. She probably makes about $125 an hour when she's doing court. So Aaron E, Kathy L, and Cali Girl E, thank you so much. Y'all won. Woohoo! Okay, what that means is at the end of the month, you're in the drawing for a $50 gift card. All right. With that, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here and go to bed because I got to get up early. I hope this trial only lasts another week. That way we only have one trial to deal with, Karen Reed. We can only hope and pray. Hope and pray. Hope and pray. All right, guys. For all my new people, welcome to my home. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed your visit. I hope you choose to stay. And all of you who have been here day in and day out with me, all my mods, thank you so very much for all that you do. I will be doing a end of Karen Reed mod drawing. My mods at the end of Karen Reed. It'll be a $50 or $100 gift certificate for you guys. I got to decide on that depends on my super chat income. So all of my super chats, that also helps me reward you guys and my mods. We will see you tomorrow. Until then, may your sleep be peaceful. May your body be filled with rest. And I'll see you in the morning with a nice hot cup of coffee. And thank you again for joining. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.